Zhong Yishan said. However, after the great battle in Hong Kong, he disappeared. The paparazzi couldn't find him, but I didn't expect to see him here tonight. The one next to him. It seems that it is not simple character. Everyone also saw Zhao Yuqin next to Zhou Hao. Although the distance was a little far away and only the profile of Zhao Yuqin could be seen, it was amazing enough for them. Even the cynical senior brother Yang was completely stunned after seeing Zhao Yuqin's figure, and he didn't react for a long time. A boy muttered to himself, "Will that be Zhou Hao's girlfriend? If it is this kind of woman who is like a 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 girl who is like a girl who is like a fish, a jade necklace and a jade necklace. I'm willing to give it to her too." Hearing this, the other boys couldn't help but nodded, feeling that Zhao Yuqin is indeed the kind of stunning beauty that is enough to make the heroes of the world prefer to be beautiful. Although the girls present felt that Zhao Yuqin was so beautiful, they felt very unconvinced when they saw these boys immersed in Zhao Yuqin's face. One of the girls snorted and said, "What's great? Isn't it just that the clothes on her are a little more beautiful? I really don't understand that you guys are all idiots when you see them. That is, if we Zheng also wear that kind of evening clothes, it will definitely be more beautiful than that woman." Other girls booed, and although Zheng Ying did not speak, her expression was a little proud. After all, she was also one of 1,000 beauties. Although the girls at this table were very good, none of them could match her. Zhong Yishan also smiled and said, "Yes, if Zheng Ying is well dressed, she will definitely not be inferior to the Zhao family daughter." Zhang Ying became interested when she heard that and asked Zhong Yishan, "Yishan, which daughter do you think that is?" Hearing Zhang Ying calling herself Yishan cordially, Zhong Yishan immediately cheered up. Although Zhao Yuqin is dazzlingly beautiful, but after all, it is too far away. With his conditions, let alone being close to beautiful women, it is even impossible to make friends as ordinary friends. And Zhang Ying is much closer to him. At least there is a chance to socialize. Zhong Yishan immediately expressed his knowledge and said to Zheng Ying with a smile, "The person next to Zhou Hao should be the daughter of Zhao Rixin who retired from the Politburo Standing Committee not long ago." Member of the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee? Everyone present was taken aback by Zhong Yishan's words. After all, that was the country's highest leader and a top figure in making national decisions. Then Brother Yang swallowed and said with some difficulty, "This is the real princeling." Just listen to Zhong Yishan laughed and said, "Actually, not all the princelings are the kind of dudes who do not do their jobs properly. Many of them rely on the contacts they have accumulated at home to operate various industries, and many people's the achievements are very high." Another said that Zhao Rixin has retired, and the power of their family should have declined. But seeing Zhong Yishan shook his head, to be able to be a member of the Politburo Standing Committee, the connections behind everyone are unimaginable, and they have been in business for so many years, and their power has long been stabilized, and they have even formed their own factions. For example, Zhao Rixin is one of the most powerful political groups in our republic. Most people call it the Zhao family. To reveal the political news in front of these college students who are still in the ivory tower, Zhong Yishan also feels that he is different. After all, his own knowledge is much broader than these ordinary college students. Although these male and female students studying at prestigious universities are generally called the pride of heaven, there are not many people they can rely on. Once they leave the campus, they will quickly understand the cruelty of this society. For example, the people sitting in the Chang'an Club venue, although many of them are also college students, but their growing up environment, people and things contacted, as well as what they saw and heard, etc., are completely different from ordinary college students. Even Zhong Yishan, even though his father has a net worth of more than 1 billion yuan, he still has to look up to those who really have a big background. Just like to Zhao Yuqin and Zhou Hao, he felt that he and them were people in two completely different worlds. I sighed, seeing Zheng Ying and others still looking at me curiously, wanting to hear more secrets about that world. Zhong Yishan recovered and continued to smile. Although Zhao Rixin is retreating after coming down, the power of the Zhao family has not been greatly affected. Especially when Zhao Rixin retired, he pushed a member of the Zhao family to the position of director of the general political department. So the current power of the Zhao family is still very large. After a pause, he said again, "And that Zhou Hao? I heard before that he was originally Zhao Rixin's godson, but later he was born with his sister, who is now the daughter of the Zhao family who is sitting next to him." Feelings. Some time ago, the daughter of the Zhao family was revealed to be unmarried and pregnant. Now it seems that the child is most likely Zhou Hao's. The private lives of these brothers and daughters are messy. Of course, it was Brother Yang who said this. They were chatting up, but the auction over there was over. The jade necklace was finally bought by Zhou Hao for $25 million, which immediately made him the focus of the audience. When the auctioneer handed the jade necklace to Zhou Hao didn't say much and directly put it on Zhao Yuqin's neck. The beauty of the jade necklace and the beauty of Zhao Yuqin immediately complement each other, making Zhao Yuqin even more beautiful. Even if the girls at Zheng Ying's table were not convinced, they were shocked by Zhao Yuqin's suffocating charm. However, Zheng Ying's gaze was more on Zhou Hao. The young and handsome figure made Zheng Ying see a lot of splendor. Her family background is not bad, but it is not outstanding. Her parents are just ordinary civil servants. Although her life is good, it only stops there. Zheng Ying has always liked the feeling of being superior since she was a child. Wear the most beautiful clothes and use the best stationery. Her grades are also among the best in the class. This makes her growing up like a star holding the moon, like the princess. But after attending Fudan University, she knew that she was not unique. She saw how the real wealthy daughters live. The cosmetics used by those wealthy daughters can be worth Zheng Ying's entire month's living expenses. The price of their clothes is even more than 10,000 yuan. The cars they get in and out are all sports cars with more than 1 million cars. This gave Zheng Ying a strong sense of frustration. In comparison, those wealthy daughters are veritable princesses, and she is just a Cinderella. It's just that Zheng Ying is a victorious person. She said to herself, "Since it's Cinderella, then I will find a real prince who will fly to the branch and become a phoenix one day." Because of this, facing Zhong Yishan's pursuit, even if Zheng Ying didn't really like him, she deliberately maintained a certain ambiguous relationship with him, letting Zhong Yishan indulge in his charm. However, tonight, I followed Zhong Yishan to a top club like the Chang'an Club and saw a character like Zhou Hao, which made Zheng Ying understand what the true pride of heaven is. Compared to people like Zhou Hao, Zhong Yishan is nothing. Zhou Hao was able to spend 25 million yuan to buy a jade necklace to win Zhao Yuqin's heart. Although Zhong Yishan has a father with a wealth of more than 1 billion yuan, this is impossible. While Zhou Hao was able to earn tens of billions of fortunes in the stock market, Zhong Yishan could only earn 2 million in 1 year's work. It is clear who is good and who is bad. At this moment, Zheng Ying stared at Zhou Hao over there and suddenly made an oath in her heart. "I must get you. I want you to worship under my pomegranate skirt and be my most faithful courtier." Zheng Ying's greedy gaze made Zhou Hao's spiritual sense aware of it. He turned his head and looked back, but found nothing. At this time, I heard Zhao Yuqin's voice coming from around. "Look, Xiao Hao, Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei are very depressed." When Zhou Hao heard the words, he looked at Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei and saw that their faces were gloomy and impatient. It was obvious that they were unhappy because they lost to Zhou Hao in the auction just now. Who is the blame for their lack of strength? Zhou Hao sneered. Indeed, although Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei have billions of net worth, it is indeed not worthwhile to spend nearly 200 million yuan to buy a jadeite necklace that has no practical use. But let Zhou Hao dominate himself in this auction. The two of them were very unconvinced. Then Zhou Hao smiled at Zhao Yuqin. "By tomorrow, they will be even more depressed. I really want to see what they look like when they see their stocks hit the bottom." After a pause, Zhou Hao said, "Sister, let me go to the toilet. You are here to wait for me." After that, Zhou Hao got up and went to the toilet. The Zheng Ying table here also saw Zhou Hao getting up and leaving the seat. Zheng Ying's female companion said, "Isn't that Zhou Hao? Where is he going?" Another said, "Maybe it's to go to the toilet. No matter how good he is, he should always be in a hurry." The others laughed, but Zheng Ying gritted her teeth and seemed to have made some decision, and then said to everyone, "I'm sorry, I'm out of company." Then she got up and left her position and also walked towards the toilet. Zhou Hao resolved his internal anxiety in the toilet, cleaned up his appearance, and walked out of the toilet. But as soon as he walked out of the toilet door, he saw a figure hitting his side, but it seemed that he was deliberately approaching him. Zhou Hao frowned and avoided it, but the person didn't seem to expect Zhou Hao to avoid it, and he fell forward when he was caught off guard. "Ah," she exclaimed. Zhou Hao saw that this was a girl with a slender figure, but she didn't expect that she would lose her balance and fall down if she didn't hit herself. If she fell down like this, she might be injured, so Zhou Hao stretched out her hand to help. Help the girl up. The girl was still in a bit of a panic, her chest undulating slightly, and her long hair also covered her face, making Zhou Hao unable to see her appearance for a while. Just listen to Zhou Hao asking, "Are you okay?" "No, it's okay, thank you," the girl said. Suddenly, Zhou Hao didn't react to this voice, but he was stunned the next moment, because he felt that the voice was very familiar, so familiar that Zhou Hao couldn't forget it. It seemed to be a call from the previous life that awakened Zhou Hao's memory of previous life. "Zheng Ying, do you know? I'm going to be promoted. I'm promoted to the chief financial officer of our company." "Really? That's great. What's wrong? Zheng Ying, are you unhappy?" Zhou Hao looked at Zheng Ying. "Didn't you always want to have your own house in Shanghai?" "How? Even if you can buy your own house, what kind of house can you buy? That kind of small house that is not enough for 100 square meters? Then can we still have children?" "How? I think we still break up, right?" Those scenes appeared in Zhou Hao's mind like a movie and couldn't stop it. Zhou Hao once imagined the possibility of meeting her in this life, but was not ready yet. According to the history of the past life, she should have just been promoted to the freshman year at this time, but was studying secretarial major at Shanghai Jiaotong University. Zhou Hao wanted to find her after he had dealt with Huang Wang's revenge, but he didn't expect to run into her here. Taking a deep breath, the face of the girl in front of her was still hidden by her hair. It was not certain that she was that person, but the voice was so familiar just now that Zhou Hao couldn't help thinking of her. The girl in front of her slowly raised her head and pulled her hair behind her ears. Time seemed to pass very slowly, and her movements seemed to be slowed down, moving frame by frame. Zhou Hao was also very nervous, staring at her closely, not sure she was that person. Finally, the girl removed all the hair that was hiding in front of her, revealing her face. Zhou Hao closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Yes, it was Zheng Ying. Although she was much younger than when she first met her in the previous life, her appearance hasn't changed much, and she can recognize it at a glance. Moreover, Zhou Hao will never forget this man after experiencing 2 lives. Curved, thin eyebrows, bright eyes, high nose, thin lips. The eyebrows are really picturesque and beautiful. The eyebrows are 3/3 similar to Li Ruolin, but they are not as graceful as Li Ruolin. Zheng Ying. In the previous life, because she had a crush on Li Ruolin in middle school, after graduating from college, she met Zheng Ying, who was 3 points similar to Li Ruolin. Zhou Hao, who didn't want to miss it again, pursued her desperately and finally won her heart. He and Zheng Ying indeed had a happy life. It's just that, thinking about it now, Zhou Hao should be the only one who felt happy at that time, because Zheng Ying has always maintained a kind of reservedness to him, and there is no intimacy between men and women. It is not physical intimacy, but spiritual intimacy. After experiencing 2 lives, Zhou Hao finally realized that Zheng Ying at that time actually didn't like herself at all. The reason she was with herself was entirely because she worked alone in the big city of Shanghai and occasionally needed a man. Just talk about comforting around. So when she met Huang Wang's kind of scheming and financially capable man, Zheng Ying left Zhou Hao without hesitation and fell into Huang Wang's arms, and eventually killed Zhou Hao together with Huang Wang. Even in his life as a human being, Zhou Hao would often dream of being stabbed into the heart by Huang Wang with a knife, while Zheng Ying was watching coldly. Apart from the sharp knife that pierced Zhou Hao's heart, Zheng Ying's indifference was also involved. Huang Wang and Zheng Ying were people that Zhou Hao couldn't forgive, and both of them were destined to accept Zhou Hao's cruel revenge in Zhou Hao's life. Opening his eyes again, the beautiful and moving Zheng Ying came into view again. And when he saw her, Zhou Hao still had a sense of illusion, as if he couldn't tell whether he was still in that tragic past life or the present life that had been changed a lot by him. But Zheng Ying saw Zhou Hao look lost when facing herself, and she was secretly proud. Thinking that her beauty had already touched Zhou Hao, she showed a stronger smile on her face and smiled at Zhou Hao. Sir. Oh, Are you okay? Are you injured? Zhou Hao returned to his senses and showed a gentle smile to Zheng Ying. After so many winds and waves, Zhou Hao's mood is no longer comparable to that of his previous life. In the blink of an eye, the emotions and fluctuations in his heart have been suppressed, and Zheng Ying has no clue. Hearing Zhou Hao speaking to herself in such a gentle tone, Zheng Ying felt even more proud, deliberately leaning closer to Zhou Hao, and even squeezed Zhou Hao's arm with her towering breast, and then her face showing a somewhat aggrieved expression, frowned, and said, "My foot seems to be twisted, it hurts." Seeing her behavior, Zhou Hao sneered in his heart, but he didn't show any clues on his face, and said, "It was twisted? This injury is very big or small, or I will take you to the hospital." "Right." Zheng Ying rolled her eyes, then smiled and nodded, and said, "Okay, but will this trouble you?" "It's no trouble. It's my blessing to be able to serve a beautiful woman like you," Zhou Hao said with a smile. Immediately, he called Zhao Yuqin on his mobile phone, saying that he had something urgent to deal with. Zhao Yuqin was naturally very obedient to Zhou Hao, and agreed without much thought. To take revenge on Huang Wank and Zheng Ying, Huang Wank fortunately explained that, after all, Huang Wank and his father Huang Shifu betrayed the Zhao family and signed Zhou Hao's 30 billion yuan in huge debts and refused to repay. Hao has good reasons to deal with him. Zheng Ying would not do it anymore. Zhao Yuqin didn't know about Zhou Hao's previous life, and Zhou Hao didn't intend to tell her this secret. So if he wanted to retaliate against Zheng Ying, there would be no reason to explain it. And Zhou Hao couldn't let Zheng Ying go, so he could only hide Zhao Yuqin from it. And just when Zhou Hao wanted to help Zheng Ying to leave here, Huang Wank walked over. "Brother Zhou, what's the matter? Who is this young lady?" Huang Wank immediately smiled and asked when Zhou Hao was supporting Zheng Ying. Zheng Ying didn't know Huang Wank, so she raised her head and looked at him when she heard the sound. When Huang Wank saw Zheng Ying, she was stunned like a lightning strike, and the look on her face was dumbfounded. 3 souls and 7 souls are the same. Zhou Hao was also surprised by Huang Wank's reaction, but Huang Wank quickly recovered. His gaze clasped tightly on Zheng Ying, before turning to Zhou Hao for a while, but his gaze was already full of jealousy and resentment. He even said with a smile on his mouth, "Brother Zhou, you are so blessed that you just turned around like this, and there is another beauty." Seeing Huang Wank's bitter eyes and listening to his words full of jealousy, Zhou Hao immediately reacted. This is clearly a typical reaction of being robbed of love by others. Judging from Zheng Ying's reaction, she obviously didn't know Huang Wank before, so it is very likely that Huang Wank fell in love with Zheng Ying at first sight. It's the destiny of heaven. Zhou Hao, who figured out the joints, sneered in his heart. No matter where they are from, Zheng Ying can't compare to Zhao Yuqin. The two are of completely different levels. Huang Wank had previously had ambitions for Zhao Yuqin. Just like people who are used to eating abalone and piercing belly can hardly accept rough tea and light rice. In principle, Huang Wank, who has seen Zhao Yuqin and such a stunning beauty, should not have been interested in Zheng Ying. But God's will is unpredictable, and now it seems that Huang Wank has really taken a fancy to Zheng Ying. Thinking about these things in his mind, Zhou Hao had to sigh with emotion. Perhaps there is something like destiny in this secret. He, Zheng Ying, and Huang Wank, in the previous life, have formed a knot that cannot be solved. Unexpectedly, this life has been entangled again. Thinking of this in his heart, Zhou Hao smiled at Huang Wank on his face. "Boss Huang, this is what I just met. By the way, girl, what's your name?" Zheng Ying then remembered that she hadn't told Zhou Hao her name, so she quickly smiled and said, "My name is Zheng Ying." "Zheng Ying, a nice name," Zhou Hao said with a smile, and then said to Huang Wank, "Boss Huang, I'm sorry, Miss Zheng has sprained her foot. I'm going to take her to the hospital for a visit." Up. After that, Zhou Hao helped Zheng Ying walk around Huang Wank and walk to the door, but Huang Wank's face suddenly became very ugly. Zheng Ying limped forward under Zhou Hao's support. She turned her head back to look at Huang Wank's back, and then asked Zhou Hao, "Mr. Zhou, who is that?" Zhou Hao smiled and said, "He is the young owner of the Huangshi Group. Did you know that Huangshi Group is one of the largest real estate companies in the north, with total assets of tens of billions of yuan?" Zheng Ying was taken aback by Zhou Hao's words. She didn't expect that Huang Vank turned out to be the young owner of a real estate group with a total asset of tens of billions of RMB. She secretly said that the Chang'an Club is really Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. But seeing the indifferent smile on Zhou Hao's face, Xingying knew that Zhou Hao hadn't paid attention to Huang Wank at all. The young boss of a large group with assets of tens of billions is not in the eyes, and Zhou Hao's strength can be seen from this aspect. Xingying was so emotional that she couldn't help but ask, "That Huangshe group can't compare to you at all. It is rumored that you made a huge fortune of tens of billions of dollars in the War of the Century in Hong Kong alone." "Oh, you know me too." Zhou Hao smiled and looked at Xingying. Xingying nodded heavily and said excitedly, "There is no student in the Department of Economics and Management of Fudan University who does not know you. The financial war in Hong Kong was also used by the professors of the department to study and analyze the subject. Many students chose this as our research topic this academic year." "Huh? You studied economics and management at Fudan University?" Zhou Hao frowned. Because in the previous life, Xingying studied secretarial studies at Shanghai Jiaotong University, but now she has become a student in the Department of Economics and Management of Fudan University. In this way, it should be Zhou Hao's change in history, and even Xingying was affected. He asked, "You should be a freshman this year?" "Yeah." Xingying nodded and said again, "By the way, I want to tell my friend before leaving." Zhou Hao nodded and helped Xingying to walk to her table. "Hey, look, isn't the person who came with Xingying Zhou Hao?" Seeing Zhou Hao and Xingying walking here, everyone at this table was surprised. The most shocked was Zhong Yishan, staring at Zhou Hao and Xingying with wide-eyed expressions on his face. At this time, Xingying was helped by Zhou Hao to come to this table and said to everyone, "I'm sorry, I have something to leave first." A girl stared directly at Zhou Hao and couldn't help asking, "Xingying, this? Is this?" Zhou Hao nodded to them. "Hello, my name is Zhou Hao." After getting the confirmation, everyone was very surprised, feeling that the legendary character was suddenly so close to him. But it was a little illusory and unacceptable. After Zhong Yishan was deeply shocked, he couldn't help but ask Xingying, "Xingying, do you know Zhou, Mr. Zhou? I just met. I accidentally twisted my foot before, and Mr. Zhou said he was going to take me to the hospital." Xingying said. Although her face was trying to keep calm, her eyes were clearly proud and showing off. When Zhong Yishan heard that Xingying had sprained her foot, he said quickly, "Xingying, did you hurt? Is it serious? I'll take you to the hospital." Seeing Zhong Yishan's very sincere expression of concern, Zhou Hao knew that this person must have liked Xingying. However, Xingying shook her head and said, "I still don't want Yishan. I know you care about me, but I'm sorry, Yishan." Hearing Xingying's words, Zhong Yishan's body was shocked, and his expression became stiff. Because Xingying's words are actually tantamount to indirectly rejecting his pursuit. "Sorry, everyone. I'll be out of company first." Xingying smiled at everyone again, and then left with Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao helped Xingying walk to the door, then looked back at Zhong Yishan, and saw that his back looked a little lonely, so he asked Xingying, "That boy seems to be interesting to you." Xingying was taken aback, and quickly explained, "He may really have a good opinion of me, but I don't feel much about him. Really, I don't lie to you." Zhou Hao laughed. "It's okay. You don't need to explain to me." Seeing Zhou Hao's indifferent smile, Xingying was a little disappointed. The two of them left the Chang'an Club and got in Zhou Hao's red flag sedan, and Xingying, who was sitting in the passenger seat, just drove out of Chang'an Avenue and suddenly said, "Mr. Zhou, my feet are not too big. Please don't go to the hospital. I just go back and wipe some medicinal liquor." "Well, that's all right. Then I will take you back," Zhou Hao said smoothly. "Okay." Xingying nodded immediately, a hint of excitement in her heart. Since Xingying was with her classmates for exchange activities with Peking University, she stayed in a hotel arranged by Fudan University. This hotel is called Xueli. It is a 4-star hotel, and the environment is pretty good. Xingying lives on the 15th floor of the hotel, and she has another female classmate who shares the same room with her, but that female classmate is still in the Chang'an Club. When he came to this room, Zhou Hao helped Xingying sit down first, and then asked the hotel staff to bring a bottle of traditional Chinese medicine liquor. When Zhou Hao returned to the room with the medicated liquor, he saw Zhang Ying lift up the hem of her skirt slightly, revealing her slender, snow-white, jade feet. Perhaps perceiving Zhou Hao's gaze, Zhang Ying immediately put the skirt back to cover her jade feet. It's not because Zhang Ying is shy, but because she wants to get rid of it, stunned Zhou Hao's appetite. As for her little 999, Zhou Hao saw clearly, sneered twice in his heart, but did not show the slightest clue on his face. He walked over and sat on the chair next to Zhang Ying, shook the Chinese traditional medicine liquor in his hand, and said to her, "Shall I wipe it for you?" I saw a shy look on Zhang Ying's face, and then whispered, "They're in trouble." Zhou Hao didn't say anything about Zhang Ying's pretentious posture, and Zhang Ying also stretched her feet out of her skirt again, took off her shoes, and lifted it up in front of Zhou Hao. I have to say that Zhang Ying's feet are very beautiful, not too big and not too small. She has fair and tender skin and can see the blood vessels under her skin. Her 5 small toes are also very cute like pearls. Zhou Hao had seen Zhang Ying's slender feet in his previous life and wanted to touch this stunner, but at that time Zhang Ying did not give him this opportunity. Instead, every time Zhou Hao brought it up, Zhang Ying would be scolded as a pervert. Unexpectedly, Zhang Ying would take the initiative to send it without Zhou Hao's request. Zhou Hao knew very well that the reason for this change was the difference in his identity. In the previous life, I was just an ordinary working class, one of the masses of people working day and night in a big city like Shanghai, and now, I am the stock god who overturned the stock market. With hundreds of billions of property, it is a veritable dragon among people. It was just such a difference that caused Zhang Ying's different attitudes towards Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao is now more and more certain. Although Zhang Ying was with herself at the beginning, she never liked herself at all, and even looked down on herself very much. Thinking about this, Zhou Hao felt that the beautiful and charming woman in front of him was very ugly. Where are the confidants like Zhao Yuqin, Qi Haixuan, Li Ruolin, Yan Qingqing, and Wang Shijuan who can share their adversity and give everything for themselves? Grabbing Zhang Ying's feet, Zhou Hao poured out some medicinal liquor and rubbed it on it, while Zhang Ying lowered her head pretendingly, with a reserved and shy appearance, and occasionally glanced at Zhou Hao, which was also charming. Shui Bo did not know that she had become a vain woman in Zhou Hao's mind. Putting some medicinal wine on her feet, Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Okay, your feet are fine, just rest for a few days." Zhang Ying's script is okay. It's just that she pretended to be sprained. "Thank you, Mr. Zhou." Zhang Ying smiled. "I'll pour you a cup of tea." After that, she limped to pour a glass of boiled water and handed it to Zhou Hao. "There is nothing to entertain you, Mr. Zhou. Please forgive me." Zhou Hao smiled. "Nothing. Miss Zheng is from Shanghai, right?" Zhang Ying shook her head. "No, I am from Jiangsu. My parents live in Jiangsu, but I was admitted to Fudan University." "Then do you plan to stay in Shanghai to work in the future?" Zhou Hao asked again. He knew that Zhang Ying had always wanted to establish herself in Shanghai, and when Zhou Hao first met her, she worked hard to buy a house in Shanghai. Zhou Hao also worked desperately to realize her wish, but the house Zhang Ying wanted was not an ordinary family room, but a luxury villa that showcased wealth, so she would fall into Huang Wang's arms. I only heard Zhang Ying say, "Yes, I intend to stay in Shanghai after graduation, but Beijing is also possible. If there are people in Beijing who make me nostalgic, I think I will come to Beijing desperately." When she said this, Zhang Ying looked at Zhou Hao closely. Zhou Hao knew that she was hinting at herself. As soon as she was about to speak, she heard the door of the room knocked, and the voice of Zhong Yishan came. "Zhang Ying, are you Zhang Ying inside?" Hearing Zhong Yishan's shout, Zhang Ying's face immediately sank, and Zhou Hao smiled. "Your classmates have come to see you. I'd better say goodbye, and we will make an appointment for a drink later." This is my phone." After that, Zhou Hao handed a business card to Zhang Ying and walked over to open the door. After opening the door, Zhou Hao saw that it was Zhong Yishan who was standing outside the door. When Zhong Yishan saw Zhou Hao in Zhang Ying's room, he was immediately struck by lightning, and he was stunned there. "You are Zhang Ying's friend, right? Her feet have just wiped the traditional Chinese medicine drink, and it's fine. Would you like to go in and see her?" Zhou Hao smiled gently. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Zhong Yishan came back to his senses and found that Zhou Hao's clothes were neatly dressed, and then craned his neck to look at Zhang Ying in the room. and saw that Zhang Ying was still wearing that dress and his face was no different. Color. Zhong Yishan breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the change in his expression in his eyes, Zhou Hao smiled inwardly, then turned his head and said to Zhang Ying, "Zhang Ying, your friend is here, then I will leave first, bye." After all, Zhou Hao didn't wait for Zhang Ying to speak, so he bypassed Zhong Yishan and left the room. Zhong Yishan took a deep look at Zhou Hao and quickly walked into the room and closed the door. A smile appeared on Zhou Hao's face, and he walked out of the main entrance of this hotel, got into the car, and waited. Sure enough, in less than a while, Zhou Hao saw Zhong Yishan walk out from the front entrance of the hotel with a smile on his face. Zhou Hao smiled and drove towards Zhong Yishan. When Zhong Yishan was walking on the sidewalk, he suddenly heard the sound of a car. He turned his head and saw Zhou Hao sitting in the red flag sedan. Just listen to Zhou Hao smiling at him. "Mr. Zhong, are you interested in chatting?" Hearing what Zhou Hao said, Zhong Yishan felt very suddenly, not knowing why Zhou Hao was looking for himself. Because of Zhang Ying, Zhong Yishan at this time had a strong hostility towards Zhou Hao. But looking at Zhou Hao's appearance, if he didn't get in the car, he would not let himself go. So after hesitating, Zhong Yishan got into Zhou Hao's car. "Just say anything. I have to buy some food for Zhang Ying. She didn't eat anything at the party just now." As soon as he got on the bus, Zhong Yishan said to Zhou Hao stiffly. Zhou Hao smiled non-committal and said, "You like Zhang Ying, right?" Zhong Yishan had a meal and then said, "Yes, I like Zhang Ying. I liked her when I saw her for the first time since the beginning of freshman year. Wouldn't you mean to tell me, let I leave Zhang Ying, otherwise I won't let me go? If this is the case, then Zhou Hao, you have disappointed me too much. Fortunately, I once regarded you as an idol. Actually, you are really afraid of me doing this, right?" Zhou Hao suddenly smiled. Zhong Yishan was immediately confused by Zhou Hao's words, because as Zhou Hao said, he was really afraid that Zhou Hao would threaten him to leave Zhang Ying. Although I don't understand Zhou Hao's energy, the fact that Zhou Hao won the stock market war in Hong Kong alone was enough to make the country pay attention to him, not counting the money he earned from that war. In comparison, even Zhong Yishan's father, a wealthy man with a net worth of more than 1 billion, is not Zhou Hao's opponent at all. "Don't worry, I don't intend to threaten you to do anything." Zhou Hao smiled. I want to remind you that Zhang Ying is really worthy of your liking. Is she really the girl you are destined to do?" Zhong Yishan was taken aback, and then said, "What does this have to do with you? In her room, just now, she must have told you that there was nothing between her and me. She is still willing to be good friends with you, right?" Zhou Hao asked with a smile. Zhong Yishan subconsciously said, "You, how did you know?" Zhou Hao sneered when he heard the words. He saw all of Zhang Ying's methods and tricks. Undoubtedly, Zhang Ying had already regarded Zhou Hao as her prey, and she wanted to hunt Zhou Hao so as to realize her wish to fly on a branch and become a phoenix. It's just that she knew that Zhou Hao had an outstanding woman like Zhao Yuqin beside her, and Zhou Hao showed no signs of favoring her, so she knew that she could be the woman beside Zhou Hao. The chance is not great. Zhang Ying is a woman with tactics and scheming. She was thinking in her heart that if she really couldn't control Zhou Hao, she would have to leave a retreat for herself, and this retreat would be Zhong Yishan. In the Chang'an Club, in front of Zhou Hao, Zhang Ying tactfully rejected Zhong Yishan in front of Zhou Hao in order to show Zhou Hao. However, when Zhang Ying and Zhong Yishan were alone, they immediately changed their attitudes, saying that they were still possible with Zhong Yishan, so that Zhong Yishan rekindled hope for her. In this way, even if Zhang Ying could not hunt Zhou Hao, she could return to Zhong Yishan. After all, Zhong Yishan was also a young master with a lot of wealth. Zhou Hao guessed this, so he waited for Zhong Yishan here. The facts also prove that Zhou Hao's speculation was correct. Zhong Yishan, who was tactfully rejected by Zhang Ying in the Chang'an Club, is now running around for Zhang Ying, which shows Zhang Ying's methods. "I know you are not the kind of dude who is not educated and skillless," Zhou Hao said to Zhong Yishan. "You don't bully the weak with wealth and power like other brothers. It is precisely because of this that I don't want you to be bewitched by a woman like Zhang Ying, which will delay your life's happiness." Zhong Yishan was immediately angry. "Why do you slander Zhang Ying like this? Did you just want to treat Zhang Ying and was rejected by Zhang Ying, so you held a grudge and slandered Zhang Ying in front of me? I admire you very much. How can your imagination be so powerful? Zhou Hao said dubiously. When you were in the Chang'an Club just now, you saw the woman next to me. It's my wife. You say, is my wife's charm or Zheng Ying's charm? Zhong Yishan was taken aback for a while and said, yes, your wife is more attractive. However, Zheng Ying is also a rare and beautiful person, and she is full of vitality and kind. Although your wife is better than Zheng Ying beautiful, but in terms of overall quality, it's not necessarily much better than Zheng Ying. Zhou Hao shook his head. That's because you haven't been in contact with my wife. Haha, I'm going far. In fact, I just want to tell you that I don't have any interest in this woman Zheng Ying, because I can see through her. She is that kind of greedy, a vain woman. Seeing Zhong Yishan still wanting to argue, Zhou Hao raised his hand to stop him. Don't deny it first. I know you won't believe it. I don't force you, just, I think, give you a suggestion. How about we try her like a way? If she is really that kind of pure and kind girl, then I am wrong. I personally apologize to you and Zheng Ying. In addition, Count, I owe you a favor. If you need help in the future, just come to me. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Zhong Yishan was stunned, because he knows how great it is for a person like Zhou Hao to make him owe himself a favor. After all, in this world, the most difficult thing to pay is the debt of favor. It is evident that you and me in the officialdom pay attention to the relationship between people. Then Zhou Hao laughed and said, but if we try to find that Zheng Ying is indeed a vain woman, then you should know how to do it, right? I know. I will leave her immediately, Zhong Yishan said. But why do you want to do this? What good is it for you? Zhou Hao smiled and said, it's no good. Don't ask. I won't tell you anyway. This matter is good and harmless to you. How about it? Don't you agree? Zhong Yishan hesitated for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay, I promise you. Then, Zhong Yishan got out of the car and went back to the hotel pretending to be nonchalant. Looking at Zhong Yishan's back, Zhou Hao muttered to himself, I just don't want you to be like me in the past life, and I also want to see if Zheng Ying in this life is right. Still greedy for vanity like that. Zhou Hao actually had some worries in his heart for revenge on Zheng Ying, because it was Zheng Ying from the previous life who killed himself, and Zheng Ying in this life has not done anything like that. If Zhou Hao retaliates in this way, there will always be a psychological burden. After all, no one is born a bad person. In case Zheng Yingjin is as pure and kind as Zhong Yishan said, there is no good reason for Zhou Hao to retaliate against her. Although Zhou Hao knew that Zheng Ying was unlikely to be the kind and innocent person Zhong Yishanka said, he still wanted to give Zheng Ying the last chance. If it proves that Zhou Hao is wrong, then he will leave Zheng Ying's world completely and let her live his own life, and he will never disturb her. And if it proves that Zhou Hao is right, then he can let go of his hands and retaliate against Zheng Ying. Driving back to the courtyard house of Mr. Zhao, Zhao Yuqin has returned, and he is teasing Zhou Zihao in the front hall with Yan Xining, and Mr. Zhao is also there, holding a milk bottle in his hand, and wants to feed the little guy. There is no way to start, but it looks very cute. Who can imagine that the leader who is in charge of the power of the country will look like this? I believe that even Zhao Dingzhou has never seen Mr. Zhao like this. Seeing Zhou Hao's return, Grandpa Zhao cursed Zhou Hao in a frantic manner. You stinky boy, why left Yuqin alone at the party? Where have you been happy? As soon as Mr. Zhao finished speaking, Zhou Zihao, who was held in his arms by Zhao Yuqin, yelled at Mr. Zhao, yeah, with an angry look on his face, but protested Mr. Zhao's reprimand of Zhou Hao. Now the little guy is the lifeblood of Mr. Zhao. When he saw the appearance of the little guy, Mr. Zhao immediately surrendered. Okay, I won't scold him. I will listen to the little ancestor. Is this all right? Although Zhou Zihao did not get along with Zhou Hao's father in the first year of his life, perhaps because of the fate between father and son that the blood is thicker than water, Zhou Zihao and Zhou Hao's relationship is very good. As long as Zhou Hao enters him, he would immediately stretch out two small arms to Zhou Hao to ask for a hug. Just like now, as soon as he saw Mr. Zhao scolding Zhou Hao, the little guy immediately stopped doing it and grinned in protest against Mr. Zhao, making Mr. Zhao immediately surrender. And the little guy stretched out his arm to Zhou Hao, obviously asking Zhou Hao to hug him. As a grandmother, Yan Xining had to hand him over to Zhou Hao and smiled at the same time. This little ancestor likes to stick to you. Zhou Hao held the little guy in his arms and the little guy immediately laughed. Yeah. On that cute little face was a very bright smile, showing a few small teeth, which was very affectionate. Zhou Hao reached out and touched his little nose. His heart was also soft. The old man Zhao next to him looked at the happy look of the little guy in Zhou Hao's arms and said with jealousy, "I don't know what kind of drugs you gave him, so that this little ancestor will yell for you when he sees you back." Zhao Yuqin giggled when he heard this. "Dad, don't eat Xiao Hao's jealousy. Doesn't Zaheo also like you to hold him?" "Huh. I'm surprised that this kid has been away for a year, but it is really unfair to let our little ancestor stick to him as soon as he comes back," the old man Zhao said angrily. Zhou Hao ignored Father Zhao's complaint, holding the little guy in his arms, and seeing Zhao Yuqin's gentle smile, he only felt that his heart was filled with happiness. But at the same time, he couldn't help thinking of Nanami Keru and Shinger, thinking it would be great if their mother and daughter were by their side now. He nodded the little guy's nose and said in his heart, "My dear son, do you know that you still have a younger sister? Dad will definitely take you to see your younger sister if there is a chance in the future, okay?" Naturally, the little guy couldn't hear Zhou Hao's heart. He just bit Zhou Hao's fingers with his mouth open, but sucked like a pacifier, with a happy appearance. In the evening, the little guy was taken away by Mr. Zhao, and he said that he wanted the little guy to sleep with them tonight. Zhou Hao didn't stop either, because he and Zhao Yuqin were in bed, and he didn't know if he could restrain it. It would be embarrassing if the little guy was by the side. After taking a shower and going to bed, Zhou Hao saw that Zhao Yuqin was reading a book called Parenting Strategy. Looking at the introduction on the cover, it was explaining how to educate children under 7. I wondered how to teach my son to become a talent so soon. Zhou Hao sat next to Zhao Yuqin and smiled. Zhao Yuqin gave him a white look. Children grow up very fast, maybe in the blink of an eye. They are in their teens before they know it. If you don't pay close attention to teaching him how to distinguish between good and bad, he will wait for his outlook on life and values to take shape. After that, it's too late for us to teach again. She was originally a talented high intellectual, and she understood the importance of educating children, especially the children's outlook on life and values. Correct guidance must be carried out to prevent unhealthy development of children's outlook on life, values, and world outlook. In this regard, Zhao Yuqin is much more mature than Zhou Hao. After all, Zhou Hao himself is considered an older child, especially for the first time he has become a father. Although he understands the responsibility of being a father, he does not know how to fulfill it. Kind of responsibility. Sister, what you said is right, but in my opinion, the most important thing is to have a happy child. Zhou Hao said. Zhao Yuqin said, "Happiness is of course important, but other education can't be left behind. Especially in terms of ideology and morality, the level of education can be slowed down, but ideology and morality must be paid close attention to, and children must be made aware of what is right and what is wrong. Also, in the future, he must teach his son to treat the people he likes with one heart, or else like his father's half-hearted, he doesn't know how many girls will be harmed." Listening to Zhao Yuqin's angrily words, Zhou Hao was also dumbfounded. "Teach the children this now. It's too early." "What's the matter early? Isn't this guy like you started hooking up in your teens?" Zhao Yuqin snorted. Speaking of this, Zhou Hao was no longer Zhao Yuqin's opponent, so he had to accept her lesson obediently. Fortunately, Zhao Yuqin is not the kind of woman with small belly and chicken intestines. Seeing Zhou Hao's honest appearance, she laughed out loud, then stretched out her jade finger to Zhou Hao's forehead and said, "Now I know. Honest? I don't want to think about how I bullied my sister." Zhou Hao chuckled and said, "Not only at the beginning, but now I also want to bully my sister." After that, he pushed Zhao Yuqin down and then rolled over to press on her. Zhao Yuqin exclaimed, "Ah," and then gave Zhou Hao a strange look. "Don't make such a big noise. Parents will hear it." "Don't worry, the old man and mom are in the opposite yard. I shouldn't be able to hear our side." Zhou Hao smiled and bowed his head and kissed Zhao Yuqin. Both hands were not honest, on Zhao Yuqin's plump body. Cruising endlessly, Zhao Yuqin was also provoked by him, and a war of intestines broke out. After exciting for a long time, the two talents calmed down. Zhao Yuqin was curled up softly in Zhou Hao's arms, and a jade finger was still drawing circles on Zhou Hao's chest. Just listen to her saying, "By the way, You left suddenly just now. Where did you go? I'm going to discuss with Shinji how to deal with the Polaris. Zhou Hao said casually. He didn't want to tell Zhao Yuqin about Zhang Ying, lest Zhao Yuqin think too much. After hearing Zhou Hao's words, Zhao Yuqin did not doubt. Instead, she looked at him and asked, I think you have an unusual relationship with that Shinji Manhwa. I don't care about you. You can go outside if you want to be happy. It affects me and my son. Oh, elder sister, where are you talking about? I am the happiest person in your place. Zhou Hao said, Or elder sister, you are not happy enough? Well, I will satisfy your sister's wish. After that, he pressed Zhao Yuqin under him again and caused another big battle with her. The next day, Zhou Hao took Zhao Yuqin and his son to go shopping outside. On the street, Zhou Hao held the little guy. Zhao Yuqin took one of his arms, and a family of 3 strolled in the courtyard. The little guy also looked around in Zhou Hao's arms, full of curiosity about the surroundings. And everyone on the street was also attracted by Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin, a young couple, because their appearance was so good. They seemed to be a match made in heaven. Especially Zhao Yuqin's face was filled with a happy smile. It made the men around him crazy with jealousy of Zhou Hao. Zhehao's clothes don't fit anymore. We have to buy him some new ones, Zhao Yuqin said. Zhou Hao nodded. He knows the growth rate of children, especially when they are 1 or 2 years old. They are almost the same every day. Clothes that are often bought only last week will not fit well this week. He smiled and said, There are children's clothes in the mall opposite. Let's go and take a look. So he took Zhao Yuqin to the supermarket opposite. The pedestrian lights at this intersection happened to be green, and Zhou Hao's family of 3 walked on the zebra crossing like everyone else. But at this time, a dark yellow BMW car ignored the red light at the intersection and rushed out of the car cluster in front of the zebra crossing. Suddenly, he saw Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin in front of him, and the driver violently turned the steering wheel. The whole car also swings to the left. Zhou Hao had seen this BMW car at the red light, holding the little guy in one hand and Zhao Yuqin in the other, and could avoid it at any time. However, the BMW car swung its steering wheel quite fast, so it didn't hit Zhou Hao and the others, but it hit the lighter on the left of the intersection, and the front of the car was sunken. Suddenly, there was such a traffic accident, and everyone around was still in shock. Zhou Hao frowned fiercely, because if he were an ordinary person, he would have been very dangerous just now. If the driver did not swing the steering wheel in time, the car would crash into his family of 3, which would be unthinkable. This made Zhou Hao very angry. But before he could take any action, he saw a man wearing shorts and flip-flops walking down the BMW car, covering his forehead with his right hand. Silky blood was emerging from the gaps between the fingers, but it was just a skin injury, and it didn't matter. But this guy looked around when he got out of the car, and when he saw Zhou Hao, he walked straight over, pointing to Zhou Hao while walking and cursing, FCKU, did you cross the road? Hearing this guy's words, Zhou Hao didn't get angry, but laughed instead. What is meant by the wicked person to sue first? Today he saw it. Even Zhao Yuqin was stunned, thinking that there are such people in this world. At this time, the surrounding pedestrians were all in an uproar, talking about the driver of the BMW car who was clearly rushing to the red light first. Fortunately, he didn't hit anyone, but unexpectedly he would sue the wicked first. I saw this guy come to Zhou Hao and shouted, I don't care. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't crash the car. You have to compensate for my loss. Zhou Hao squinted his eyes, but Zhao Yuqin beside him took his hand and said to him, Don't be impulsive. Your son is here. Don't teach your child badly. Hearing what Zhao Yuqin said, Zhou Hao looked down at the little guy, and he saw the little guy staring at him with his big eyes. According to Zhou Hao's current temperament, he would just slap him down on the ground with such an unreasonable fellow. But now that his son is here, Zhou Hao can't instill the concept of violence into the child, so he endured the anger in his heart. However, this BMW owner didn't know that he had just escaped, and he was still in front of Zhou Hao, pointing to his nose and yelling, FCK, you mother dash, how did you walk? Don't kill you, just jump off the building. What does it mean to come here to harm others? Zhou Hao took a deep breath, and then said to the BMW owner, Sir, you just rushed to the red light, ignoring the traffic laws. Fortunately, you didn't hit anyone. But now, the wicked person is suing first. Doesn't make sense. The reason? Lao Tzu is the reason. This guy yelled at Zhou Hao. You said Lao Tzu rushed to the red light? Who saw it? Then he turned to face the pedestrians around him and said fiercely, which of you saw Lao Tzu rushing to the red light? Be careful, Lao Tzu sue you for slander. I have people in the Public Security Bureau. The pedestrians around were also very dissatisfied with this guy's first complaint, but they all saw that this guy drove a BMW. Obviously not an ordinary person, and now they heard him say that there are people in the Public Security Bureau, so they are not. Dare to be this early bird, so as not to cause innocent disaster. Seeing that everyone was afraid to speak, this guy sneered twice, then turned his head and said to Zhou Hao, have you seen that? I didn't make the red light at all. You crossed the road without observing traffic rules. It caused Lao Tzu to crash the car. Lao Tzu told you that this car was just bought by Lao Tzu, and it was a full 1.5 million. Do you know how much it is? A person like you can't make a lifetime. He looked at Zhao Yuqin next to Zhou Hao and sneered. It's a shame that you can marry such a beautiful wife, but looking at you, you're so awkward that you can't even support your wife. Your wife has to walk with you. Are you still a man? Zhao Yuqin couldn't stand it anymore when she heard this guy's harsh words. She took her son from Zhou Hao's arms and covered his eyes with her hands, and then said to Zhou Hao, okay, my son can't see it now. How are you? Teach this guy who can't spit out ivory. Zhou Hao nodded. Just about to have an attack, he saw two black Audi cars coming from the side, appeared here, and then walked off of your two Audi cars. Grim man in black suit. Although the four men with grim faces did not speak, the cold aura on their bodies came out when they got out of the car, and even the ordinary people around could notice them, and immediately knew that these were not ordinary people. Especially the license plates of the two Audi cars turned out to be AB1 at the beginning. Anyone who does some research on license plates knows. After seeing Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin, the four people immediately greeted them. Zhou Hao didn't know these people, but after seeing their license plate numbers, he probably guessed their origins, and when he saw them walking towards him, he frowned. Even the arrogant BMW owner was quiet at this time, because he has some connections in Beijing, knowing what the license plate at the beginning of AB1 represents. Especially those four people are very impressive, obviously not ordinary people. I saw that the four men came straight in front of Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin, and they all saluted the military salutes, and then shouted, "Good chief." Zhou Hao's eyes narrowed, and when the crowds around heard the four people calling Zhou Hao the chief, they immediately started talking, secretly saying that this family of three is not ordinary. A few military fans who knew the backing of the license plates and the owner of the BMW took a deep breath. Because AB1 belongs to the 97 style military license, it represents the PLA General Political Department. Those who can ride in this vehicle are members of the General Political Department or units directly under the General Political Department. This can also explain that the aura of the four grim men will be so strong. They are clearly members of the army. And when they heard them shouting at the head of Zhou Haojing's military salute, a discerning person could guess that Zhou Hao was a member of the General Political Department and his status was not low. Think about the BMW owner who just said that he has someone in the Public Security Bureau, but now it seems ridiculously tight. Not to mention the ordinary police officers in the Public Security Bureau. Even the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau has no good results against people from the General Political Department. The BMW owner also knew that he had kicked the iron plate at this time, and his legs and neck could not help shaking. But Zhou Hao frowned and said to these four people, "Do I know you?" The report chief, "We are Director Zhou's guards. Director Zhou wants to see you, so he sent us to pick you up," the leader said with a straight posture. Zhou Hao knew who they were talking about as Director Zhou as soon as they heard it. It was clearly Zhou Liren, and the BMW owner was even more frightened when he heard the word director. The director of the General Political Department, even the deputy director, is an important military officer at the lieutenant general level, and his power is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary officials. Zhou Hao said to the four people again, "But I happen to have some trouble now. I'm afraid I can't see him right away." The man said, "If the chief has any trouble, we will try our best to share the worries for the chief." At this moment, the owner of the BMW almost fell to the ground, opening his mouth to beg Zhou Hao for mercy, but couldn't say anything at the end of his mouth. Zhou Hao took a look at the owner of the BMW and then said to the four people, "This guy just rushed to the red light and almost hit us. Now he said that we crossed the road and he crashed the car. He's still having said that. He has someone in the Public Security Bureau and wants us to compensate him for his loss." As soon as Zhou Hao said this, the surrounding people immediately laughed, saying that the BMW owner deserved it. Sure enough, one of the four men came out in front of the BMW owner and said indifferently, "Hello, sir. We are the staff of the General Political Department. Now I suspect you are endangering public safety. Please you come back with us to be investigated." No, I didn't. The owner of the BMW wanted to say something, but the four people were not polite. Two of them immediately took the man and detained him in one of the Audi cars. The other two smiled at Zhou Hao. "Head, please." Zhou Hao knew that he was definitely going to see Zhou Liren this time, and Zhao Yuqin, who was next to him, also knew the inside story, so he said, "Then I will go back with Zhao." However, the person sent by Zhou Liren said, "Miss Zhao, no need. Director Zhou also wants to see you." Zhao Yuqin and Zhou Hao looked at each other, and then they got into the car with these two men, and of course brought the little guy with them. In the car, Zhou Hao asked the person in front, "Director Zhou, in the office of the General Political Department?" The report chief, "The director is now in the Military Commission's compound, which is considered his dormitory." The so-called dormitories are actually large houses with a very comfortable environment. After all, the chief of the General Political Department is an important member of the Central Military Commission and one of the highest leaders of the military. The level is very high and the living treatment is naturally very good. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Actually, you don't need to call me the chief. After all, I don't have any public office." The man said, "The chief is too modest. When you led our First Army on missions in Indonesia, the country once awarded you the rank of Major General. Many of us in the First Army know it." "Oh, it turns out that you are members of the First Army." Zhou Hao suddenly, "Yes, we were by the director's side at the beginning, but now the director went to the general administration and brought us along." And Zhao Yuqin also whispered to Zhou Hao at this time, "I don't know if Uncle Zhou asked us to meet. Could it be for Zhao?" When Zhao Yuqin gave birth to a son for Zhou Hao, Zhao Yuqin did not tell Zhou Liren about this because he was afraid that Zhou Liren would misunderstand that he was that kind of frivolous woman. Now suddenly taking her son to meet Zhou Liren, Zhao Yuqin couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "He probably knew about this a long time ago. After all, he used to be the head of the First Army, and the First Army is the most powerful intelligence agency in the country. Ears and eyes are not easy. Then, will he blame me?" Zhao Yuqin became more nervous. "Of course not," Zhou Hao said. "Even if he really blames him, isn't there still me?" Zhao Yuqin gave him a blank look. "You, don't be so stubborn when you meet Uncle Zhou. After all, you are father and son. You can't stay in a stalemate like this for a lifetime." Hearing what Zhao Yuqin said, Zhou Hao also sighed inwardly. That's right. The relationship between him and Zhou Liren can't be stalemate for a lifetime after all. After all, starting from the righteousness of the country, everything Zhou Liren did in the past is beyond blame. Moreover, the Big Master has always been Zhou Hao's most respected person. In order to rescue him, Zhou Hao even did not hesitate to commit dangers and rescue him after 9 deaths. If such a cold war with Zhou Liren were to go on, Zhou Hao himself would feel inappropriate. If this continues, he will appear stingy and ignorant of the overall situation. Soon, the car came to the compound of the military commission and saw that there were many courtyards and the environment was very different. And Zhou Hao knew that, without exception, all those who lived here were high-ranking military officers, and they controlled the powerful military power of the Republic. The car stopped outside the gate of one of the courtyards. On both sides of the gate of this courtyard, there was a British soldier in military uniform. His waist was as straight as a flag, and his eyes were very sharp. That might be more powerful than the one in front of the bank. The 2 stone lions are more abundant. Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin walked into the yard with their son and the people from the General Political Department, and the 2 guards at the door paid them a military salute very upright. Before entering, Zhou Hao could feel a solemn atmosphere. This house is a typical Beijing courtyard, with lush flowers and trees planted in the middle yard, which looks full of life. Following the people of the general political department, Zhou Hao's family of 3 came to the deepest part of the yard and found that this is a very unique study room. The furniture is handmade from rosewood, and the bookshelves are also full of various among the books. The most are the ancient thread-bound books, and the content is mostly ancient books such as The Art of War and Spring and Autumn. When Zhou Hao and the others came in, they saw Zhou Liren sitting in front of the rosewood desk, holding a wolf's pen, concentrating on copying something on a blank thread-bound book. Zhou Hao discovered that Zhou Liren wrote with a pen in his right hand, and now Zhou Hao also knows that Zhou Liren's right arm is actually a prosthetic limb, but the material of the prosthetic limb is highly simulated, and Zhou Liren can manipulate the prosthetic limb by controlling the qi. The movements are very flexible, so others can't see it at all. And Zhou Liren's control of Zhen Qi is also very good, as he knows from writing with prosthetic limbs but still prospering. Zhou Hao remembered that when he first met Big Master used his right hand to make a sword and used the Snow Plum Sword. It was really powerful. Even Feng Demon Kotaro had to retreat. Hearing the movement, Zhou Liren raised his head to see Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin, and a gentle smile appeared on their serious faces. Zhao Yuqin looked at Zhou Liren's true face at this time. Especially when he laughed, he was really similar to Zhou Hao. And the man responsible for bringing Zhou Hao here also stood up and saluted Zhou Liren. Report to the chief. Mr. Zhou will bring it. And the task is complete. Well, you should go out first. Zhou Liren stood up and said. The few people quickly left the study, and Zhou Liren went straight to Zhou Hao and smiled at him. You are finally willing to come to see me. I originally thought these people would not be able to invite you. Facing Zhou Liren with a warm smile on his face, Zhou Hao didn't speak, but looked away. Zhao Yuqin knew that the relationship between father and son was still a little stiff, so he let himself play the role of buffer and immediately laughed. Uncle Zhou, in fact, Xiao Hao has long wanted to see you. I know his temperament. Zhou Liren smiled and shook his head, and then his eyes fell on Zhou Zihao in Zhao Yuqin's arms, and the smile on his face became even brighter. This is Zihao, right? Let me hug. Of course, you are Zihao's grandfather. Zhao Yuqin immediately sent her son to Zhou Liren's arms. Hearing Zhao Yuqin's words, Zhou Liren smiled more and more, carefully hugged the little guy, swayed and smiled gently. Zihao Zihao. Ha 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 ha. My good grandson. Ha 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 ha. It seemed that he felt the delicate relationship between himself and Zhou Liren. Zhou Zihao didn't cry in Zhou Liren's arms, but instead let out a laugh at Zhou Liren, which made Zhou Liren exuberant and his smile became kind. Seeing Zhou Liren and Zhou Zihao's grandfather and grandson so harmonious, Zhou Hao's originally stiff expression also eased, and the corners of his mouth pulled out a smile unknowingly. Actually, I wanted to see this little guy a long time ago, Zhou Liren said. It's just that, Yuqin, you have a child out of wedlock. I'm afraid the old chief is still angry, so I didn't dare to come. Yuqin, how is the old chief now? Is your anger gone? Dad didn't get angry long ago. Xiao Hao and I stayed overnight with my parents yesterday. Zhao Yuqin smiled. Zhou Liren smiled and said, This is good. This is good. Yuqin, Zhou Hao is the kid who made you wronged. I am here to apologize for him. You can forgive him. Don't take it seriously, okay? Uncle Zhou, don't say that. Zhao Yuqin said quickly. Zhou Liren laughed. Now that your child has given birth to him, don't call me uncle. You will call me dad from now on. When Zhao Yuqin heard the words, he turned to look at Zhou Hao. Seeing that Zhou Hao had no objection, he suddenly called Zhou Liren dad. Zhou Liren laughed when he heard it, and at the same time saw that Zhao Yuqin was so obedient to Zhou Hao. It was Zhou Hao's skill. Zhou Liren could also be regarded as watching Zhao Yuqin grow up, knowing that Zhao Yuqin was very assertive, and even Grandpa Zhao couldn't persuade him to persuade him. He was very capable in the circle of the children of those central officials. At that time, many people thought that a man who married Zhao Yuqin would definitely be eaten by Zhao Yuqin. Who would have thought that Zhao Yuqin would be so gentle and kind to Zhou Hao today? At this time, I heard Zhou Liren say to Zhao Yuqin, You should also take your child back and show it to Zhou Hao's mother. After all, she doesn't know about it yet. Zhao Yuqin nodded, and Zhou Liren handed the little guy back to her and said, Yuqin, there are some old pu'er in the room over there. Can you help me make some? Hearing this, Zhao Yuqin immediately knew that Zhou Liren and Zhou Hao had something to say, and she also knew that Zhou Hao and Zhou Liren had to untie the knot by themselves. As the saying goes, it is necessary to tie the bell. This is the truth for people. So she left the study with the little guy and avoided the room over there. There were only Zhou Hao and Zhou Liren left in the study, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little dull. Zhou Liren turned around to look at Zhou Hao and slowly said, "How about it? Are you still unwilling to forgive me?" Zhou Hao didn't say anything. Even though the resentment towards Zhou Liren in his heart has been diluted a lot today, it is still a little difficult for him to forgive Zhou Liren. Although Zhou Liren had not been able to accompany Zhou Hao to grow up, as he said to Zhao Yuqin just now, he knew Zhou Hao's temperament very well. So even though Zhou Hao didn't say to forgive himself from his appearance, Zhou Liren knew that his resentment towards him was not as deep as before. Thinking of this, Zhou Liren's mood improved, changed another topic, and said, "If your mother knows that she has a grandson, she will definitely be very happy. But she will definitely blame you too. Blame you don't tell her earlier. Actually, there is more than one child." Zhou Hao suddenly whispered. "What?" Zhou Liren has a strong internal skill, so he can naturally hear Zhou Hao's words, but he didn't react and said, "You mean Yuqin has a child with you?" Zhou Hao shook his head. "It's not my sister, it's someone else." I don't know why. Zhou Hao didn't tell anyone about this matter, only to tell Zhou Liren in a ghostly manner. Sure enough, Zhou Liren was shocked when he heard Zhou Hao's words. "What? You and others have a child? Who is it? Is it Gentle, He Shuiyan, or Shijuan and the others?" "Impossible. Knowing their condition, I know whether they are pregnant or not." His words surprised Zhou Hao. Do you know them?" Zhou Hao did not expect that all his confidants would be known to Zhou Liren. Of course, the First Army is the most powerful intelligence agency in China. As long as I want to, I can know most of the domestic affairs. Zhou Liren said. Also, before Mr. Zhao retired from the Politburo Standing Committee, your disappearance has made the situation a little unstable. Your former enemies have all wanted to hurt your family and friends. How can I not protect them? But you can rest assured that when I let people secretly protect them, does not mean to monitor. Hearing Zhou Liren's words, Zhou Hao was surprised. Indeed, Father Zhao's withdrawal from the standing committee and the loss of Zhou Hao's track will definitely make those who had had a feast with Zhou Hao around the corner, just like Polaris was invaded by Dong Qishan and others. And Yin Qing and Li Ruolin, Zhou Hao's confidants, were safe and sound. It seems that Zhou Liren's credit for people secretly protecting them. Looking at Zhou Hao, Zhou Liren said, "You know how I feel now. After so many years in the First Army, my enemies are more than 100 times more than you. If you let them know the existence of you and your mother, what kind of dangers you will encounter, that's why I concealed your existence." After listening to Zhou Liren's words, Zhou Hao also felt a lot of emotion. Indeed, Zhou Liren did it for the safety of Zhou Hao and Yin Tong's mother and son. This is really beyond reproach. Okay, don't go far. Zhou Liren stared at Zhou Hao. Quickly tell, who do you have a child with? You should also know this person. Zhou Hao said, Nanakai Keru, wife of Tokugawa Naomasa, do you know? Is it her? Zhou Liren was taken aback. Of course, Zhou Liren knew about Nanami Keru, because the Tokugawa family had exposed their hostile attitude towards China from a long time ago. Although they have many industries rooted in China, they secretly made a lot of actions against China. The First Army had noticed them a long time ago, and Zhou Liren naturally knew Nanami. It's just that the Tokugawa family is very powerful. Even if it is the First Army, they can't help it for a while. And Zhou Liren never expected that his son actually hooked up Tokugawa's wife. According to the information collected by the First Army, a great change has taken place in the Tokugawa Foundation. Zhou Liren said, the Tokugawa Naomi and other important family members are either dead or missing. Now the property of the Tokugawa family is he was almost manipulated by Qi Haishuan. Zhou Hao, could it be said that this matter is also related to you? Zhou Hao nodded slightly. Yes, to be precise, I was here to deduce this incident. Also, I want to tell you one thing. The wind demon Kotaro is actually the second son of Tokugawa Naomi. But it doesn't matter, because wind demon Kotaro has been killed by me, and the old nest of the wind demon clan has also been destroyed by me. There will be no more wind demon clan members in the future. Suddenly hearing Zhou Hao's words, Zhou Liren was shocked. What? Wind Demon Kotaro was killed by you. You should know that Zhou Liren served as the big master in the First Army for many years. It can be said that he is an old enemy with the evil demon. The two have been hostile. Previously, Zhou Liren was trapped in the United States and almost died in a foreign land, which is also the reason why the evil demon was adding to the flames. And every time when Feng Mo Xiaodalang fell into the wind, he would resort to the untraceable escape technique, which made it impossible for a top expert like Zhou Liren to catch up. Now Zhou Liren heard Zhou Hao say that Wind Demon Kotaro was dead. Zhou Liren was very surprised and couldn't help asking, "Is this his trick? It's possible that he used a substitute to pretend to be dead and hide it from you." Indeed, he used his avatar to pretend to be himself and detonated a small nuclear bomb. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "But after all, he still couldn't escape my grasp. I can be 100% sure that Wind Demon Kotaro is indeed dead. It's in my hands." Zhou Liren sighed. "Unexpectedly, you have been missing for a year, and even the Wind Demon Kotaro was killed. Although Sister Kaoru did a lot of detrimental things to China in the past, it was actually the Tokugawa family's persecution," Zhou Hao said to Zhou Liren. "Now the people of Tokugawa Naojuan are no longer a threat to us. So Sister Kaoru, I will never do anything that harms China's interests." Zhou Liren stared at Zhou Hao closely. "But you have to know that Qi Haixuan is a very powerful woman. Don't you be afraid." "No," Zhou Hao said categorically. "You don't know that Sister Kaoru once wanted to give up everything about her for me. I can also tell whether her feelings for me are true or false. So you can rest assured, if Sister Kaoru really wants to do something unfavorable to China in the future, I will definitely be the first person to refuse." Zhou Liren shook his head slightly. "I know your temperament. Since you have said so, then I won't say anything else. But she is willing to have children for you. But you can see that she is sincere to you. Also, that child is my grandson after all. When will you bring it back for me to see with your mother?" Let's take Zaheo back and show her mom first," Zhou Hao said with some headaches. "One more thing, Sister Qin and I have got a marriage certificate. I want to have a wedding here in Beijing." Zhou Liren nodded. "I already know about this. But you married Yu Qin. What should you do with other women? You are inferior to me at this point, and you are still not specific enough. Others don't say. What do you want to explain to gentlemen? If you dare to live up to gentlemen, don't say me. Your mother will be the first to let you go. Don't worry, I will never let them down." Zhou Hao said, "I plan to get married with them in different countries in the future. This matter is also easy to do. As long as there is money, many countries will not stop it." "Then are they willing?" Zhou Liren asked again. Zhou Hao scratched his head. "I will discuss it with them." "Hey, Yu Qin has indeed suffered a lot for you, especially her identity. I didn't know how many sons and brothers were struggling to pursue her." Zhou Liren looked at Zhou Hao deeply. "You have to treat Yu Qin well in the future. Otherwise, neither the old chief nor I will let you go. You don't need to say that I will do it too." Zhou Hao snorted. I heard Zhou Liren say again. "In addition, the state has transferred the files of you and your mother to special storage as my family." This incident was expected by Zhou Hao. After all, Zhou Liren is now one of the three giants in the military and a national leader. The country must understand the information and conditions of his family members. But having said that, the files of you and your mother have already existed in the country, Zhou Liren said. Because you have done so many earth-shattering things over the years, the country has long protected you as a key figure. Your mom was included in the protected list by the state because of your relationship. Zhou Liren came to Zhou Hao, patted him on the shoulder, and said with emotion, "Originally, I wanted you and your mother to live as ordinary people in peace. But unexpectedly you became a talent by yourself, and you did so much. An achievement. Even financial giants like George Soros and Julian Robertson have been defeated by you, and I have to admire you." Seeing the pleased and proud gaze in Zhou Liren's eyes, Zhou Hao suddenly felt a little warmth in his heart, and a little proud, just like those children who had been recognized by his father. This feeling was unfamiliar to Zhou Hao, and it was worth looking forward to. He originally thought that he would never have this feeling in his life, but unexpectedly, life was like a play. Zhou Liren had such a hidden secret in his body. Zhou Hao thought to himself that if he hadn't made a lot of changes to the country, or even the world in this life, Zhou Liren might still be as missing as Zhou Hao's previous life and would not be able to appear terminally ill in Yentong. By the way, where did you learn martial arts? Zhou Liren suddenly asked Zhou Hao. In fact, I felt strange at first. When I saw you, I couldn't believe it. At such a young age, I could accumulate to such a strong internal strength. Zhou Hao, is there any stranger who has imparted the internal strength of a lifetime to you through strong irrigation? Zhou Hao shook his head and told Zhou Liren about Dr. Gong Sun and ambergris in the cave in the mountain. Ambergris? Is there such a thing in the world? Zhou Liren was shocked. Zhou Hao also felt surprised. You also know ambergris? Well, I have seen it in an ancient book before, Zhou Liren said. After persuading the ambergris in the ancient book, the human body's potential will be fully stimulated, and it will become infinite and non-toxic. Practicing martial arts and qi can make 1,000 miles in a day, 100 times easier than ordinary people. Speaking of this, he frowned. However, it is said that ambergris is extremely powerful. It is both a treasure and a poison. If you take it carelessly, you will be paralyzed all over the body or die on the spot. How did you get through it? Actually, it is not easy. Zhou Hao gave a wry smile. After taking ambergris that year, Zhou Hao immediately showed symptoms of confusion and even raped Li Ruolin in madness. Fortunately, Li Ruolin forgave him afterwards and became his woman. And Zhou Hao told Zhou Liren about the fact that Dr. Gongsun taught himself the Wu Qin Shi, and Zhou Liren suddenly realized. It turns out that your martial arts came from Wu Qin Shi. I thought your martial arts moves seemed to be a reference at the time. The animal came from, but it was not the Wu Xing Quan. It turned out to be Wu Qin Shi. When Zhou Liren met with Zhou Hao as the big master, he was really shocked after discovering that Zhou Hao was carrying a peerless martial arts. Only now did he realize that Zhou Hao had such an adventure. What about you? How did you learn martial arts? Zhou Hao asked. When your Snow Li Hanmei sword is deployed, even Feng Mao Kotaro has to retreat. Although he is also a top master, it is yours. Transforming meaning into form can transform the artistic conception of flying snow and plumes in the sky, which is the highest level among the masters I have ever seen. Zhou Liren smiled and said, my martial arts was taught by an old Taoist I met when I was a teenager. At that time, I was just beginning martial arts, and I didn't know the heights of the world, so I challenged the masters everywhere. It was arrogant and lack of discipline. In the end, I ran into Li Tsongyun from the Tang sect. Zhou Hao naturally knew the Tang sect. This is not the Tang sect in Shu in martial arts novels, but the sect inherited from the Li family in the Tang dynasty. It has been passed down for thousands of years and can be said to be the noblest in China blood. Li Tsongyun, the master of the Tang sect, is also one of the very few outstanding masters in China. Back then, Zhou Hao was in a fierce battle with Wind Demon Kotaro in Indonesia. Wind Demon Kotaro originally wanted to get rid of Zhou Hao at the risk of being seriously injured. Fortunately, Li Tsongyun appeared at the last moment and beat Wind Demon Kotaro back. And Zhou Liren and Li Tsongyun had a battle back then, and Zhou Hao had also heard about it from Li Shuihan. It was also after that match that Zhou Liren and Li Tsongyun became best friends. Li Tsongyun is the best friend of my life, and also the best competitor. Looking into the distance, Zhou Liren seemed to cherish the memory of the past, and seemed to think of the time he spent with Li Tsongyun. Suddenly he asked Zhou Hao again, by the way, is there a relationship between you and Shuihan? Zhou Hao was taken aback for a moment, wondering why Zhou Liren, who was good-natured, raised this question. Zhou Liren saw the unusual relationship between Li Shuihan and Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao was not surprised by this, because from Ulysses, Zhou Hao knew that after his disappearance, Li Shuihan was very nervous. As long as he is a discerning person, it is not difficult to see that the relationship between her and Zhou Hao is unusual. Zhou Hao also knew that Li Shuihan had been by Zhou Liren's side since he was a child, and the two of them felt like a father and daughter. Even the time Zhou Hao and Zhou Liren spent together was not as good as Li Shuihan. Yes, I did have a relationship with Shuihan. In front of Zhou Liren, Zhou Hao did not deny it either. It's just that Zhou Hao wouldn't say anything about the invasion of Li Shuihan when he was in Indonesia. Zhou Liren looked at Zhou Hao deeply, then shook his head and sighed. Why didn't I find that you kid is a passionate seed? Yuqin is like this, and now Shuehan is also like this. It is too poisonous for you. After a pause, he said again, you were not here at the time, so you didn't see Shuehan. During your disappearance, the country sent many troops to search and rescue you secretly, and Shuehan had it in almost every operation. To participate, I will even find you for 10 days and nights without sleep. In addition, she came to the United States with you to rescue me before, so I know what must have happened between you. Hearing Zhou Liren's words, learning that Li Shuehan had been awake for 10 days and 10 nights in order to find his own trail, Zhou Hao was moved and guilty, and immediately asked Zhou Liren, right? Shuehan withdrew from the First Army. I wanted to ask you a long time ago, why did she do this? And where is she now? Before this, I have to tell one thing first. Zhou Liren said sternly. In fact, Shuehan is from the Tang sect. She is the only daughter of Li Songyun. What are you talking about? Shuehan. She is Li Songyun's daughter? Zhou Hao really felt like a bolt from the blue when he heard about it. There was also a festival between Zhou Hao and the Tang sect, but these little grievances were nothing. And when he was in Indonesia, Li Songyun also appeared to fight back the wind demon Kotaro, which was regarded as saving Zhou Hao's life. So Zhou Hao's perception of Li Songyun and even Tang sect is fairly good. However, Li Shuehan is the daughter of Li Songyun, the master of Tang sect. This really surprised Zhou Hao Tai. He never dreamed of this possibility. I also heard Zhou Liren say, I met Li Songyun because of martial arts competitions, and then we respected each other. I also learned some things about his Tang sect. I believe you also know that Tang sect is actually handed down from the Li family in the Tang dynasty. Each generation of sect masters are purely family bloodlines. It can be said that their bloodline is the most noble bloodline in our country. And the Tang family has been inherited for so many years. The Li family lineage has always been prosperous. But in the last 200 years, Li's people gradually withered. And in this generation, Li's direct bloodline is only Shuehan. Zhou Hao didn't speak, and just listened to Zhou Liren's words quietly. And the Tang sect established a rule back then that the master of the sect should be passed on to males and not to females, so as to avoid examples like Wu Zetian. But this generation only has one daughter, Shuehan. Whom does Li Songyun want to pass on as the master of the door? Zhou Hao suddenly pointed out the key. Zhou Liren sighed and said, this is the problem. Since the Tang sect appeared, their Li family has not tried to interrupt, but Li Songyun only has a daughter like Shuehan. If Li Shuehan is the next generation sect master, if it is limited to the Tang sect's rules, the members of the gate would definitely not approve of it. So, when Li Songyun's wife just gave birth to Shuehan, Li Songyun made a decision, which was to declare Shuehan inside the Tang sect. It's a boy, and then entrust Shuehan to my care. Zhou Hao was also taken aback when he heard the words, and Zhou Liren continued. On the surface, Shuehan is following me to experience, rush, and hone in order to take over as the next generation master. But in fact, Li Songyun wants to come through me, covering up the fact that Shuehan is a girl. Since then, Shuehan has been with me for more than 10 years. It turns out that the truth of the matter is like this. Zhou Hao suddenly realized. When he first heard Li Shuehan said that he had been with Zhou Liren since he was a child, he thought that Li Shuehan was an orphan adopted by Zhou Liren, and now he knows that there is such a hidden secret. I heard Zhou Liren say, now Shuehan has withdrawn from the First Army. It is precisely because of Li Songyun's news that she wants to go back to Tang sect to deal with the matter. Although she did not tell me, I think it should be the matter of Li Songyun's transfer. Zhou Hao frowned and said, in this case, would she be frank about being a daughter? Then would the people in Tang sect agree to her takeover? Zhou Liren shook his head. I don't know what she thinks, but I think she should not disclose that she is a daughter. If this is the case, Li Songyun would not entrust her to me to take care of it. Then where is she now? Zhou Hao asked. Zhou Liren still shook his head. Seriously, I don't know. I tried to contact her before, but I didn't succeed, and I couldn't even find Li Songyun. After all, Tang sect's power and business spread all over the world. It could be anywhere in the world. The Tang sect is so powerful. Zhou Hao asked. It's really not small. From an economic point of view, the Tang sect is richer than an enemy country. Zhou Liren said, I don't think you know that Singapore was actually promoted by the Tang sect, and became independent decades ago. The countries. What? Zhou Hao was shocked when he heard the words. You mean that the Lee Kuan Yew family and the Temasek group in Singapore are all Tang sect forces? Zhou Liren nodded slightly. As far as I know, Li Guangyao is an important and respected member of the Tang sect. Maybe they are also related to Li Tsongyun's ancestors. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Tang sect to manage Singapore for so many years. If even Singapore is the private property of Tang sect, then Tang sect is indeed a rich and enemy country. Zhou Hao sighed. At the same time, he also remembered that he, together with the military, suppressed Temasek's domestic real estate company. At that time, the plan of Temasek Group to enter the South China real estate market was completely undermined by Zhou Hao. After that, the South China real estate market was also divided by Poly Group and Country Garden Group, which cooperated with Zhou Hao at that time. Zhou Liren said, as far as I know, the total assets controlled by the Tang sect are as high as hundreds of billions of dollars, which can indeed cause a storm in the global economic market. Moreover, Tang sect has a lot of power in the dark. For example, some underworlds in China and other countries are controlled by the Tang sect. After all, they are organizations that have been passed down for thousands of years. The Tang sect is indeed not to be underestimated, and Xue Han, the master of the sect, must also be obtained. Indeed, if such a huge force falls into the hands of an outsider, and that person is hostile to Zhou Hao is not afraid, but it will be trouble after all. And if Li Xuehan were to control it, then Tang sect would not become Zhou Hao's enemy, but could provide help for Zhou Hao. Can't even you contact Xuehan? Zhou Hao asked Zhou Liren again. Well, now I can't find her anymore. Even the First Army can't find out about her. Zhou Liren said. Now we can only wait for her to come to us. I suggest you be in the public eye. He showed his face. I believe Xuehan will come to you soon after seeing it. When Zhou Hao heard the words, he was also very satisfied, nodded and said to himself, this is also a way. Zhou Liren patted Zhou Hao on the shoulder. I just want to tell you that I will deal with Xuehan in the future. Xuehan has a mild temperament, not as pleasing as other girls, but her feelings for you are true. If you can't help her, I will definitely not let you go. I know. Do you still need to talk about this? Zhou Hao glared at him. Suddenly, Zhou Hao saw the book on the desk, but it was the document that Zhou Liren had copied on it. Huh? This technique. Zhou Hao was taken aback, because he felt that Zhou Liren's brushwork was very familiar. He quickly took the thread-bound book and looked at it, and found that the content was from the book of Zheng Wenjia. As soon as Zhou Hao saw it, he remembered that Zhou Liren's writing style is exactly the same as the handwritten copy of the book of Zheng Wenjia he found in the library of Yuning Middle School. You wrote this? Zhou Hao asked Zhou Liren with the copy of a small copy of the letter from the house of Zheng Wenjia. Zhou Liren said, did you not watch me write it when you came in just now? Why, you are also interested in the book of Zheng Wenjia? Ha ha ha. This book is indeed very good, and it can make people experience a lot of life. Truth, it's the one I usually read the most. Zhou Hao asked again. Then have you left the manuscript you wrote in the library of Yuning Middle School before? Zhou Liren was taken aback and shook his head and said, no, I have written a lot of manuscripts before, and I have given some to others, but I haven't given them to any school. In this way, the manuscript that Zhou Hao had obtained before should have been transferred to Yuning Middle School after several twists and turns. And Zhou Liren's copy of the letter from the house of Zheng Wenjia is like a dragon and contains a superb sword intent. Zhou Hao has benefited a lot from reading it. What made Zhou Hao even more sighed was that he had obtained Zhou Liren's handwritten book of Zheng Wenjing's family by mistake so long ago. It seems that there is indeed a very subtle relationship between himself and Zhou Liren. Xing Ying is very happy today. She was very enthusiastic about shopping in Beijing a few days ago, but she stayed in the hotel all day, applying facial masks and curling her hair. She was very busy. Xing Ying, we went down here for dinner. There is a buffet in the hotel today and your favorite lobster. Are you going? The girl who lives in the same room with Xing Ying said to her. Xing Ying peeled off the mask on her face and said, I'm not going anymore. I have an appointment for a meeting. The girl smiled and said, who is going to meet someone who can make you such a grand event? Wouldn't you have an appointment with Zhou Hao? Hearing this girl's joke, Xing Ying's eyes flashed with caution, and then she deliberately smiled. Of course not. I told you earlier. The last time I met Zhou Hao was just a coincidence. How can he be with us if he is such a superior person? The girl didn't take it seriously, so she nodded and said, yes, they are like us living in two completely different worlds. They are too far away from us. Let's not talk about it. I go down with the others, lest those lobsters are all eaten. After that, the girl closed the door and went out. Xing Ying was a little relieved, and then she looked at the mirror while putting on makeup while muttering to herself, for those lobsters, I have to fight with others. Why do I have lived this life before? Humph. I don't want to live that life anymore. If I want to eat lobster, I want the best lobster from all over the world to be delivered to me, and I can choose. The little common people are struggling to fight. As he was talking, the landline phone on the bedside table rang. Xing Ying quickly picked it up and put it in her ear, and heard a magnetic male voice from the microphone. Xing Ying, are you ready? All right. I am waiting for you outside the front entrance of the hotel. Oh, I'll be fine soon. Zhou Hao, wait for me for a while. Xing Ying put down the phone and immediately painted the makeup on her face in front of the mirror, and then took out another one from the closet powder blue dress. I saw that this dress is generous and decent, neither too grand nor too casual. It can highlight Xing Ying's slender figure when worn, and it also makes people feel close. Today she did make an appointment with Zhou Hao. To be precise, Zhou Hao took the initiative to make an appointment with her, so she is so happy today. It's just that she didn't intend to tell anyone about this, so as not to have extra troubles, but also to prevent Zhong Yishan from knowing. This dress was chosen by Xing Ying for a long time. She is well versed in the way of interacting with men. However, it is the first time that Xing Ying has come into contact with a man like Zhou Hao who stands at the top of society, and this makes her even more carefully. In front of Zhou Hao, she tried her best not to be too deliberate, but also generous and beautiful. After getting dressed, Xing Ying also posed a charming pose in front of the mirror. Seeing that she was in her best condition, she grabbed her handbag and left the room. Xing Ying was already pretty, but after some dressing up, she became even more charming. From the room to the elevator to the hotel lobby on the first floor, she attracted the attention of many people, and some of them were well-dressed. It's just that these successful people are no different from ordinary people in the eyes of Xing Ying, because the person she is about to meet is too good, so good that everyone else seems so mediocre. However, under these amazing gazes, Xing Ying enjoyed it very much, and at the same time was more confident that she could grasp Zhou Hao's heart. Walking out of the hotel's door, Xing Ying saw the Lamborghini sports car parked not far from the door. Although there are no shortage of luxury cars outside this hotel, they are only mid to high-end cars, and occasionally 1 or 2 sports cars are only 1 or 2 million. But the sports car parked outside the door now is like a bright star, making the surrounding cars eclipsed. I saw that this Lamborghini was black all over, with a deep and shiny metallic luster, and the lines were also very seductive, just like a beautiful woman in clothes. It can make people look excited. A look at this Lamborghini knows that it is a super sports car of the tens of millions level, and the 2 Chevrolet and GTR sports cars in the parking lot cannot be compared with it at all. The pedestrians around turned their eyes to the Lamborghini, with envy and amazement in their eyes. As soon as Xing Ying saw this sports car, he knew that it belonged to Zhou Hao, and only such a super sports car could match an outstanding person like Zhou Hao last year. Sure enough, when Xing Ying walked out of the hotel's door, the Lamborghini Seagull-style car door opened upwards, and then a tall and handsome young man in casual clothes walked out from inside. It was Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao was standing next to the Lamborghini, his hips slightly leaning against the front of the car, his hands on his chest, his body slightly leaning to the side to look at Xing Ying, with a gentle smile on his face. In this situation, not to mention Xing Ying, the other women around them all had their eyes shining. Seeing such a charming Zhou Hao, Xing Ying couldn't help but walked forward, and when she came to Zhou Hao, she lowered her head and said with a shy face, "Zhou Hao, get in the car." Zhou Hao took her to the passenger seat, opened the door for her, and sent her into the car, then returned to the driver's seat, started the car and left, leaving nothing but wonder and envy. Gaze. Sitting in the car, looking at the luxurious interiors everywhere, as well as the gazes of pedestrians from the car windows, really made Xing Ying in a dream. Looking at the handsome Zhou Hao sitting in the driver's seat again, Zheng Ying's eyes were brilliant, and she thought, "Sure enough, this is my Prince Charming. What do you want to eat?" Zhou Hao asked Zheng Ying next to him while driving. "Chinese or Western food?" Zheng Ying said quickly. "You make up your mind. I'm fine. Let's eat Chinese food. I'm not very interested in Western food." Zhou Hao smiled, and then turned the steering wheel, and the car turned into a spacious road. Soon after, the car arrived at the Xintiandi Hotel. This Xintiandi Hotel is a five-star hotel recently opened in Beijing, and this five-star is not a domestic assessment that can be done with money, but a veritable five-star hotel recognized internationally. The whole building is 28 stories high, and the stairs are semicircular. There is a spacious square in front of it, which is also the hotel's parking lot. It is filled with various luxury cars and famous cars, including Zhou Hao's Lamborghini, the top sports car. Compared with the four-star hotel where Zheng Ying and the exchange students stayed, this Xintiandi Hotel was like a palace, and the people who came in and out of it were all rich and noble. Looking at this Xintiandi Hotel, Zheng Ying blushed, and she was very excited, secretly saying that this is the upper class that she aspires to enter. "Let's go." Zhou Hao stretched out his hand to Zheng Ying, still with that charming smile on his face. Zheng Ying nodded heavily and placed her hand on Zhou Hao's palm. Holding Zheng Ying's hand, Zhou Hao lost consciousness for a moment, as if he had returned to the period of previous life. But immediately he recovered, knowing in his heart that that period of time had already left him. Walking into the lobby of Xintiandi Hotel, I saw a female manager in a suit approaching me, with an attentive smile on her face, and smiled at Zhou Hao. "Mr. Zhou, are you here? The room is all ready for you ready. The champagne you are used to is also ready." "Haha, it's Manager Su that you understand my preferences." Zhou Hao smiled. "Well, Mr. Zhou, you are a VIP of our hotel. Who would dare to be sloppy with you?" The Manager Su said with a sloppy smile, and after seeing Zheng Ying next to Zhou Hao, he nodded and smiled in respect. Zheng Ying also nodded slightly. Seeing this Manager Su's badge, she turned out to be the executive director of this Xintiandi Hotel, not an ordinary lobby manager. But when Zheng Ying thought about it, she was relieved. What kind of person is Zhou Hao? Even if the owner of this hotel is in person to receive him, let alone an administrative director. At this moment, in the respectful eyes of Manager Su, Zheng Ying's self-esteem was unprecedentedly satisfied, and then she followed Zhou Hao forward with her head erect, like a high queen. From the VIP elevator to the top floor, Zheng Ying knew that Zhou Hao had booked the open-air dining room on the hotel rooftop, and there were no other guests on the entire rooftop. Only dozens of waiters in neat uniforms were there waiting for them. Zhou Hao and Zheng Ying really seemed to have become emperors and empresses. Sit down by the dining table not far from the railing. You can see the magnificent view of Beijing City, and the young and handsome waiters are also very considerate to add wine to Zhou Hao and Zheng Ying and serve them meals. "Brand, look at what you want to eat. The Chinese food here is very good. The chefs are all top domestic." Zhou Hao smiled to Zheng Ying. Zheng Ying nodded and opened the exquisite menu. It was full of luxurious dishes like abalone and stab belly, especially the blood swallows, which were not so attractive to Zheng Ying. And what shocked Zheng Ying was the price of these dishes. Going through the entire menu, she found that none of the dishes in it cost less than 20,000 yuan. The most expensive one was Buddha jumping over the wall. The price is as high as 180,000 yuan. Buddha jumping over the wall is a rare dish in the Qing court, and its price is also very scary, more than 100,000 yuan, which made Zheng Ying secretly smack her tongue, thinking that she would not have the tuition fees for several years. So much, it's just a pot of soup, so it's so expensive. However, Zheng Ying did not think this was unreasonable. This is the life of the upper class. The French truffles and the Western food also cost tens of thousands of yuan. There are also those ancient wines, some even it's over 1 million. How is it? Is there anything you like to eat? Zhou Hao asked again. Zheng Ying wanted to tell Zhou Hao that she hadn't tasted the dishes on the menu and wanted to try it. However, she knew that she couldn't show these in front of Zhou Hao, so she closed the meal gently. "Pie," smiled at Zhou Hao. "I haven't seen any of these before, so you can order them, I don't care." Zhou Hao smiled at Manager Su next to him. "Then have a piece of Buddha jumping over the wall, an anchovy shark fin, an osmanthus fish, a kung pao hare, an abalone stewed goose palm, and a colorful mushroom. Sea cucumber. For dessert, come to Yushan Shuiyan. Okay, Mr. Zhou, we will bring the dishes right away. Manager Su nodded and took the menu to prepare the dishes. Then Zhou Hao smiled to Zheng Ying. These Chinese dishes are what I usually like, and many of them are the dishes served in the Manchu and Han banquets in the Qing dynasty. I like the sweet-scented osmanthus fish here the most. Osmanthus fragrance, it was raised with osmanthus flowers. It is a veritable osmanthus fragrance. It tastes tender and fragrant. There is also the Buddha jumps over the wall that will be cooked a few days ago. Zheng Ying listened with great interest and then said, "These dishes must be expensive." Zhou Hao smiled slightly. "It's okay. Anyway, I'm here to keep accounts and pay once a month. I don't know the exact number. It's all under the responsibility. But last month's accounts, it seems to be more than 1 million. I don't remember it clearly." Zheng Ying was secretly surprised, thinking that she had eaten more than 1 million in this month, and many ordinary people could not make so much money in a lifetime. However, Zheng Ying did not feel wasted, but admired Zhou Hao even more. In other words, she admired Zhou Hao's life even more. "By the way, you are a student of Fudan University, freshman this year? There are so many clubs in the university, it's very busy, right?" Zhou Hao drank a sip of champagne and asked Zheng Ying. Zheng Ying nodded. "Yes, there are many clubs in all grades and departments. I don't know how many activities will be organized in a year, but I think their activities are just fooling, and there is no meaning." "You are right. I think the college clubs are really good, but they are just making fun of it." Zhou Hao smiled. "But I haven't gone to college yet, so I don't know what it's like." Zheng Ying was taken aback. "What? You haven't gone to college?" "Me? I thought you should be a graduate of a prestigious international school like Harvard, Yale, or Cambridge." "You guessed it wrong. Me? But I didn't even finish high school." Zhou Hao smiled. "Actually, Harvard, Cambridge, Yale, and Princeton have sent me invitation letters before, but they are not. Let me go to them to study, but invite me to go to them as a professor, speaking on financial and economic aspects." Zheng Ying smiled and said, "Of course, after the Hong Kong War, your name has resounded all over the world. As for the new generation of stock gods, of course, those schools are vying to invite you to be professor. I don't want to be this. In my impression, university professors are the kind of old scholars who are getting older." Zhou Hao smiled. "I'm still young, so I can't self-destruct my image." Zheng Ying giggled and saw Zhou Hao looking at herself deeply. His eyes were deep and obscure, but with a strange charm. Only Zhou Hao said, "Zheng Ying, you are actually a very good girl. I am very happy. I can be your friend. I am also very happy to meet you." Zheng Ying quickly laughed. Zhou Hao stared at Zheng Ying and slowly said, "Zheng Ying, there is actually something I want to tell you, me." Before Zhou Hao could say it, he saw the waiters serving the dishes, and Zhou Hao changed his words and said, "Forget it. Let's eat first." Zheng Ying, who was originally full of expectations, was interrupted like this, feeling a little unwilling, but she didn't dare to show it, so she had to eat with Zhou Hao. However, the dishes of this Xintiandi hotel are indeed very well done, and these precious dishes have never been tried by Zheng Ying. With a taste of freshness, this dinner was eaten with relish. There are also several musicians playing piano, violin, viola, and other classical instruments. Under the leisurely music, the dinner is also full of romantic atmosphere. After dinner, Zhou Hao pointed to the small park not far in front of the hotel and smiled at Zheng Ying. "Or, let's go for a walk over there." "Well, good." Zheng Ying readily agreed. So the two of them left the hotel and came to the small park not far in front. Although this park is not large in size, the trees are lush and flowers are flourishing, and the environment is very quiet and pleasant. Walking in it, the night breeze is slowly coming in, which makes people feel very comfortable. Zhou Hao and Zheng Yingxiang walked along the trail in the park and walked with Zhou Hao. Zheng Ying felt a little nervous, always thinking about how to win Zhou Hao's favor. And when she remembered that Zhou Hao seemed to have something to say to herself in the hotel just now, she couldn't help but look forward to it and asked Zhou Hao, "Zhou Hao, what did you want to say to me just now?" "Huh?" Zhou Hao turned to look at Zheng Ying's beautiful face, then smiled and said, "I want to tell you that I actually like you quite a lot. I wonder if you can be my girlfriend." Suddenly hearing Zhou Hao's words, Even though she had some preparations in her heart, when Zhou Hao really said it, Zheng Ying felt a strong excitement spread throughout her body, as if her dream for many years was finally realized today. Her face flushed and her breathing was rapid. She wanted to agree to Zhou Hao, but she was so excited that she couldn't say anything, so she couldn't help but nod her head. I heard Zhou Hao say, "Well, the shortcomings are also obvious, that is Huaxin, but I have one thing worthy of recognition, that is, I am very good to every woman around me. Anyway, what they want, even the stars in the sky, I will find a way to help them pick them off." Then he looked at Zheng Ying. "Zheng Ying, I can honestly tell you that I am more than a woman. If you mind, you can treat it as I didn't say before." Zheng Ying shook her head quickly. "No, I also like you. I won't mind. I just hope you can treat me well." She was thinking in her heart that it took so much energy for herself to get close to Zhou Hao, and now she can be the woman next to Zhou Hao as she wishes. Although it is only one of them, it is also an opportunity to fly to the branch and become a phoenix. How could you let it go? Moreover, she is confident that with her own means, she can definitely become Zhou Hao's favorite. I saw her step forward and let herself lean in Zhou Hao's arms. But at this moment, two figures flashed out from the small wood next to them. Zhou Hao and Zheng Ying were shocked when they saw them, and Zheng Ying exclaimed, "Don't say anything. Take out all the money you have," said the two men who appeared here suddenly. Well, we'll give you all the money. Don't mess around," Zhou Hao said, taking out his wallet from his arms, shaking his hands, and handing it to one of them. The man snatched Zhou Hao's wallet and flipped it, and saw that there was a stack of 100 yuan bills inside, and then smiled. "Oh, it turns out to be a rich man. Today our brothers are getting bigger." But the other person's gaze fell on Zheng Ying, his eyes full of lust. He bumped his comrade's arm and said, "Hey, this must be a rich man. Look at his woman. She is more beautiful than a star. Our two brothers have not tasted such a beautiful girl, right?" No, absolutely nothing. Isn't this a good opportunity today? He. The conversation between the two culprits shocked Zheng Ying. As soon as Zhou Hao was about to speak to these two people, he heard one of them took out a knife that was shining with cold light and said viciously to Zhou Hao, "Brother, don't say that we are embarrassing you. If you are interested, run quickly, otherwise don't blame our knives for not having eyes." Another person added, "Just run by yourself. The woman will keep us." Looking at the knife in the thief's hand, and then at Zheng Ying, Zhou Hao only hesitated for a while before turning around and leaving. "Zhou Hao," Zheng Ying yelled, but only the back of Zhou Hao leaving quickly. The two thieves had already stepped forward to catch Zheng Ying, with an obscene smile on their faces. What do you want to do? Don't mess around. My boyfriend will definitely call the police after he leaves, and the police will come soon," Zheng Ying said. Her only hope now is after Zhou Hao leaves. "We'll call the police." "What about he calling the police? Do you think our brother is stupid and will do something to you here?" One of the culprits laughed lewdly. "Why have to take you to our den to enjoy it slowly?" This broke Zheng Ying's hopes, and just as the two thieves stepped forward to catch Zheng Ying, they saw a figure running from behind, shouting at the two thieves, "You let me go her." Zheng Ying saw the figure that suddenly ran out, but her heart was shocked because this figure turned out to be Zhong Yishan. As soon as Zhong Yishan rushed out, he volleyed and kicked the thief who grabbed Zheng Ying's wrist and knocked him to the ground. Zheng Ying also took the opportunity to break away from the other person, and Zhong Yishan quickly took the she protects her back. The two culprits stepped back 2 steps, and the person who was just kicked down by Zhong Yishan took a sharp knife out of the bag and shouted to Zhong Yishan, "Boy, let me go, don't get too much. Nosy, you are right to get out, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you," Zhong Yishan shouted while protecting Zheng Ying. "Damn, this kid doesn't know how to promote." The two thieves rushed forward together, rushing towards Zhong Yishan and Zheng Ying. "Zheng Ying, run!" Zhong Yishan shouted to Zheng Ying, then turned back to block the two thieves. Watching Zhong Yishan scuffle with the two culprits, Zheng Ying's legs were a little weak in fright, and she stepped back and sat down on the ground. While Zhong Yishan was fighting the two culprits, he had to hold them to keep them from approaching Zheng Ying, which was very difficult. The thief holding a sharp knife was also ferocious. Seeing that he could not get rid of Zhong Yishan, He even raised his hand and stabbed a sharp knife into Zhong Yishan's waist. The blood spurted out immediately, and Zhong Yishan also said, "Ah!" scream. Zhong Yishan's scream shocked the two culprits, and when he saw Zhong Yishan's blood-covered appearance, he immediately panicked. Suffered. The thief who stabbed Zhong Yishan said in a daze. The other culprit grabbed him and ran out. "Run! What are you looking at? Wait for the police to catch you." So the two thieves ran away, and their figures soon disappeared in the woods ahead. Zheng Ying sat down there, her face pale. Obviously she hadn't recovered yet. It was Zhong Yishan's painful groan that called Zheng Ying's back. Zheng Ying saw Zhong Yishan fall to the ground with a pool of blood still flowing under her, so she quickly got up and ran to him. "Yishan, are you okay with Yishan?" There was no trace of blood on Zhong Yishan's face, and blood was constantly flowing out of the place where he was stabbed by a sharp knife. Seeing Zheng Ying's anxious look, Zhong Yishan's expression was somewhat relieved, and he smiled and said, "I saw you and Zhou Hao together when I was in the hotel, so I followed you secretly. I didn't expect that. Zhou Hao is so shameless that he left you alone. Stop talking. I'll take you to the hospital first," Zheng Ying said. At this moment, I heard a voice from over there, and then I saw Zhou Hao rushing over with a few policemen. Seeing Zhong Yishan, who was injured and lying on the ground, Zhou Hao quickened his pace. The policemen divided out 3 to hunt down the culprits. The other 2 inspected Zhong Yishan's injuries and did some emergency hemostasis measures. Zhou Hao immediately said to them, "You go and call an ambulance." The 2 policemen nodded and immediately went outside to call for an ambulance. So Zhou Hao, Zheng Ying, and Zhong Yishan were the only people left in this small open space. Looking at Zhong Yishan, who was pale, Zhou Hao looked complicated, and then said, "You got hurt to protect Zheng Ying, right?" Neither Zhong Yishan nor Zheng Ying said anything, but Zhou Hao continued, "Zhong Yishan, you can commit danger with your own body in order to protect Zheng Ying. On the other hand, when you are in a crisis, you leave Zheng Ying behind. It seems that you really like Zheng Ying." After that, he faced Zheng Ying and said with a smile, "Zheng Ying, Zhong Yishan is the one worthy of your liking. I also sincerely wish you all. Zheng Ying, I won't bother you again. I wish you lovers finally get married." Zhou Hao's face was very bitter, especially when he said, "A lover will eventually be married." Tears flashed in his eyes. However, Zheng Ying's expression changed after hearing his words, because listening to Zhou Hao's meaning was to withdraw from pursuing her, and she and Zhong Yishan had become the perfect. Zheng Ying took a deep look at Zhong Yishan, then at Zhou Hao. Her eyes were complicated, as if she was making a choice. After a while, she said to Zhou Hao, "Zhou Hao, you have misunderstood. I don't have that feeling for Zhong Yishan. I still like you." Hearing her words, Zhou Hao and Zhong Yishan's expressions changed. Zhou Hao said, "But I am not worthy of your liking. Look, just now, at that critical juncture, I actually left you alone." But he ran away. On the other hand, Zhong Yishan, he can stand up when you are most dangerous, and in order to protect you, he can take personal risks. Even his life is not necessary. Such a talent is worthy of your liking. "You didn't leave me alone. Did you go to the police to save me?" Zheng Ying said. "Also, you are right. Zhong Yishan does have a life-saving grace for me. In ancient times, I didn't think I could only agree with my body. However, even if he had a life-saving grace for me, it could not be exchanged for my love. I am grateful to him, but it does not mean that I will fall in love with him. I still like you, Zhou Hao." After that, she said to Zhong Yishan, who was lying on the ground, "Yishan, I'm sorry. I really don't have that feeling for you. I am very grateful to you for saving my life, but I'm sorry, what I like is still it's Zhou Hao." When Zhong Yishan heard the words, his face became paler and bloodless. "Ha!" Zhou Hao suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed, full of mockery. Hearing Zhou Hao's laughter, Zhong Yishan's eyes became even more desolate, and Zheng Ying was a little bit puzzled. I saw Zhou Hao pointing at Zhong Yishan on the ground, and then said to Zheng Ying, "You rejected him like this. Undoubtedly you have put a knife in his heart, which is more cruel than the one he suffered on the body. Zheng Ying, you are so cruel. You hate to hurt a man who loves you so much." There is a taste of judgment in Zhou Hao's tone, interrogating what Zheng Ying has done, as if he is not only targeting what Zheng Ying has done to Zhong Yishan now, but also what she has done to herself in the previous life. Oh. Zhang Ying looked at Zhou Hao suspiciously, and Zhou Hao sneered. You are right. Although Zhong Yishan saved you, it doesn't mean that he can get your love. The reason for not choosing him is indeed true. Very sufficient. But why did you choose me? Just now when you were in danger, I did leave you behind. Well, even if I went to the police, but if those two did the culprit take you away, what use is it for me to find the police? You know this very well, so you also know that I did leave you behind. Why did you make excuses for me? Zhou Hao's tone became more and more severe. Yes, if Zhong Yishan saves you, you may not be able to get your love, but can you get your love based on what I do to you? Don't say my excellence makes you love me so desperately. We are not children anymore. Do you think anyone will believe this for this reason? Seeing Xing Ying's increasingly ugly face, Zhou Hao continued relentlessly. So you and I know that you are not in love with me, but the wealth in my hands, and me. Can I give you a generous life? Am I right? After a pause, Zhou Hao said again. In order to please me, you don't hesitate to give up Zhong Yishan's sincerity, and you hurt him so cruelly. He turned his head and looked at Zhong Yishan on the ground. Said, I won this bet. In Xing Ying's incredible gaze, Zhong Yishan actually stood up from the ground, but his footsteps were a little vain. I saw a tragic smile on Zhong Yishan's face, and he said with self-deprecation, I didn't expect that the woman Zhong Yishan likes wholeheartedly would be such a person. What's going on? Zhang Ying muttered, while looking at Zhong Yishan, who stood up from the ground. This is actually a scene between me and Zhong Yishan. Zhou Hao came to Zhong Yishan, stretched out his hand and tapped on him a few times. The blood from Zhong Yishan's wound stopped, and Zhong Yishan's expression also changed. Looks a lot better. I only heard Zhou Hao say. In order to try to find out what kind of person you are, Zhong Yishan and I joined forces to perform this heroic rescue of the beauty. The result is not beyond my expectations, even if Zhong Yishan is willing to help you. If you pay the price of your life, you still will not choose him. On the contrary, in order to obtain better material enjoyment, no matter how cowardly and shameless what I do, you will choose me. In your bones, you are still a vain woman. Xing Ying was pale by Zhou Hao's remarks. She never thought that this would be a scene. It was a scene where two men, Zhou Hao and Zhong Yishan, jointly tested her. She originally thought that she could play a man in applause, but she didn't expect that she would be fooled severely in the end. Even though this matter is acting, Zhong Yishan's cut is true. It's just that the two thieves were selected by Zhou Hao in advance. They have superb knife skills. Although they stabbed Zhong Yishan with a single knife, they did not hurt the internal organs at all, but stabbed the muscle tissue, so Zhong Yishan seemed to be extremely injured. In fact, it just lost some blood. Compared with the injuries on this body, Xing Ying's injury to him was much more serious. Let's go. I warned you. This woman is not worthy of your liking. Zhou Hao said to Zhong Yishan, and helped him to leave. Looking at the backs of the two men, Xing Ying was stunned for a long time, and then she screamed, What's wrong with my greed for vanity? What's wrong with my greed for vanity? I just want a better life. It's just to live better than others. What's wrong with me? It's all you and all you. What's wrong with my greed for vanity? What's wrong with my greed for vanity? I just want a better life. I just live better than others. What's wrong with me? It's all you, both you guys. Xing Ying's hysterical voice came from behind, echoing in Zhou Hao and Zhong Yishan's ears. Zhou Hao shook his head, as if talking to himself. From your point of view, you are indeed not wrong. But from our point of view, what we did is not wrong, so you can't blame us. Zhong Yishan, who was supported by Zhou Hao, also smiled miserably. I used to regard her as the goddess in my heart. This is the first time I have taken a girl so seriously, but I never thought that she would be such a person. A woman's heart is the most unpredictable, Zhou Hao said with emotion. So when we choose a partner, we must think twice, because once we choose the wrong partner, we will not only regret for life, but sometimes lead to murder. Holding Zhong Yishan in his car, Zhou Hao smiled at him. Do you know why those emperors and princes were so keen on private tours of microservices, even pretending to be beggars to pick up girls? Zhong Yishan is not a stupid person, so he immediately said, Because this will make it easier to see the original intentions of those girls. Ha 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 ha. Unfortunately, I still often use the image of a rich man to sway the market. Unexpectedly, it will end up hurting myself. Yes, so, the most important thing to be a human being is to be low-key, Zhou Hao said with a smile. Looking back on the process of getting to know Zhao Yuqin and other confidants, most of them met before Zhou Hao really made his mark, especially Wang Shijuan and Yin Qing, who had been by Zhou Hao's side since childhood and had been silently accompanying him. Even when Zhou Hao had nothing in his previous life, Wang Shijuan still loved him, unlike Zheng Ying at all. As for Zhao Yuqin, Qi Haixuan, He Shuiyun, and others, when Zhou Hao met them, their backgrounds were all outstanding, and they would not like Zhou Hao because of profit or wealth, especially He Shuiyun, in order to be with Zhou Hao. But even the family gave up, even though that family brought her only bitterness and pain. By the way, how did you know that Zheng Ying is such a person? Zhong Yishan asked Zhou Hao. Of course I know. I have known her in my last life, and I have seen her character clearly. It was she and the Huang Wank who killed me, Zhou Hao said in his heart. But of course he wouldn't say that to Zhong Yishan. He just smiled and said, I can see through such an unpredictable stock market, let alone a woman like Zheng Ying who is just a little tricky. Zhong Yishan was taken aback for a while, then smiled, and he had to admire Zhou Hao's sharp eyes. In fact, Zhou Hao is not all perfunctory Zhong Yishan. Today's Zhou Hao is not comparable to previous life. Not only is his strength unmatched, even his insight and vision are broader than previous life. After countless times, the top people are all the contacts. Therefore, Zheng Ying, who regarded her as a goddess in her previous life, is now just an ordinary girl in Zhou Hao's eyes. Come on, for your failed love this time, let's go have a drink. Zhou Hao patted Zhong Yishan on the shoulder and smiled, while also saying in his heart, also for the failed love in my previous life. Zhong Yishan couldn't laugh or cry. Hey, I was stabbed by someone just now. I haven't had any stitches on this wound. Why would you take me to drink? It's just a skin injury. There's nothing to worry about. Zhou Hao smiled. Those people are all strictly trained, and the cuts are more accurate than those surgeons. Don't look at you just leaving so much blood. The wound is actually very shallow. Yes, you don't even need to sew the needle. It will be closed tomorrow after storage. After listening to Zhou Hao's words, Zhong Yishan did not feel that his wound was painful, and remembered that Zhou Hao just put a little on him, and the blood stopped immediately. Zhong Yishan asked Zhou Hao, That's right. Do you know the legendary acupuncture skills? Ha. This is my secret. I can't tell you. Zhou Hao said half-jokingly. Zhong Yishan didn't ask any more, and then the two went to a nearby bar to drink and chat, for their failed but past love. The next morning, Zhou Hao saw from the financial news that the stock price of Polaris in the Shanghai stock market had fallen sharply. Obviously, Shinji Kanyue started to work on Polaris. Sitting next to Zhou Hao, Zhao Yuqin, who was lazy, said, I heard that Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei rushed to Shanghai overnight last night. Huh, what can they do if they go? Zhou Hao sneered. They thought they could stop my offensive? Okay, I'll go to Shanghai and see what they can do. Zhao Yuqin gently pinched Zhou Hao's ears and said with a smile, You little villain. Go to see Wang Zhongjuan and the others are fake. Go to see Shijuan and Jianying to see the truth. Oh, Zhou Hao pretended to cry out. Sister, I just want to take a look at Shijuan and Jianying by the way. I don't know your thoughts. Zhao Yuqin took a bite on Zhou Hao's neck. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid I won't let you go. Am I such a petty person? Jun and Jianying also miss you very much. It's understandable if you go to see them. But I warn you, don't overdo it. Anyway, Shijuan and Jianying are still students at school. The influence in the school is also bad. Zhou Hao immediately showed an awe-inspiring look. Sister, what do you think of me? I promise that it will not affect their studies. I don't know who you are. Zhao Yuqin gave him a white glance. I told you not to toss them too much, otherwise it will affect the school curriculum. I see how you confess to your mother. Yin Tong treats Wang Shijuan like a daughter, and Zhao Yuqin also knows. Speaking of my mother, she will be here in Beijing tomorrow. Zhou Hao said to Zhao Yuqin. Take care of her, but she is not a 7-year-old man. She knows how to take care of herself. What about you? Zhao Yuqin asked puzzled. Zhou Hao smiled. Me? Of course. I have to go to Shanghai earlier before she comes to Beijing. You don't know, after I told her about Zaheo on the phone yesterday, she scolded me so badly. If you wait for her seeing me in person, don't you kill me? And you have suffered so much wronged for me. which means you have been wronged for our Zhou family. And you are Zaheo's mother, so my mother will not blame you, yes. On the contrary, he will be obedient to you, so it is most suitable for you to comfort my mother." Zhao Yuqin was dumbfounded by Zhou Hao's words and said, "So you treat me as a firefighter, and you are here to help you fight fires?" Zhou Hao smiled and stopped talking, but he really didn't dare to face Yin Tong's anger, so he had to let Zhao Yuqin, a genuine daughter-in-law, deal with Yin Tong. In order not to be scolded for not meeting Yin Tong, Zhou Hao really left Beijing in the afternoon and went to Shanghai. In fact, Zhou Hao has rarely returned to Shanghai since he was reborn. In the previous life, Zhou Hao spent the entire university period here in Shanghai and lived here until he was killed by Huang Wank and Zheng Ying. Shanghai is China's largest city. It is a veritable center of economy, finance, trade, and shipping, with a population of nearly 20 million, and the Shirley Yanchong is well known both at home and abroad. Standing in this big city, looking at the surrounding tall buildings and the incomplete sky over his head that was covered by the buildings, Zhou Hao was full of emotion. Revisiting the old place, today's Shanghai is similar to Zhou Hao's previous life, when he was just entering his freshman year. Now Zhou Hao can even call out the names of those remote alleys and find the vendors hidden in the streets and alleys. Snack stall. I still remember the scene of drinking and chatting with a few roommates at a food stall outside the university in the previous life, eating a few yuan of fried noodles and drinking a few yuan of beer, but it was extremely happy. I still remember that when they were just entering their freshman year, a few of them talked about their ideals and prospects for the future in bed with the young people in the dormitory. Of course, they were also women. At the time, the beautiful girls in various departments of Fudan University were all treasured. How many nights they clamored in bed that they must soak back one, but all of them had a passion and audacity, and ultimately they failed to realize this brave. With all this, Zhou Hao can't help thinking of the aftertaste now. I don't know how they are, Zhou Hao said to himself in his heart. The roommate of the year is not sure if he is still in the same dormitory. According to the original historical development, Zhou Hao should be studying in the freshman economic management department. But because of a series of changes in this life, Zhou Hao failed to enroll as usual. However, for his own wish, Zhou Hao had long been asked to help him get a degree in the Department of Economics and Management of Fudan University. Although Zhou Hao did not do anything, he could still get it in 4 years without attending classes or taking exams. I got my graduation certificate from Fudan University, but I didn't experience it personally, so I still felt a little regretful. After leaving the airport, Zhou Hao got into a taxi directly to Fudan University. He didn't notify the people he was in Shanghai, nor did he drive his own car. He wanted to visit Fudan University like a normal person. After getting off the taxi, looking at the magnificent Fudan University main entrance in front of him, watching the students coming in and out from the school gate, Zhou Hao suddenly had an urge to shout at the school gate. Zhou Hao is back again. Fudan University is one of the most famous key universities in Shanghai and even the whole country. The vast majority of students studying here are excellent students from all over the world. Of course, there are also some who rely on money or power to open the doors of the university. Zhou Hao is very disdainful of these dudes, whether in past life or in this life. Although he is also using his power to save himself a degree at Fudan University, his example is completely different from those of other dudes. Different. The simplest difference is that as long as Zhou Hao is willing, not only Fudan University, but even Tsinghua University, Peking University, even Harvard, Yale, Cambridge, Princeton, and other internationally renowned universities will vie for Zhou Hao's admission. When the president of Fudan University learned that Zhou Hao was going to enter Fudan University, he was also full of joy, and even proposed that Zhou Hao directly act as the lecturer and professor of finance in the Department of Economics and Management. However, Zhou Hao only wanted to occasionally relive the feeling of going to college in his pre-life, so he refused all the public activities arranged by the school. After learning about Zhou Hao's intentions, the school was also very cooperative and handled Zhou Hao's degree in a low-key manner, and did not disclose the news of Zhou Hao's admission to Fudan University. In fact, they can't help but not cooperate, let alone other. Just looking at Zhou Hao's energy in the financial market, Fudan University cannot provoke. At this time, Zhou Hao finally sighed after staring at the gate of Fudan University for a long time, and then stepped into the magnificent gate. Today Zhou Hao does not drive a famous car, and his clothes are ordinary casual attire. However, due to the relationship between experience and knowledge, Zhou Hao's body reveals a temperament that is far more mature than that of the same year. His indifferent charm makes he was also very dazzling among the students, and Zhou Hao was already tall and handsome, so when he entered Fudan University, he immediately attracted the attention of many girls on campus. Look, what kind of handsome guy is that? I haven't seen it before. Senior sister, you have been here for 3 years. Have you seen that handsome guy? Is he our senior or junior? Entering the 21st century, the girls nowadays are bolder and more active than before. After seeing Zhou Hao one by one, they immediately talked about them, and some even wanted to come forward and talk to Zhou Hao. However, Zhou Hao came to a girl who was not amazing with glasses and asked with a smile, "Classmates, where is the Chinese department and the fine arts department?" Medium. Suddenly facing Zhou Hao, this ordinary girl blushed and became the focus of other girls' attention. She was so shy that she was too nervous to speak. I can only raise my finger in that direction. In fact, Zhou Hao knows where the Chinese department and the fine arts department are, but he is not sure if he has made so many changes to the world in this life. Will it have a butterfly effect and even change Fudan University? Zhou Hao felt relieved now that the direction the girl was pointing was still the direction of the previous life. Thank you. Zhou Hao smiled gently and walked forward, leaving only the girl with flushed cheeks. Rumble. Zhou Hao was walking on the school road, but suddenly heard the sound of a sports car engine behind him, and then saw a yellow Ferrari flying by, leaving only a yellow shadow. And when Ferrari passed by his side just now, Zhou Hao could see that sitting in the driver's seat was a young man who seemed to be a student from Fudan University. Looking at the back of the yellow Ferrari, Zhou Hao's mouth showed a sneer. Because that man was obviously some dudes here at Fudan University, and Zhou Hao had seen a lot in his previous life, often driving a famous sports car or car to sway the city on campus, hooking up those vain girls. However, no one in the school dared to provoke those dudes, including Zhou Hao and his roommates, who could verbally criticize those dudes during a bed meeting at night. But in fact, everyone knows that it is absolutely no good to provoke those dudes. Therefore, Zhou Hao in the previous life was like other ordinary students. When he saw these dudes arrogant in a sports car on campus, he had no choice but to be angry but not to speak. At most he cursed a few times in his heart. It's different now. It's not that Zhou Hao will proactively provoke these dudes. It's just that he has gone from being jealous and indignant towards them in his previous life to the present pity and disdain. Such a person can no longer enter the eyes of Zhou Hao. Of course, if these dudes dared to provoke Zhou Hao wouldn't mind cleaning them up. After clearing up his mood, Zhou Hao came to the Chinese department. Because Wang Shijuan was very interested in literature and had excellent Chinese performance in high school, he did not hesitate to choose the Chinese department after his patron Fudan University. Hearing from Zhao Yuqin, Wang Shijuan joined the literature club after entering university and seemed to have become the vice president. As for Situ Jianying, he chose the department of fine arts. Zhou Hao never expected that a girl like Situ Jianying would eventually choose the direction of fine arts. Since it is not class time, Zhou Hao did not go to the classroom of the Chinese department, but went to the dormitory. He knew from Zhao Yuqin which dormitory Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying lived in. However, when he came to the front of the dormitory building, Zhou Hao stopped because he saw that several entrances and exits of the building were guarded by female doormen. Seeing their stern faces, it was clear that they were guarding against boys like fire. Zhou Hao was able to kill 7 in and out 7 on the American aircraft carrier Nimitz, or the Wind Demon clan, but he was deterred in front of this female dormitory. After hesitating, Zhou Hao gave up the idea of using martial arts to sneak into the girls' dormitory because it was easy to get in, but if the girls inside found out, he would most likely treat himself as a criminal who was conspiring to make things wrong. If you send it, you lose face. After thinking about it, Zhou Hao planned to find Wang Shijuan through normal channels. I saw him walking directly to one of the entrances of the dormitory, and the female doorman sitting there stared at him with extreme alertness. Eldest sister, I want to call classmate Wang Shijuan in room 303, and classmate Situ Jinying in room 512. If it is not convenient for me to go up, can you please help me get them down? Zhou Hao said to this woman, the guard said with a smile. Wang Shijuan? Situ Jinying. The female guard looked at Zhou Hao suspiciously. Who are you? Zhou Hao said. I am their friend. You just need to tell them that Zhou Hao is looking for them, and they will come down. I said this classmate. Do you know how many people come to see Wang Shijuan and Situ Jinying every day? The female guard laughed. Some said it was from their friends, some from their classmates, some from their older brothers or younger brothers. It's even said that it's my dad, but it's actually for picking up girls. Classmates, Wang Shijuan and Situ Jinying are rare enough. Now you want to have two at a time? Not to mention whether you can succeed. You are too greedy. Got it. Hearing what the female guard said, Zhou Hao couldn't laugh or cry. Depending on the situation, Wang Shijuan and Situ Jinying were like suitors at Fudan University. This female guard also said, every day, I don't know how many people pretend to be Wang Shijuan and Situ Jian. British relatives and friends came to bluff. Now, the female guard also regards Zhou Hao as such a person. If it weren't for Zhou Hao's excellent image and easy to win the favor of others, the female guard would kick Zhou Hao out. Sister, help out. I'm really their friend, as long as you tell them that Zhou Hao is here to find it. The female doorman shook her head and said, No way, no way. If everyone comes and I have to tell me, can I use it for other things? Besides, if you are really their friends, it's okay. If you are the guys who plot bad things, Wang Shijuan and Situ Jinying don't hate me to death? Seeing that the female guard was killed and refused to spread the word for herself, Zhou Hao was also helpless. But at this time, a girl who happened to pass by heard Zhou Hao's conversation. Seeing that Zhou Hao was handsome and extraordinary, she couldn't help but said to him, Classmate, even if this eldest sister helps you pass the message, it is useless because Wang Shijuan and Situ Jinying is not in the dormitory. Oh, where are they? Zhou Hao asked quickly. The girl said honestly, Today there are activities in various clubs in the school. Wang Shijuan's Chinese department is about to hold a recitation competition, so they are rehearsing in the auditorium. And the art club where Situ Jinying is also has a painting competition today. I am afraid she is competing. Suddenly, Zhou Hao nodded to the girl and smiled. Thank you, classmate. After that, Zhou Hao immediately turned and walked towards the auditorium. And the female doorman who was still guarding the entrance and exit looked at her back and muttered to herself, This young man is not bad. He is better than those second-generation ancestors. He is really a friend of Wang Shijuan and Situ Jinying? I don't think he is lying. The girl just said, However, if he is really a friend of Wang Shijuan and Situ Jinying, it would be a bit bad. Wang Shijuan and the suitors around Situ Jinying are not good men and believers. I don't think this boy is a person with a deep background. I'm afraid this hangs. At the end, she touched her face and said with emotion, Oh, it's troublesome to be too beautiful. The auditorium of Fudan University is not the Xianghue Hall with a long history, but a conference hall, which can be used to organize larger conferences or cultural performances. And if there is no meeting or formal performance competition, it will be provided to various clubs for rehearsal or other activities. Zhou Hao is no stranger to this conference hall. He had been here to attend department meetings and watch cultural performances in his previous life. Walking into the conference hall at this time, Zhou Hao saw that there were several clubs doing rehearsals in it, but the most prominent one was the literary club, rehearsing on the big stage. However, the figure Xiao Li was on the stage performing recitation rehearsals was surprisingly familiar to Zhou Hao. She wore a fluttering white dress, as clear as ice and as clean as jade, looking so pure and fresh. Especially those eyes that seemed to contain the entire sky, so bright and charming. If you are not careful, you will get caught in them. Shijuan, Zhou Hao murmured while looking at the familiar figure from a distance. The person standing on the stage is Wang Shijuan. Compared with a year ago, Wang Shijuan is now much more mature, more and more slender, and what remains unchanged is her innocence and kindness as always. Are you really gone tomorrow? Then me? You don't have to worry about it. One day sooner or later. If you are willing to remember me, remember me. Otherwise, forget about the world. With me, I don't have to think of time and space worrying. Just as a dream, a fantasy. Only if it was the red we saw the day before yesterday. trembling in the wind timidly, one petal, two petals, landing, making people step on, turning mud. This is Su Jima's poem Dash, A Night in the Fei Lung Chui. Wang Shijuan's crisp and soft voice echoed gently in the lobby, but it was better than singing. Especially when Wang Shijuan recites this poem, his voice is full of emotion, and his feelings are also integrated into it, and others sound even more touched. When Zhou Hao heard this, his heart trembled fiercely, because he knew that this was Wang Shijuan's longing for himself. While Wang Shijuan was reciting aloud, people in other communities stopped the activity and looked at her quietly, and slowly only Wang Shijuan was left standing on the big stage. At this moment, she was like a well-regarded celebrity. He accepted the surprise of all living beings safely. Although there were no formal meetings or performances today, the attendance rate in the entire conference hall exceeded half, with more than 1,000 people. Zhou Hao knew that even though there were several community members in the conference hall today, there should not be so many people. Zhou Hao could still see the many boys in the audience, all looking at Wang Shijuan. The expressions on his face were muted, as if the 3 souls had disappeared from the 7 souls. There are also many well-dressed boys, looking at Wang Shijuan with very hot eyes. Zhou Hao also recognized one of the boys wearing a black shirt, who was driving the yellow Ferrari past him just now. "Classmate, you are not from the literature club? I have never seen you before." Just as Zhou Hao silently looked at Wang Shijuan, who hadn't seen him for a long time, a boy's voice came next to him. Zhou Hao turned his head to look, and saw that the boy was not amazing, with a pair of thick black-rimmed glasses on his face. He looked like people who were very good at studying, but had poor practical ability. To put it bluntly, they were some nerds. Image of. Zhou Hao didn't answer the boy's words directly, but said with a smile, "You are not from the literature club, right?" When the boy heard the words, his face darkened, and he sighed and said, "I want to participate too, but the entry threshold for the literature club is very high. One is that the Chinese score of the college entrance examination must be over 120. If this requirement is not met, if so, I will write an essay for the entrance examination questions." After a pause, he said, "My Chinese score in the college entrance examination was only 101, and the articles I wrote couldn't pass the examination by the literature club, so I couldn't join." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "You are so eager to join the literature club. Is it because of her?" He pointed to Wang Shijuan on the stage in the distance, and the boy nodded. "Yes, but more than half of the guys who joined the literature club this year are for classmate Shijuan. You know, well, the number of applicants for the literature club this year exceeded twice that of the previous year, all because of classmate Shijuan. In order to limit the number, the literature club had to raise the threshold for joining the club." The boy pointed to the other boys in the lobby and said, "Whenever there is an event in the literature club or a rehearsal like today, then no matter whether it is from the literature club or not, it will come over just to cherish classmate June. It turns out that she is so popular in school." Zhou Hao smiled. "It's more than popular." The boy said, "You haven't seen the love letters that Shijuan has to deal with every day. There are 2 large trash cans. There are half of them in the trash pool downstairs in the girls' dormitory. It's used to hold those love letters. Also, every night, I don't know how many boys play the guitar downstairs in her dormitory. At night, it's like a concert. Some guys even invite the band is coming." Zhou Hao couldn't laugh or cry when he heard this. So exaggerated. The boy curled his lips and sneered. "But although classmate Shijuan is very kind to everyone, I know she has no feelings for those guys. Especially those self-righteous rich people who think that Shijuan can be impressed with a famous car and money. Classmate? Pooh. What kind of woman do they regard classmate Shijuan as?" When Zhou Hao saw the boy looking at the guys who were staring at Wang Shijuan over there, his eyes were both resentful and fearful, so he asked, "Those rich people's methods of pursuing Shijuan are despicable? They didn't dare to treat Shijuan's classmate, because classmate Shijuan's background was not simple. I heard that when she and Situ Jianying from the Department of Fine Arts came to school, the principal personally received him. Know something? The principal of our school is a ministerial official. Although he has little real power, he is very respected in Shanghai. Even the secretary of the municipal party committee treats him with respect and respect. With this relationship, those wealthy families, so Z didn't dare to behave against classmate Shijuan. Speaking of this, he showed a look of resentment and said, "But they are not so polite to those who also pursue Shijuan, just like a senior in the literature club before, because they are closer to Shijuan." One night, I was beaten by a few young people outside the school, and even the knee was broken. Although there is no direct evidence, many people know that this is the work of the rich. Zhou Hao also knew a little about the actions of those second-generation ancestors. These people relied on their father's protection and acted arrogantly and lawlessly outside. Not to mention instructing punks to beat people. Even if it was really making life, they would dare to do it. At this time, I saw the boy glance at Zhou Hao and then said, "You are also the suitor of Shijuan classmate? We are also considered as rivals in love, but we have a common enemy, the rich family, so we can temporarily form an offensive and defensive alliance." Zhou Hao smiled and shook his head. "It's still not necessary." "Why not?" "You don't know. Now we have a lot of people formed into alliances, just like those celebrities' song clubs." The boy said, "Only in this way can we barely resist those rich people." "You look good. Although not bad, I think you are just an ordinary student. If you are alone, I don't think you can beat those rich people." Zhou Hao still shook his head. "I really don't need it, because I was the man who cherished the monarch." The boy was surprised when he heard the words, and then he laughed. "Brother, I think you are thinking about classmate Shijuan's convulsions. I have also seen some guys who boast that they are classmate Shijuan's boyfriends outside. But those guys were beaten like a pig in a few days, so I advise you not to brag." "I didn't brag, and I don't need to." Zhou Hao smiled, then turned and walked to the big stage. "Hey, classmates, don't be foolish. Those rich people are in front. Don't talk nonsense." The boy shouted to Zhou Hao from behind, but Zhou Hao ignored him, just smiled and shook his head, and then continued to move forward. The auditorium in this lobby is designed with stairs. Zhou Hao walked towards the big stage below, but approached the big stage. The more he realized that the people sitting in front were mainly boys, and of course it was also for you closer to Wang Shijuan. Seeing this situation, Zhou Hao felt in his heart that Wang Shijuan really turned all sentient beings upside down at Fudan University. In the previous life, after graduating from high school, she did not enter the university and later married Lu Mingwei, so she did not experience a college career. Zhou Hao knew that if Wang Shijuan from his previous life had the opportunity to go to university, he might be in the same situation as he is now. After all, whether it was his previous life or this life, Wang Shijuan was such a stunning beauty. Zhou Hao slowly approached the big platform, but because the people around were all paying attention to Wang Shijuan, they didn't pay attention to Zhou Hao. Instead, it was Wang Shijuan on the stage. He was originally engrossed in recitation of Su Zhima's A Night in the Emerald Chui, but suddenly saw a familiar figure approaching the stage, fixed his eyes, and saw Zhou Hao. Wang Shijuan was stunned, and even stopped reading, staring at Zhou Hao, who had come to the front of the stage in amazement, as if he was wondering if he was in a dream. "Xie Jun," Zhou Hao called out softly. Upon hearing this call, Wang Shijuan ignored whether it was a dream or reality. He rushed forward, jumped off the stage, and flew toward Zhou Hao. Wang Shijuan's jump from the stage was unexpected to Zhou Hao, and he quickly stepped forward to meet Wang Shijuan 2 steps. I saw Wang Shijuan leaping down from the stage in white clothes, like an angel falling from the sky. Zhou Hao opened his arms, secretly released a strong force, gently supported Wang Shijuan, let her float down lightly, fell into Zhou Hao's arms. And Zhou Hao also hugged Wang Shijuan's tender body with both hands, still turning around twice. This scene, comparable to the plot of a movie, was seen in the eyes of everyone, and it was deeply imprinted on their hearts, especially the sweet smile on Wang Shijuan's face in surprise, and the tears rising from the corners of his eyes. How close is the relationship between people? Wang Shijuan also learned about Zhou Hao's return from Yintang beforehand. At that time, she wanted to put everything down and go to Zhou Hao with Situ Jianying, but Yintang said that Zhou Hao had something important and went to Beijing, so Wang Shijuan, she didn't dare to go looking for Zhou Hao rashly. For fear that it would hinder Zhou Hao from doing business, she persuaded Situ Jianying, who was desperate to go to Beijing to find Zhou Hao. They knew that Zhou Hao would definitely come to see themselves, so they suppressed the endless miss for Zhou Hao and forced them to stay here at Fudan University and wait for Zhou Hao's arrival. As for Zhou Hao's disappearance for more than a year, Yin Tong and Yin Qing didn't know, let alone Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying. In order not to worry them, Zhou Liren only let them think that Zhou Hao was more than a year old. I came to the United States to do a big thing secretly for the country, so I can't contact my family for safety reasons. So Wang Shijuan and others don't know the life and death danger Zhou Hao experienced. Just thinking about Zhou Hao is enough to torture people. So although Wang Shijuan seems to be a lot more mature now than a year ago, he looks a little thinner, and there is a melancholy feeling between his brows. However, the melancholy in her expression rushed away after seeing Zhou Hao at this time. She was replaced with a heart full of surprises and gurgling tears. When she was excited, she didn't know what to do. Speak. When everyone in the lobby was still wondering why Wang Shijuan, who was usually reserved and gentle, would make the scary move just now, Wang Shijuan made another move that made everyone stunned. I saw her clasping Zhou Hao's neck with her hands, and when she couldn't speak with tears, she even moved forward and kissed Zhou Hao. Even Zhou Hao was shocked by this move, because Wang Shijuan was always so shy, an ignorant and pure girl next door, even in bed. Zhou Hao has always taken the initiative, and has never seen Wang Shijuan have such a side. Especially in the presence of so many people, Wang Shijuan dared to make such a move. However, Zhou Hao did not refuse, because he could feel Wang Shijuan's deep love and longing for him from this kiss. This full of emotion seemed to have turned into that sweet body fluid, infiltrating each other. Compared to the sweetness of Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan, everyone in the lobby was completely petrified. Many people gasped when they saw Wang Shijuan actively kissing Zhou Hao. When everyone reacted, it was a broken heart, including those rich children who are eager for Wang Shijuan who occupy the front seat. They are all incredibly looks now. They can't accept the reality in front of them at all. Some people even subconsciously rub their eyes, thinking they are having nightmares. As for the boy who was chatting with Zhou Hao just now, his open mouth couldn't close for a long time, and Zhou Hao's voice still echoed in his ear. I am her man. After a long time, Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan's mouths separated, and Wang Shijuan remembered that he was in full view, and his face was flushed immediately, and then he buried his head in Zhou Hao's arms like a frightened kitten. In the middle, simply handed this situation to Zhou Hao to clean up. Facing the gazes of thousands of people in the lobby, Zhou Hao was also a little embarrassed, especially many boys who admired Wang Shijuan secretly. The sad and resentful eyes made Zhou Hao feel as if he had strangled their love with his own hands, a crime of acting as a murderer's sense. It's just that Zhou Hao is absolutely impossible to give up Wang Shijuan, so he just feels a little guilty for these innocent boys who are resentful. As for the vicious gazes of some people, including those rich, Zhou Hao paid no attention to it. Just kidding. I even dare to blow up American aircraft carriers, and I am afraid of you guys? Zhou Hao glanced at these guys without fear, sneer in his heart. Holding Wang Shijuan lightly, Zhou Hao stopped paying attention to everyone's gaze, and led Wang Shijuan away from the exit on the left of the big platform. After Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan disappeared for a while, those wealthy children reacted. FCK? Who is that bastard? Really, when we don't exist anymore? A rich kid with famous brand said angrily. The other person was also full of anger. That is, I took Shijuan away in front of us. Chasing. Can't let him run, said the guy who had just returned from the yellow Ferrari. As a result, these few children of the rich family who had fought openly and secretly in order to pursue Wang Shijuan were united in unprecedented unity and chased out together. Then, everyone in the lobby exploded, and there was a lot of discussion. Most of the boys were still in a state of broken love, and they only felt that the whole world had become gray. Other girls were surprised that Wang Shijuan, who had never been through scandals in the past, had a boyfriend. Looking at Wang Shijuan's shocking behavior just now, it is clear that he loved the boy so much. And some girls also have a kind of doubt. Think Zhou Hao has a familiar face, but they don't know where they have met him. Even in the beautiful Fudan Chinese department, Wang Shijuan's appearance is also top-notch, a veritable school-level beauty, especially her gentle and quiet temperament, making her the dream lover of countless boys in the school. Nowadays, Wang Shijuan's boyfriend has appeared silently. Such a burst of news is naturally enough to excite these gossip girls. Soon, the news that Wang Shijuan and her boyfriend reunited and kissed at school spread out from the conference hall. spreading throughout Fudan University as if they had grown wings. Not to mention Fudan University, which was about to be disturbed by Zhou Hao. After Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan came out of the conference hall, they were about to go to the art department to find Situ Jianying, but they were blocked by a few guys. It was just now. Those rich kids. Stop for me. One of them stopped not far in front of Zhou Hao, pointing at Zhou Hao and shouted. Zhou Hao frowned. He is no longer at the same level as these rich children. If it is calm, he would not even have the interest in tidying them up, nor would he have any interest in boring fights with these rich children. However, if these people provoked first, it would be another matter. Then I heard another rich man staring at Zhou Hao, gritted his teeth, and said, "Who are you, stinky boy, who dared to kiss Shijuan in full view?" Strong kiss. Zhou Hao was taken aback. It was obviously Wang Shijuan who kissed him just now. How do these guys feel that they are kissing Shijuan forcibly? Zhou Hao also felt a little inexplicable. Wang Shijuan said at this time, "What do you want to do? I told you a long time ago. I don't like you. I have a boyfriend." "It's because you don't believe it." The rich man who opened the yellow Ferrari said, "We only thought that this was an excuse to cherish you. As long as we persist, you will always accept our pursuit." Wang Shijuan frowned and said, "Then you see it now? I have a boyfriend. You always believe it now. What's so good about this kid? Look at him. He is obviously a nerd with no money and power. What can be compared to us?" A rich young man also asked Wang Shijuan. Wang Shijuan sighed and wanted to say that none of you were better than Zhou Hao, but he was afraid that it would hurt the self-esteem of these people even more, so he didn't say it. And Zhou Hao sneered at several guys. "Then what do you want to do now? Abolish me, and then rob you of your prince." Several people were stunned when they heard the words. They really wanted to destroy Zhou Hao, but in front of Wang Shijuan, they didn't dare to do so. As for the capture of Wang Shijuan, it is even more impossible. Although they don't know Wang Shijuan's true background, it is a fact that the president of Fudan University personally received Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying when they enrolled. Even in their family, the principal of Fudan University cannot be so attracted. At best, it is just turning a blind eye to their mischief in school, so they all know that Wang Shijuan is no better than those without background. Girls, if they provoke the forces behind her, they don't know if they can afford it. So when Zhou Hao said so, they really didn't know what to do, but they were absolutely unwilling to let Zhou Hao go in like this. Hey, what are you guys doing?" At this time, I heard a female voice. Zhou Hao couldn't help but follow the reputation. His face immediately moved, because the person here was Situ Jianying. As soon as those wealthy children heard Situ Jianying's voice, their necks shrank subconsciously, and they were obviously very jealous of Situ Jianying. However, Situ Jianying's next move made them feel that the whole world was crazy at once, because Situ Jianying passed them directly and came to Zhou Hao's side, holding Zhou Hao's other arm. To these wealthy families, Z said coldly, "What do you want to do to my man?" I saw Situ Jianying wearing a white button-down shirt on the upper body, and an exquisite and cute little black dress on the outside, and a dark blue pleated skirt that didn't fit the knees, and a pair of small brown on his feet. The cowhide boots look very lively. Compared with Wang Shijuan, Situ Jianying's changes are more obvious. The original long hair has now become capable short hair. Although there is no sense of elegance, it is more in line with her straightforward character. Moreover, Situ Jianying, who was not short in the first place, is now taller, half a head taller than Wang Shijuan, and looks very slender, especially the thighs, which outlined two long and beautiful curves, and the skin it was as white as frost, and there was no trace of blemish. It was a big killer. But what was more deadly than her slender thighs was the pair of stunners on her chest. The button-down shirt fits her, tightly wrapping her plump and towering breasts, and she can see her extremely attractive breast shape. And although her shirt only had 2 buttons unbuttoned, it was a bit conservative for other girls, but she was still able to slightly reveal a gully, and people's eyes fell into it unconsciously. Seeing such a scene will make the boys feel involuntarily feeling. It turns out that the Americans have been looking for weapons of mass destruction that they have been unable to find for so many years. It is here. Although Situ Jianying is slightly inferior to Wang Shijuan in appearance, she is also one of the most beautiful beauty. Her charming Danfeng eyes and a small beauty mole on the corner of her mouth add a lot of charm to her. In particular, Her hot personality, which was completely different from Wang Shijuan, was also an irresistible attraction. Throughout Fudan University, if Wang Shijuan is the incarnation of a gentle and kind angel, then Situ Jianying is the incarnation of a witch. With Situ Jianying's arms around him and feeling the squeezing force on her chest, Zhou Hao felt emotional. Among the many women around him, Zhao Yuqin and Situ Jianying were the biggest ones. In the past, Situ Jianying was still young, so he was not as good as Zhao Yuqin, but now he is no match. Not to mention what Zhou Hao thought in his heart. The few wealthy elders around looked at Situ Jianying and Wang Shijuan holding Zhou Hao's arms from left to right. They looked like they were naturally unscrupulous. They felt unbelievable and dumbfounded. Looking at this crazy scene, everyone in Fudan University knows that Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying are very good friends, and their feelings are comparable to sisters. Although the two girls belong to different departments, they often do activities together on weekdays and walk together on campus, which can always attract the attention of all boys. Wang Shijuan is the dream goddess of many boys in Fudan University. In fact, Situ Jianying is not bad, but her lethality is more effective for those more introverted boys. These so-called more introverted boys will gradually become specific in the future. The otaku of the group. Situ Jianying tends to show no words to other boys. The eldest lady's temper is more obvious, and her straightforward and hot personality makes people afraid to get close at will. But it's just such a personality, but it makes those homeboys flock to it. Situ Jianying is a queen-type person if it is described in the online language of the future. Of course, those wealthy children in the school have ambitions towards Situ Jianying, but Situ Jianying is not as kind as Wang Shijuan. Even if she doesn't like others, she will not speak badly. If she provokes Situ Jianying, her means of revenge are very terrifying. There used to be a guy who couldn't help taking the opportunity to ask Situ Jianying to go out to the nightclub, and then wanted to drug Situ Jianying. But, instead of succeeding, this guy was fainted by someone and woke up the next day. At that time, he was lying naked on the street and was eventually taken away by the police as a neurotic. In the end, this guy didn't dare to stay in school, so he transferred and left. There is no news of him now. The guy who conspired against the law also belonged to the circle of this rich kid, and his background was not simple, but he did not dare to avenge Situ Jianying afterwards. From this we can see that Situ Jianying's energy is still great. Therefore, although Situ Jianying often appeared on different occasions in the school in a much sexier dress than other girls, and often caused the men around him to have a long nosebleed, no one dared to provoke him. I thought that Situ Jianying was too high-sided to look down on other boys, but now I know that Situ Jianying has a master long ago, and he still likes the same person as Wang Shijuan. What's even more incredible is that two such outstanding girls, who are so popular among boys, will actually like the same person, and they don't mind the existence of each other. Hey, you guys, tell me, what do you want to do to my man? Situ Jianying's eyes widened and stared coldly at these rich boys. Facing Situ Jianying, these guys were very jealous, especially after Situ Jianying just made this sweet drink. He involuntarily took 2 steps back, and the rich kid who drove the yellow Ferrari before said angrily, We didn't want to do anything. We just wanted to figure out what this stinky boy is capable of, so that Shijuan and you are both with him. Together. What does he have to do with you? Situ Jianying sneered. Who the two of us like can be managed by you? But I can also tell you that even 100 you and 10,000 you are better than not half of our man's hair. You don't even deserve to give him shoes. These few people did not expect that Situ Jianying would admire Zhou Hao so much, and his tone was so straightforward and cold that he couldn't accept it anymore. Especially Zhou Hao looked very handsome at this time, but his whole body was just extraordinary. Casual clothes are completely different from those of the rich, whose shoes are specially made from foreign countries. So they preconceived that Zhou Hao was a poor boy, and somehow climbed onto the 2 princesses Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying. Why? Are you not convinced? Situ Jianying sneered when seeing the expressions of several of them. Yes, we are not convinced. Another rich family said, What is so good about him? Isn't he just looking handsome? Don't you like Xiao Balian so much? The movement here quickly attracted the attention of many students. because Wang Shijuan and Situ Jinying are both well-known figures in the school, and those wealthy families are also very famous, so the students gathered around here are getting more and more. Too much. Especially the two women, Wang Shijuan and Situ Jinying, who have never heard of any scandals before, are hugging a boy's arm at the same time, acting very intimately. Just now, there was news that Wang Shijuan was in front of many people in the conference hall with a boy. Exciting kiss. Now it seems that it is the boy next to them. Situ Jinying didn't pay attention to the people around him. Instead, she sneered at the wealthy people. You said he is a little white face? Zhou Hao was also a little helpless at this time, because it was not the first time that he was treated as a little boy. Sometimes he even wonders, should he get a little tan to get rid of the less glorious image of little white face? Situ Jinying hummed again. Don't you think my man is very familiar? Suddenly hearing Situ Jinying's words, these rich family members and the surrounding students all reacted. They really felt that Zhou Hao was a bit familiar, but for a while, he couldn't remember where he had been. I remember, he is Zhou Hao. The Zhou Hao who forced Robertson to flee and Soros jumped off the building. Suddenly a student shouted. Hearing this, everyone remembered. It turned out that they had seen Zhou Hao's photos in the magazine. Back then, Zhou Hao's defeat of the two major stock market crocodiles was very sensational, and it can be said that it shocked the world, and his sudden rise of a new generation of stock gods was young and handsome, and immediately became the object of many girls' attention and admiration. It's just that Zhou Hao disappeared shortly after the battle in Hong Kong, and the storm of that battle gradually subsided. After more than a year, people's impression of him has become shallow. But now as soon as someone pointed it out, everyone immediately recognized Zhou Hao. Those rich boys were stunned. They thought Zhou Hao was just a handsome poor boy. At this time, he suddenly realized that the ordinary man in front of him was a big figure standing proudly on the top. People of the same age, even the many old and cunning big people, can't compare to this man who is not showing up. Don't say it's me. Even the people in my own family dare not provoke this man. These rich kids all took a sigh of relief, knowing that they were not just as simple as kicking the iron plate. Why? Still not letting go? Do you really want to abolish my man? Situ Jinying exclaimed. When Situ Jinying called this out, these rich children immediately gave way, and even the surrounding students couldn't help but give way. Zhou Hao shook his head secretly, thinking this was too high profile. He didn't want to be the object of others' attention all the time. But at this moment, he still has to leave here with Situ Jinying and Wang Shijuan first. When passing by the wealthy princes, Situ Jinying still sneered. Fortunately, you didn't do it, otherwise, it's not just you, everyone in your family will suffer. Regarding Situ Jinying's words, they did not dare to doubt. God knew what kind of disaster would the great Buddha of Zhou Hao cause, so they did not dare to refute. They could only watch Zhou Hao and the three leave. The news that Wang Shijuan and Situ Jinying's boyfriend are the same person soon spread in Fudan University, and its explosiveness is also conceivable. After all, Wang Shijuan and Situ Jinying are completely school-level characters and can get either one. His heart is enough to become the object of worship of all boys in the school, let alone one person wins the second best. Therefore, when Zhou Hao led Situ Jinying and Wang Shijuan on the campus of Fudan University, there were too many eyes to bear. The eyes of the boys are envious and jealous, and they are not without admiration. The girls wondered how Wang Shijuan and Situ Jinying were willing to accept such a situation, and at the same time, they became more curious about Zhou Hao. But no one dared to intervene, because the most arrogant dudes in the school couldn't help them. I said you too, this is too high profile. Feeling like a monster being watched, Zhou Hao smiled bitterly and said to the two women around him. Situ Jinying proudly tilted her head and said, Don't you know that since our first day of enrollment, those guys flew around us like a large group of flies, and they were annoying. Me and Shijuan tells them many times that we have a boyfriend, but they just don't believe it. We can't just find someone to impersonate you. Today is all right. You are finally here. We are relieved. Wang Shijuan nodded unceasingly and cast an aggrieved look at Zhou Hao, telling how annoying she had been over the past year. Zhou Hao smiled bitterly. It's just that, it won't be easy for me to come to Fudan University in the future. I have to guard against being beaten up by your suitors. After a pause, he smiled and looked at Situ Jianying. I heard that you are a well-known female devil in school. Have you ever tried to strip a man who had an intention on you and throw it on the street? Who made that guy feel bad and wanted to take medicine to seduce me? Situ Jianying hummed. Just stripping him naked and throwing him on the street is considered cheap. According to my original plan, he wanted to act like him. It was gelled like a pig. Zhou Hao couldn't help but shudder when he heard it, because he knew that Situ Jianying must have really thought about it. And he couldn't help feeling fortunate for that guy. But that guy deserves it. He even wanted to use this inferior method against Situ Jianying. If he was there, it would definitely not be as simple as stripping his clothes and throwing them on the street. As they were talking, the three of them walked out of the gate of Fudan University, and Zhou Hao also saw two black Benz cars parked outside the gate, and a man in a black suit with sunglasses standing in the car. Alongside, seeing Situ Jianying from a distance, they quickly greeted him. Miss Situ and Miss Wang, are you going back to the Prosperity Palace? The man respectfully asked Situ Jianying and Wang Shijuan. Although this guy was wearing sunglasses, Zhou Hao could feel that this person was looking at him suspiciously, as if wondering how he was so close to Situ Jianying and Wang Shijuan. I heard Situ Jianying say to him, well, let's go back to Prosperity Palace. Okay. As the man said, he quickly opened the rear door for Zhou Hao and the others, and then he quickly sat in the passenger seat and asked the driver to start the car. Although Zhou Hao was very curious about the identity of Zhou Hao, he had no intention of asking Wang Shijuan or Situ Jianying. Zhou Hao was surprised at these men in black, so he looked at Situ Jianying and Wang Shijuan. Wang Shijuan didn't seem to know how to speak, but Situ Jianying smiled and said, you must be very surprised about the identity of these people. In fact, they are all underworld. As soon as Situ Jianying's words fell, the man in the front passenger seat smiled bitterly. Miss Situ, I have already explained to you, we are not actually a triad. It's just that what you are doing is not completely legal, right? Situ Jianying laughed. What's going on? Zhou Hao asked. Situ Jianying smiled and said, in fact, I and Shi Jun didn't understand at first, but later we learned that these people are here to protect us. They are under a person named Pei Xiaochuan, and this Pei Xiaochuan is in Shanghai. Both black and white are very energetic people. He used to be a gangster, but now he has become a gangster and has become a personal representative. As for why he wants to send someone to protect us, wait until I return. Zhou Hao guessed that because there were outsiders here, Situ Jianying couldn't tell herself the secret matter, so she didn't ask any more. However, Situ Jianying smiled and asked Wang Shijuan. Shijuan, I have heard that you just kissed Zhou Hao in public in the conference hall, right? As soon as Wang Shijuan heard this, a red glow appeared on both cheeks, and he whispered, I saw Zhou Hao suddenly, and thought I was dreaming. I couldn't help it for a while, so just. Situ Jianying didn't mean anything else. Just looking at Zhou Hao became wary. Then I saw her and said, then you can't favor one another, I want to. After that, Situ Jianying grabbed Zhou Hao's shoulder, leaned over and kissed Zhou Hao's lips, and proactively stretched out his tongue to tease Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao didn't expect Situ Jianying to be so fierce and more aggressive than himself. In the corner of his eyes, he glanced forward, but saw that the two people in front of the car were not squinting and didn't even notice the movement behind. And Wang Shijuan didn't mean to stop. After all, she had enjoyed Zhou Hao's kiss before, and this time it was Situ Jianying's turn. At the same time, Situ Jianying's plumper body than before also strongly tempted Zhou Hao, and Zhou Hao had to fight back. Her hands were cruising across her clothes, but not so intense. After all, there are outsiders. Zhou Hao can't be so casual. After kissing for a long time, Situ Jianying let go of Zhou Hao's enthusiasm, but his beautiful face was very attractive. She grabbed Zhou Hao's arm and said, you stinky guy, you went to the United States without saying anything. Even though you are doing business for the country, you have to let us know. It made us worry about you. More than a year. Also, I won't come to see us when I come back. If Shijuan hadn't stopped me, I would go to Beijing to find you. I'm wrong. Zhou Hao had nothing to argue with, and honestly admitted his mistake. In order to make up for your fault, you have to stay with us this time. Situ Jianying laughed. Wang Shijuan also nodded in agreement, leaning in Zhou Hao's arms, how he didn't want to leave. Let Zhou Hao enjoy the feeling of hugging left and right. Soon, the group came to Prosperity Palace. This Prosperity Palace is the most high-end residential area in Shanghai. It contains both high-rise units and independent villas. Although China has not yet reached the stage of soaring housing prices, the prices here are also very high, more than 20,000 yuan. The residences of Situ Jianying and Wang Shijuan are in a residential building in the Prosperity Palace, with a 28-story, 3-story duplex unit with a total area of 420 square meters. With decoration and furniture, the total price of this unit is as high as 20 million yuan. At this time in the early 2000s, such a house was considered top in the country. It's just that Situ Jianying and Wang Shijuan live in school on weekdays in order to better complete their studies and enjoy university life, and only come here on weekends or public holidays. In addition, in the underground parking lot of the Prosperity Palace, Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying both have a car. Wang Shijuan's is a Volkswagen Beetle, and Situ Jianying's is a 911 series Porsche. Therefore, the university life of the two of them in Shanghai is much better than ordinary university students. Back in the house, those who protected Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying went back, and Situ Jianying said to Zhou Hao, "This house and our car were all sent by Pei Xiaochuan." Zhou Hao frowned. Why is a gangster who has been whitewashed so good to you? It's not that Zhou Hao suspected that the two women had any abnormal relationship with this Pei Xiaochuan, but that a wealthy and powerful underworld leader like Pei Xiaochuan would never treat Wang Shijuan and the others so kindly for no reason. Although Situ Jianying's father, Situ Li, is now the secretary of the Xiangqing Municipal Party Committee, his influence is far from that of Shanghai. Although Tongguang Food Company also has a lot of business in Shanghai, Pei Xiaochuan should not give tens of millions of things to Wang Shijuan in order to do business with Tongguang. Just listen to Wang Shijuan said. Actually, these are the arrangements of Uncle Zhou. Uncle Zhou. Zhou Hao was taken aback for a moment, and then he understood who the Uncle Zhou Wang Shijuan was talking about was his father Zhou Liren. Sure enough, Situ Jianying said, "Yes, Uncle Zhou knew that we were going to university here in Shanghai, and worried that we had no one to take care of us here, so I asked that Pei Xiaochuan to protect us. This Pei Xiaochuan is very powerful in Shanghai. Even the high-ranking officials in the government have to show some face. With him, we have less trouble. People in the school think I am the underworld's sister, and some dare not make friends with me." Zhou Hao suddenly came across. It sounds like Pei Xiaochuan should have something to do with the military's intelligence department. Otherwise, Zhou Liren would not arrange him to take care of Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying, who were studying in Shanghai. The gangsters started their careers, then washed white, and finally got the status of Shanghai Municipal People's Congress representative. This shows that Pei Xiaochuan has a strong relationship, but Zhou Hao did not expect that he would be able to establish a relationship with Zhou Liren, the military intelligence chief. This 3-story duplex design unit is very luxuriously decorated. The furniture used is all imported from Europe and the United States. You can see that its value is very high when you look at the texture. There are also those household appliances, all of which are the most advanced today. In one sentence in terms of words, you can do whatever you want with luxury. Coupled with the Volkswagen Beetle and Porsche, this gift that Pei Xiaochuan gave to Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying is not a small amount. And if this was because Zhou Liren had instructed Pei Xiaochuan to take care of the two women, then Pei Xiaochuan's handwriting was not to please Wang Shijuan or Situ Jianying, but Zhou Liren. Zhou Hao also knows that, in fact, the security departments of many countries are related to the underground forces in the country. After all, some things, such as underground forces such as the underworld, are more convenient and quicker to investigate, and they are not so noticeable. Correspondingly, the security department will also provide protection for these underworld. Of course, these triads should not feel dependent and lawless because of this. Compared with the security department, these triads are really not worth mentioning. If they cause any trouble for the security department can at any time it obliterates and then supports another underworld, which is too simple for them. However, it is undeniable that the underworld that has the security department as its backing is much stronger than those that have only a few administrative officials backed by or have no backing. Zhou Hao, let's go to the second floor. There is a big jacuzzi. Shijuan and I often wash together, but it feels comfortable. Situ Jianying interrupted Zhou Hao's thoughts and followed Wang Shiju and took Zhou Hao together and walked to the second floor. In this unit, on the first floor are 2 living rooms of different sizes and a well-equipped kitchen, while on the second floor is the study room, fitness room, and the bath, and on the third floor is the bedroom of Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying. There are 3 other rooms. When he came to the bath on the second floor, Zhou Hao had to marvel at the luxury here. The tiles on the wall were nothing but works of art. At first glance, he knew that they were all handmade. The flowers on that day were also Greek-style sculptures. As for the bath, it is clear. It is a small swimming pool, round in shape, with special water outlets on the edge and bottom to create wave effects and massage effects. To the east of the bath is a huge floor-to-ceiling glass, overlooking the scenery of Shanghai. As soon as she entered the bathroom, Situ Jianying immediately took off her clothes. She didn't feel ashamed at all, because Zhou Hao was next to her. She and Zhou Hao had a real relationship early on. Hasn't been seen by Zhou Hao, and Wang Shijuan often bathes with her, so there is no psychological barrier. But Zhou Hao, watching Situ Jianying take off her clothes one by one, his heart was very agitated, especially Situ Jianying was much taller than more than a year ago. Before and after, he became plump and exquisite, and his skin was as white as snow. Frost. The pair of white rabbits trembling on the chest is very attractive, and the 2 light red cherries on the top are even more fatal. Idiot. What else are you looking at? Take off your clothes quickly. Situ Jianying said to Zhou Hao with a smile, and stepped forward to help him take off his clothes. Despite Zhou Hao's long history of flowers, he was shocked by Situ Jianying's initiative at this time. After a while, Situ Jianying took off his clothes. As for Wang Shijuan, of course, he is also very shy, standing there in a daze. Watching Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying, who are gradually becoming naked, their faces are brightly red, and there is no kiss from the thousands of people in the conference hall just now. Zhou Hao's courage. Suddenly, Wang Shijuan caught a glimpse of Zhou Hao's back. Besides the sharp muscles, there were many scars. His heart shook. He couldn't help but walked forward and stretched out his hand to gently touch Zhou Hao's back and caress. After passing those long or short scars, he trembled. How these injuries? Situ Jianying also saw it at this time, not only on Zhou Hao's back, but also on his chest, arms, and legs. He immediately asked nervously, Zhou Hao, how come you have so many injuries? What happened? Zhou Hao realized that there were still many scars on his body, but Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying could see it. Some of these scars were caused by the rescue of Zhou Liren in the United States when facing a few great masters. Some were conspired by traders on the way back to China and fell from a high altitude when the plane exploded. Others were it was caused when wind demon Kotaro was killed not long ago. Originally, with Zhou Hao's strong physique, it was very difficult to leave scars on his body. Usually, the skin would return to its original state within a few days. However, because Zhou Hao suffered a lot of injuries at the time, and the wounds were also extremely deep, so even his body that had been modified by ambergris left the scars that symbolized the hard fight he had experienced. Seeing the distressed look of Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying, Zhou Hao was moved in his heart and smiled and said, It's okay. It's just the scars left by accident. Don't you think I am as strong as a cow? Wang Shijuan leaned against Zhou Hao's back, with his face attached to Zhou Hao's back, and murmured, Uncle said that you are doing things for the country in the United States and need to be kept strictly confidential. From this point of view, what you do it must be very dangerous. Otherwise, why can't even the family be contacted? These injuries must be left like this. How? You must have a hard life in the United States. Zhou Hao felt a damp sensation on his back and immediately knew that it was Wang Shijuan's tears falling on him. When he looked down, Situ Jianying also looked like weeping, and her phoenix eyes looked hazy. He quickly stretched out his hands and hugged them lightly, and gently comforted. Silly girl, I'm fine. Although the things I do are dangerous, I also know to protect myself. Every time I encounter danger, I will always say to myself, I can't have an accident. I have to come back safely to see you. I can't let myself have something to do. Look, didn't I come back to see you in peace? Situ Jianying and Wang Shijuan hugged Zhou Hao's waist at the same time, and Situ Jinying said, "You will never do such dangerous things again? If it weren't for Uncle Zhou to guarantee that someone from the country would protect you, there is absolutely no problem with security. We don't know how to worry." When Zhou Hao heard this, he immediately understood that during his disappearance, Zhou Liren made up a lie to prevent the girls from worrying about him too much. So he made up a lie that he was doing business for the country in the United States, and he also assured them of his safety. The women felt relieved. It's just that Zhou Liren at that time didn't even know whether Zhou Hao was in danger or not, so this behavior was just to comfort the girls. Fortunately, Zhou Hao finally returned safely, but Zhou Liren's credibility was preserved. Zhou Hao said to the two women, "You are right. I won't do this dangerous thing anymore. I will stay by your side." He secretly said in his heart that his biggest threat, Feng Imo Kotaro, is dead, and the United States doesn't know that Zhou Liren was saved by himself. Besides, there are measures to protect himself from the central authorities. Therefore, like that dangerous act, will never meet again. After comforting the two women's emotions, Zhou Hao immersed in the bath that was already filled with warm water, and Wang Shijuan also took off his clothes at the instigation of Situ Jianying. Seeing Wang Shijuan's delicate body like mutton-white jade, Zhou Hao took a sigh of relief. Compared with the slightly lean figure before, Wang Shijuan is now plump a lot, and the whole body is just right and beautiful. Compared with Situ Jianying's semicircular breasts, Wang Shijuan's sprung-like are not so full, but they are beautiful and lovely. Zhou Hao hadn't seen the two women for more than a year, and Zhou Hao naturally missed them. At this time, they met naked. No matter where he could bear it, he immediately embraced the two women in his arms and frivolously. Although Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying had made love to Zhou Hao together like this for the first time, they missed Zhou Hao so much in their hearts, and their feelings for each other were like sisters, so they didn't care so much. Situ Jianying sat on Zhou Hao's crotch directly in the water, letting herself become one with him. This, Situ Jianying, who hadn't had with Zhou Hao for a long time, couldn't bear Zhou Hao's fiery heat for a while, but once this pleasure occurred, he couldn't restrain it, and he instinctively moved up and down. While enjoying the gentleness of Situ Jianying, Zhou Hao kissed Wang Shijuan closely, and he really enjoyed the blessings of everyone. As a result, this spacious and comfortable bath became a spring pool where the three of them enjoyed the joy of fish and water. The three of them enjoyed themselves again. Even the reserved personality Wang Shijuan was also infected by this. In Zhou Hao's tenderness, Mai feels waves of pleasure peaks. With such a battle between two phoenixes, Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying were still weakened by Zhou Hao. They were still held by Zhou Hao before leaving the bath and returning to the room to rest. And at this moment, Situ Jianying's cell phone rang. Situ Jianying weakly put the phone to her ear, and then frowned quickly, and said to Zhou Hao, Pei Xiaochuan wants to come over and see you. Meet you. Pei Xiaochuan? Does he know me? Zhou Hao was also surprised. Situ Jianying said. He said Uncle Zhou had already told him that you have come to Shanghai. When Pei Xiaochuan asked to meet, Zhou Hao needed to see him anyway. After all, Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying had been taking care of them all the year they were studying in Shanghai. At this point, Zhou Hao couldn't keep people out of the house. And when Zhou Hao agreed to meet with Pei Xiaochuan, within 2 minutes, the crisp doorbell rang. Pei Xiaochuan might have been waiting downstairs a long time ago, and came up as soon as Zhou Hao agreed to meet. Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying also wanted to meet Pei Xiaochuan, because the two daughters were taken care of by others and received so many gifts from them. But they had not met a few times, so they wanted to thank them. But they had just fought Zhou Hao just now, and they didn't have any strength all over. And how could outsiders see the appearance of this springing love? So Zhou Hao let them rest in the room, and went down to see Pei Xiaochuan. When I opened the door, I saw a man who was under 40 years old standing outside. Behind him there were two entourages. It was the two who sent Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying back. This man under 40 is obviously Pei Xiaochuan. He has good facial features, a pair of gold glasses on his face, and a suit and leather suit. He is not at all like a figure who started from the underworld. Is an elegant university professor. As soon as Pei Xiaochuan saw Zhou Hao, he immediately showed an enthusiastic smile. Master Zhou, hello. The first time I met, it was a bit abrupt. I am Pei Xiaochuan. Hello, Mr. Pei. Please come in soon. Zhou Hao smiled slightly and walked away. Pei Xiaochuan walked into the room, but the two people behind him did not move. They just guarded the door and closed the door actively. Zhou Hao didn't care and accompanied Pei Xiaochuan to the living room and poured him a glass of warm water. Listen to Shijuan and Jianying that Mr. Pei has been looking after them all this year. I thank you for both of them. Zhou Hao smiled to Pei Xiaochuan. Pei Xiaochuan hurriedly said politely, saying, Actually, Tongwang Company also has a lot of business in Shanghai. Even if there is no pay, Miss Wang and Miss Situ will definitely have no problem in their lives. There are just some things. Tong, it's also inconvenient for the light company to come forward, and Miss Wang and Miss Situ are so good, it will inevitably lead to the covetousness of the unruly people. You can't be too polite to these guys, so I'm going to come in handy. Zhou Hao smiled and nodded when he heard this. Although Tongwang Company is also a well-known company in the country, but in Shanghai, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, if Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying arouse the coveting of those people, relies solely on Tongwang Company. I'm afraid it can't be solved, but if Pei Xiaochuan is a local snake, it will be much easier to get started. After all, Pei Xiaochuan has a lot of energy in both black and white in Shanghai, and he has the support of the security department behind him, so even the mayor of Shanghai will show some face to Pei Xiaochuan. Young Master Zhou, if you need any help in Shanghai in the future, please don't be polite, just talk to me. Pei Xiaochuan smiled at Zhou Hao, with a respectful look in his expression. In fact, Pei Xiaochuan is also a figure with hands and eyes in Shanghai. People in black and white know his name, which can be regarded as a prestige. If people see him at this time, Zhou Hao is in his early 20s. So respectful, I am afraid it will be shocked. However, Pei Xiaochuan knew Zhou Hao very well. On the one hand, he knew that Zhou Hao was the new generation of stock god who led the Hong Kong government to defeat the speculator group headed by Soros a year ago. On the other hand, he supported his security department behind the scenes. I contacted him earlier and told him that Zhou Hao is a figure that the central government attaches great importance to, and that the security department clearly wants to protect him. Pei Xiaochuan asked him to cooperate with Zhou Hao as much as possible. The so-called cooperation with Zhou Hao actually meant that Pei Xiaochuan obeyed Zhou Hao's orders. Just listen to Zhou Hao asking Pei Xiaochuan, How long have you been working with my father? Master Zhou, your father? Pei Xiaochuan was taken aback. Could it be that Director Xiao of the Second Bureau of the General Political Department is your father? Second Bureau of General Political Affairs. Zhou Hao was slightly taken aback, and then he understood. It was not Zhou Liren who contacted and cooperated with Pei Xiaochuan, but the Second Bureau of the General Political Department. It is also the case that Zhou Liren is the head of the First Army, and now he is the head of the General Political Department. Personally contact with underworld leaders like Pei Xiaochuan. Before Zhou Liren instructed Pei Xiaochuan to look after Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying, it should have been done through the Second Bureau of the General Political Department. Zhou Hao knew that in the General Political Department, due to the corrupt and mutiny of Deputy Director Ji Xingde, many people in the General Political Department were corrupted, especially the Second Bureau of the General Political Department, which was originally under the jurisdiction of Ji Xingde, was corrupt and even mutinous. The situation is particularly serious, and it has threatened national security. Zhou Liren served as the commander of the First Army for many years. He was loyal to the country, had an outstanding view of the overall situation, and his methods were decisive and ruthless. He became the principal of the General Political Department in one fell swoop. As soon as Zhou Liren took office, there was a major purge of the degenerate elements in the Politburo. Those who were corrupted by Ji Xingde were either directly executed or sent to a military prison for life under Zhou Liren's iron and blood methods. Imprisonment, and because the Politburo is an important department of the country's military, its internal information is not open to the public, so the outside media knows nothing about it. Today, the director of the Second Bureau of the General Political Department was also supported by Zhou Liren after the cleaning operation, and he is the head of Zhou Liren. In addition, through this clarity, Zhou Liren's majesty has also been thoroughly established. Both inside the General Political Department and those outside who are angry at Zhou Liren's appointment as the chief political officer are all shocked by Zhou Liren's iron fist means. As for the inside story of these upper echelons, Although Pei Xiaochuan has a cooperative relationship with the Second Bureau of the General Political Department, he does not know. So Zhou Hao shook his head and said, "It's nothing. I thought you knew my father." Hearing Zhou Hao's words, and remembering the changes in the transfer of the director of the General Political Department a year ago, Pei Xiaochuan had guessed something. He couldn't help but was shocked and said to Zhou Hao, "Difficult. Could it be that your father is—" "It's Zhou Liren, General Zhou." Zhou Liren was the rank of lieutenant general when he was in the First Army, and he was awarded the rank of general after serving as the director of the Politburo. So Pei Xiaochuan called him General Zhou. Now that Pei Xiaochuan guessed it, and his relationship with Zhou Liren has been filed with the central government, Zhou Hao has nothing to hide, nodded and said, "Yes, before I heard Jianying said that my father arranged you to protect them, I thought you had a direct relationship with your father." When Pei Xiaochuan heard it, he took a sigh of chills. Originally thought it was Zhou Hao's own reasons that the Second Bureau of the General Political Department would allow himself to protect Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying, because Pei Xiaochuan can now see that Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying is Zhou Hao's woman. The Second Bureau of the General Political Department even had to protect Zhou Hao's woman together, which shows that it attaches great importance to Zhou Hao. But now, Pei Xiaochuan knew that this was not just because of Zhou Hao's own problems. It turned out that he was still Zhou Liren's son. This is a veritable princeling. Pei Xiaochuan thought so. The Second Bureau of General Political Affairs is enough to make Pei Xiaochuan in awe, and he is respectful to Director Xiao, because Pei Xiaochuan knows that although he is a person who fears both black and white in Shanghai, in the eyes of the Second Bureau of General Political Affairs, he is nothing but a person. Little gangsters, as long as they want to, they can wipe out their power at any time. And organizations like the Second Bureau of the General Political Department are still only a department under Zhou Liren. So Zhou Liren is simply an existence that can only be looked up to for Pei Xiaochuan. Thinking of this, Pei Xiaochuan's attitude towards Zhou Hao became more respectful. At this time, the phone in Zhou Hao's arms rang, and Zhou Hao took it out, but it was Kanhua Shinji's number. Earlier, Shinji Kanhua was ordered by Zhou Hao to carry out a sniper attack on the Polaris stock. Up to now, Shinji Kanzuki has carried out the first wave of offensive against the Polaris, causing the stock of Polaris to fall by 100%. 50 points. This move caused Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei, who were originally working in Beijing, to immediately go to Shanghai in an attempt to stabilize the stock price of Polaris. Through their efforts and the support of Huang Vank behind it, the stock price of Polaris has slowly risen, returning to 80% of the original stock price. Of course, Zhou Hao wouldn't stop there. The reason why he didn't let Shinji Kanhua sink the Polaris with a single blow was to toss Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei. "My son, the preparations are complete. When do you plan to start?" During the call, Kanhua Shinji asked Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao's mouth pulled out a smile. "Now that you're ready, let's act. By the way, remember to spread the news of Polaris fraudulent accounts at the same time, and the Securities Regulatory Department will act accordingly. When the time comes, we will do both." "I see them. How to deal with it?" Kanhua Shinji responded, and heard Zhou Hao ask, "Are you in Shanghai now?" "Well, I'm here at the exchange. Shinji Kanzuki said over there." Then Zhou Hao looked up and smiled at Pei Xiaochuan, who was opposite. "Mr. Pei, you also invest in stocks. Are you interested in going to the exchange with me?" Pei Xiaochuan hurriedly nodded and agreed. Not to mention that Zhou Hao is a world-renowned new generation of stock god, but that he is Zhou Liren's son, Pei Xiaochuan had to agree. Then, Zhou Hao talked to Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying, and left the Prosperity Palace, together with Pei Xiaochuan, and went to the largest securities trading office in Shanghai. This securities trading business department belongs to a financial investment company called Ruiqing International, which is very famous in the industry. And Zhou Hao only recently learned that this Ruiqing International is actually one of the Tokugawa family's chess subsidiaries in China, but the nominal boss and general manager of this company are all Chinese, so there are not many people knowing that the Tokugawa family is behind it. Now that the Tokugawa family is under the control of Keiru Nanami, these chess subsidiaries in China have naturally become resources in Keiru Nanami's hands. And as Keiru Nanami's most powerful arm in business, Kansuki Shinji can naturally issue instructions to these companies and mobilize their funds. When Zhou Hao and Pei Xiaochuan came to the sales department of Ruiqing International together, they saw that the lobby was full of small investors, men, women, and children. All of them were staring at the walls that showed each branch. The screen of the stock situation, the look on his face is both expectant and nervous. It has been nearly 2,000 years now, and during this period, the global technology network stocks are still at a high level, but the bubble phenomenon has begun to appear. Zhou Hao knew that, according to the original history, in the near future, the new type of stocks that have been booming for several years in technology network stocks will be completely shattered, and the stock market led by Nikitas will also plummet, as well as stock markets in other fields. All sectors have plummeted, creating a global financial market disaster. However, the stock market was still in a bull market stage before the tech internet bubble burst, making the vast majority of investors unaware of the upcoming global stock market crash. Seeing those stockholders in the sales department who hope to earn high returns by fighting in the stock market, Zhou Hao said to Pei Xiaochuan beside him, "Mr. Pei, when you just came in, did you see the two lines at the door?" Word. Suddenly hearing Zhou Hao's question, Pei Xiaochuan felt very confused and heard Zhou Hao smile and said, "Investment is risky, and you must be cautious when entering the market." This is the most famous saying in stock market investment. But if you look at these small investors, there are who really understands this. Many ordinary small investors are ignorant and blind, easy to follow the trend, and more likely to be deceived by various news, so they are easy to be used by the dealer. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Pei Xiaochuan's expression was a bit unnatural right now, because he had never been in the stock market before, and of course, as Zhou Hao said, he had taken advantage of the ignorance and blindness of those small investors to make profits. It's just that the amount of Pei Xiaochuan's manipulation is not too big, and there is not much turmoil in the national stock market, so it has not aroused the fear of relevant departments. Otherwise, the second bureau of the General Political Department will not let him go first. Hearing Zhou Hao's words at this time, Pei Xiaochuan certainly didn't dare to argue with him, and could only agree with him. Just listen to Zhou Hao with a smile. "Don't worry, I didn't mean it against you. I just made a comment. In fact, small investors all over the world are the same. They are driven by profit. This is inevitable." After that, Zhou Hao shook his head, and then followed the manager of Ruiqing International to the VIP room above with Pei Xiaochuan. The VIP room that Zhou Hao and the others went to was not a big room in the general sense, but a room specially designated by Ruiqing International, which was equipped with a display screen, which could see the direction of the stock market and the rise and fall of stocks. When Zhou Hao and the others came to this VIP room, they saw Manhwa Shinji waiting for themselves with Zhong Zhirui, the boss of Ruiqing International. Kanzuki Shinji is wearing a light gray women's suit today, a decent slim shirt and jacket, and slender suit trousers, which not only highlights the proud figure of Kanzuki Shinji, but also reveals a capable breath. She also wears a pair of thin black glasses today, which looks more intellectual. And Zhong Zhirui is a very mature and charming middle-aged man. He knows that he is the kind of person who can do well in all kinds of social occasions. But at this time, he is beside Manhwa Shinji. Deepal, because he is only the nominal boss of Ruiqing International. The real power behind the scenes is the Tokugawa family, and Kanzuki Shinji is a close friend of Kaoru Nanami. According to ancient times, he is equivalent to the Minister of Imperial Commission, and Zhong Zhirui not in awe. When Zhou Hao arrived, Shinji Kanhwa, who was full of majesty and heroism, immediately showed a smile. Lianbu moved to Zhou Hao and said softly, "My son, thanks for your hard work, Shinji." Zhou Hao said sincerely. Kanhwa Shinji shook his head slightly, introduced Zhong Zhirui to Zhou Hao, and then said to Zhong Zhirui, "This is the son of our family." The wife said that the son has decision-making power over all the companies under the group. What do you say about the son? Just do it. As a person in the financial investment industry, Zhong Zhirui recognized Zhou Hao as the new stock god, who set off a huge wave in Hong Kong more than a year ago. But he was surprised when Zhou Hao became a member of the Tokugawa family, and to get in touch with the lady who has the power. However, these are not what Zhong Zhirui can care about. His own net worth and life are controlled in the hands of Nanami Kaoru, so naturally, he has to follow Zhou Hao's words. He immediately bowed his waist to Zhou Hao and then said respectfully, "My son, we are ready in terms of funds. We can attack the Polaris at any time, and I will wait for your order, my son." Zhou Hao smiled without saying a word and looked at Shinji Kanyue next to him. Shinji Kanyue said, "We have raised 6 billion yuan of funds through Ruiqing International, and after these funds are used up, we can still prepare 4 billion yuan within half an hour." Zhou Hao nodded and said, "Let's start. Don't let Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei wait in a hurry." Kanyue Shinji agreed and said to Zhong Zhirue, "Let's start. The sun is here to supervise the battle himself. Don't let the sun down." Zhong Zhirue hurriedly responded, "Definitely, definitely." Ruiqing International originally had a group of experienced traders, and Zhong Zhirue himself was also a highly skilled manipulator. At this time, Zhou Hao gave the order, and he immediately let those traders who were already ready to act. Zhou Hao sat on the leather sofa in the center of this VIP room accompanied by Shinji Kanyue and Pei Xiaochuan, looking at the display on the front wall very leisurely, paying attention to the stock market. Pei Xiaochuan is very excited now. After operating in Shanghai for so many years, with the support of the Second Bureau of the General Political Department, his net worth has already exceeded 10 billion. However, many of the tens of billions of net worth are stocks, real estate, and other assets, and the 10 billion that Ruiqing International is preparing now is pure capital to be invested in the stock market. Moreover, looking at Zhou Hao and others, these tens of billions are clearly not their limit. Therefore, Pei Xiaochuan had to be shocked by the huge funds that Zhou Hao could manipulate. At the same time, Zhong Zhirue was also known to Pei Xiaochuan. He was also a top figure in the circle of Shanghai. Now he has become a humble in front of Zhou Hao and Kanyue Shinji. Not to mention the shock in Pei Xiaochuan's heart. After Zhong Zhirue and the others began to act, the outstanding shares of Polaris were bought by large orders, with a transaction volume of hundreds of millions, which made the stock price of Polaris rise immediately. Kanyue Shinji said to Zhou Hao, "The tradable shares of Polaris on the market account for about 40% of their total shares. This ratio is considered very high in China's stock market. After all, China's stock market does not implement a full circulation system like the United States, Japan, or Hong Kong." Zhou Hao nodded slightly. The reason why Polaris issued such a large proportion of tradable shares is actually to facilitate them to collect money in the stock market. Moreover, a large part of these circulating shares are actually in the hands of Wang Zhongjuan. At this time, the market value of the Polaris stock that Zhong Zhirue bought in a large amount has reached 2 billion yuan, and the share price of Polaris has been pulled up a lot. And Polaris has also become the stock with the highest turnover since the market opened today. Many small investors thought this was a sign of the Polaris hurricane, and they also chose to buy. After such volatility, several Polaris orders were released on the stock market. When Zhou Hao saw it, he knew that it was Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei who had acted. It should be that Wang Zhongjuan and the others were not sure why anyone in the market suddenly bought such a large amount of Polaris stock, so they tentatively released a few orders. Just listen to Zhong Zhirue saying to the following people through the walkie-talkie, "Buy all. We will collect as much as they put it." As a result, the Polaris stocks that appeared on the market were wiped out in a short time. Those small stockholders who did not know the inside story saw that the market of Polaris was so good, they also joined the rush to buy, making the stock price of Polaris rose again, and it was close to the daily limit. Kanzuki Shinji said, "My son, the Polaris stock we own already accounts for half of all the outstanding shares." Zhou Hao let out an then nodded to Zhong Zhirue over there. Zhong Zhirue also nodded quickly, and then ordered to the following trader, "Okay, start to release the stocks on hand, and give me their price." Following Zhou Hao's actions, a large number of Polaris stocks were immediately sold on the market, and the direct result was a turning point in the Polaris stock price. However, not long after Zhou Hao and the others sold the Polaris stock, there was a lot of people buying in the market, and their trading volume was also hundreds of millions, which immediately lifted the Polaris stock price. Seeing the situation in the stock market, Zhou Hao sneered. The other party has also started. Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei should not be able to raise enough funds in such a short period of time. They must be their accomplices. It is most likely Huang. Vank, or the Dingxing Group. Zhong Zhirui, who was acting as the on-site commander, turned around and asked Zhou Hao, "My son, what are we going to do next? Since they want to raise the stock price of Polaris, we are as they wish." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Release all the stocks on hand." Zhong Zhirui nodded and immediately followed Zhou Hao's instructions to sell the Polaris stock on hand. Zhou Hao and the others originally bought the Polaris from a high position, but their stock price fell sharply with their large hands, and the other party also vigorously attacked the goods. After a tug of war, the share price of Polaris, again after being pulled back again, Zhou Hao and the others had just turned around in the stock market between buying and selling, but there was not much profit or loss. Today's market, although the overall trend is rising, the ups and downs of Polaris today are still eye-catching. But then, Zhou Hao didn't have any follow-up actions, which made it impossible for the Polaris side to guess his intentions. After such actions, time flies quickly, and the market is closed at noon immediately. The stock price of Polaris closed at noon at 28 yuan, which was more than one block higher than when the market opened in the morning, but it was the result of Wang Zhongjuan and the others. "How about, son, the market is closed at noon. Shall we wait for the market to open in the afternoon before continuing?" Qinhua Xinji asked Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao raised his hand. "We can take a break and go to have lunch or something, but we still have to do it." Taking advantage of the chance that the market is closed at noon, they can't respond, and immediately let the Securities Regulatory Department respond to the Polaris. Initiate an investigation and, at the same time, let the media also act together to make public the alleged false accounting of Polaris. After hearing the words, Xinji Qinhua nodded and immediately took out his mobile phone to convey Zhou Hao's order. Regarding the Securities Regulatory Department, although the person in charge is not from the Zhao family, he is not in an antagonistic relationship with the Zhao family, and his faction has had experience in cooperating with the Zhao family. Moreover, in the Hong Kong stock war led by Zhou Hao, the domestic side also strongly supported it, including the cooperation of the National Securities Department. Therefore, Zhou Hao and the people here have also cooperated. In this way, when the Zhao family found the head of the Securities Regulatory Department, the other party quickly agreed to Zhou Hao's request. Now, as soon as Zhou Hao's fire spear was fired, the Securities Regulatory Department immediately took action and quickly organized personnel to the company headquarters of Polaris for investigation. In a high-end club in Shanghai, Wang Zhongjuan, Wang Zhonglei, and Huang Vank are all in this spacious and luxurious VIP room. The table is full of precious foods such as abalone, ginseng, and wing belly, but the appetites of a few people are not very good at this time. "Mr. Huang, thanks to you this time, our stock has not been beaten by anyone." Wang Zhongjuan raised a toast to Huang Wank and said. Huang Wank smiled slightly. "You're welcome. After all, we are all in the same boat, and I am also one of the shareholders of Polaris, so I can't watch Polaris suffer." And Wang Zhonglei said, "Who is targeting us? Someone maliciously dumped our stock not long ago. This is the case again. If it weren't for Mr. Huang, you would make a timely move. The consequences would be unimaginable. It's actually not hard to guess. Zhou Hao is the one who has this kind of grudge with the Polaris." Huang Wank sneered. Moreover, dealing with enemies in the stock market is his usual tactic. Upon hearing Huang Wank's words, Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei both looked worried, because Zhou Hao's title of share god was too loud. What's more, even stock market predators such as Soros and Robertson were beaten to death and escaped by Zhou Hao. Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei did not dare to say that they were comparable to the strong men like Soros, and they were even more afraid of Zhou Hao. Huang Wank saw the faces of Wang Zhongjuan and the others, and he hesitantly smiled. "Do you need to be so scared? After all, the stock god is not a real god. After all, Zhou Hao is just a stinky boy in his early 20s. Is the world really invincible? Huang Wank, I don't believe in this evil. Mr. Huang is bold, and we admire it." Wang Zhongjuan laughed and said, "But Zhou Hao, after selling our stocks, he has no action, and he doesn't know what he wants to do. Mr. Huang, do you have a clue?" Huang Wank also frowned. According to this guy's style, it shouldn't be so easy to give up. What's more, the Polaris originally belonged to him, but we did some calculations while he was away. Zhou Hao will definitely not count it like this. When Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei heard this, the expressions on their faces immediately became unnatural. Because at the very beginning, Zhou Hao found them and asked them to act as the managers of the Polaris. However, they colluded with Huang Wank and others when Zhou Hao was away and invaded the Polaris. Such a naked betrayal, no one would treat it like nothing happened. In particular, the Wang brothers had followed Zhou Hao for a period of time, and they also understood some of Zhou Hao's methods to deal with enemies, which were really unpredictable and cruel. At this moment, the mobile phone in Wang Zhonglei's arms suddenly rang, and he quickly picked up the phone to answer, and his expression changed quickly. Wang Zhongjuan next to Huang Wank met with Huang Wank and immediately knew something had happened. Huang Wank asked quickly, "What's wrong?" Wang Zhonglei put down the phone and said anxiously, "The people in the company said that the Securities Regulatory Bureau suddenly investigated our accounts and said that we were suspected of making false accounts. Also, several well-known newspapers in China reported this incident at the same time. You know it all." Wang Zhongjuan and Huang Wank were also shocked when they heard this, but they didn't expect this to happen suddenly. In particular, Huang Wank is now a member of the Dong family and has a relatively deep official background, but the Securities Regulatory Bureau suddenly acted, but he and the Dong family did not receive any news. This is obviously premeditated by the other party, otherwise the media would not receive the news so quickly and report it in a unified way. Zhou Hao. Huang Wank immediately guessed that this must be Zhou Hao's handwriting. This is a ruthless method. Now Huang Wank and the Wang brothers also faintly understand that Zhou Hao sold the Polaris stock in the stock market in the morning, and then let Huang Wank and the others scan the goods and raise the price without being indifferent. In fact, Zhou Hao's purpose is not to directly attack the Polaris. The stock price is to create a turbulent atmosphere, which makes investors feel that the Polaris market is unstable and undermines their market confidence. Now the Securities Regulatory Bureau is suddenly investigating Polaris suspected of fraudulent accounts, and major newspapers are scrambling to report that the situation of Polaris has really taken a turn for the worse, thus dragging down the Polaris stock price. This time I suffered. When the market opens in the afternoon, our stock will definitely fall sharply. Wang Zhonglei said eagerly. Huang Wank said, "The stock market is not the most serious. You have to rush back to the company to deal with the people from the Securities Regulatory Bureau. If you really let them find out something, we will really suffer. It is absolutely certain to say whether the Polaris has faked accounts. In fact, the vast majority of domestic listed companies have fraudulent accounts. Good-looking accounts are indispensable whether it is to deal with the securities regulatory authorities or to increase the confidence of shareholders. This is especially true for some companies that are purely trying to trap money in the stock market. They don't care about their actual benefits. They just leave in order to make a profit in the stock market. So fraudulent accounts are the first procedure they have to do. If the Securities Regulatory Bureau comes down for inspection, as long as the above is not determined to punish, these companies only need to give enough benefits, and the people from the Securities Regulatory Bureau will forget it. But now the Securities Regulatory Bureau was clearly instigated by Zhou Hao to investigate the Polaris. Naturally, it will do everything possible, and it will definitely be able to find out something. Once it is confirmed that Polaris really has fraudulent accounts, it is not just a matter of the stock plummeting. Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei are both bad. So this lunch can't go on. Wang Zhongjuan is about to go back to the company headquarters of Polaris, while Wang Zhonglei and Huang Wank stay behind in Shanghai to deal with the stock market. On the other side, Zhou Hao was also having lunch with Shinji Manhwa, and he already had a newspaper in his hand that reported that Polaris was suspected of fraudulent accounting. Although the newspapers did not state that the Polaris really had fraudulent accounts, it was absolutely true that the Securities Regulatory Bureau intervened in the investigation. With this alone, investors' confidence in the Polaris would immediately collapse. Looking at the report in this newspaper, Zhou Hao was very satisfied. He smiled and smiled at the opposite Shinji Manhwa. I really look forward to the market opening in the afternoon. I want to take a good look at how Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei are going to cope with the Polaris limit situation. As expected by Zhou Hao, there was an uproar in the market after the news that Polaris was suspected of forging false accounts and was investigated by the Securities Regulatory Bureau. especially Polaris, is now the largest audiovisual entertainment company in the country, and things in the entertainment circle are always more concerned than others. Therefore, after major newspapers and TV stations exposed the news, not only the stock market, but also the domestic entertainment circle has set off a storm of public opinion. Those entertainment companies that were previously suppressed by the Polaris have also moved out. The rhetoric and criticism of the Polaris simply describes the Polaris as an evil organization that is antisocial and anti-human. What followed was a plunge in the share price of Polaris. Less than half an hour after the market opened in the afternoon, the share price of Polaris fell to the limit. Shareholders who held Polaris dumped their stocks. There was almost a panic selling situation, even with the Shanghai stock market. It also wavered. It was only because of the limit of Polaris that the transaction was forced to terminate. Investors had no time to sell their stocks and were immediately locked up. They can only hope that Polaris can recover when the market opens tomorrow. But stockholders and outside investors know that whether the stock price of Polaris can recover depends on whether the Securities Regulatory Bureau can actually find evidence that Polaris forged accounts. Wang Zhongjuan left Shanghai on the same day and returned to the Polaris headquarters in Hengdian, Zhejiang, to deal with the investigation by the Securities Regulatory Bureau. He also contacted the Dong family and some of his contacts to resolve the crisis. However, these people sent by the Securities Regulatory Bureau did not sell Wang Zhongjuan's face at all, and besides the Securities Regulatory Bureau, the Bank of China also sent an investigation team. What irritated Wang Zhongjuan most was that some people in Polaris cooperated with the Securities Regulatory Bureau and the Bank of China and handed over some of the forged accounts of Polaris to them. This person is a deputy director of the Polaris Financial Department, and he knows the status of the Polaris accounts. Although he could not come up with all the evidence, only the materials in his hand were enough to make Wang Zhongjuan a headache. Wang Zhongjuan remembers that this deputy director was there when the Polaris was founded. After their brothers colluded with foreign enemies and invaded and occupied the Polaris, they carried out a major cleansing of the Polaris and made sure that Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin's men should be removed. Get out. From the very beginning, the deputy director changed his banner to Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei's camp and helped them eliminate Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin. Because of this, Wang Zhongjuan promoted him to deputy director of the finance department. But now it seems that this person is clearly Zhao Yuqin, who deliberately stayed in the Polaris as an ambush at the beginning, in order to severely cut Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei today. With this person's cooperation, the China Securities Regulatory Bureau and Bank of China's investigation of Polaris has become more stringent. Although the Polaris has not been formally convicted, the Bank of China is also reporting to it that it will freeze the Polaris bank account. The Securities Regulatory Bureau also intends to suspend the listing qualification of Polaris, but the procedure is relatively repetitive and requires a formal conviction of Polaris before it can be implemented after the ruling of relevant departments. Therefore, this investigation by the Securities Regulatory Bureau has to continue. It seems that it will take some time before sufficient evidence can be collected. Even so, the Polaris is also in despair this time. In particular, Wang Zhongjuan suspected that someone in the investigation team of the Securities Regulatory Bureau and the Bank of China had secretly contacted the outside media, and those newspapers and TV stations were able to simultaneously obtain the latest progress of the investigation and report it. For a time, the news of Polaris fraudulent accounting became the headlines of major domestic mainstream media, making the Ministry of Commerce and the National Development and Reform Commission both stated that they must thoroughly investigate this incident. As a result, the direct consequence is that when the market opens the next day, Polaris once again drops its limit, and those investors who hold Polaris stocks are in mourning. Zhou Hao, is it really good for you to do this? The Polaris turned out to be your hard work. At that time, Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying were accompanying Zhou Hao in the villa sent by Pei Shaochuan. Now Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying have some understanding of Zhou Hao's industry, and they know that Polaris is the business that Zhou Hao first founded. But now that the Polaris matter has caused such a sensation, Wang Shijuan and the others also know the relevant situation. Zhou Hao stroked Wang Shijuan's hair and sighed and said, "Today's Polaris is no longer the Polaris that I created back then. Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei have already cleaned up the old courtiers. In order to eliminate my influence in the Polaris, my sister, it is still hard to put a nail in the finance department by sacrificing other talents. And now this nail is also used." After a pause, Zhou Hao continued, "The Polaris is now rotten. If we just grab it back, we still have a lot of follow-up work to follow up. It's better to let it wipe out the accumulated abuses and avoid them now, for our future efforts." At this time, Situ Jinying came out from the kitchen with a plate of fruit and said, "Zhou Hao is right. Since it has rotten, the whole piece of meat should be dug up. It is always better than spreading the whole body in the future. According to me, those two brothers named Wang are so despicable. Zhou Hao, you pulled them with one hand, and they betrayed you. It's really damning." The three of them were talking, and a piece of news appeared in the news on TV. An anonymous person broke the news that the investigation of Polaris by the Securities Regulatory Bureau and the Bank of China was deliberately targeted at Polaris for the purpose of profit by suppressing the stock of Polaris. This person's remarks obviously meant that some dealers who made money in the stock market had their ideas on the Polaris. At the same time, some so-called financial experts attended major television programs, claiming that accounting fraud is very common at home and abroad, including those of the Fortune 500 companies with stable stock prices, and there is no lack of fraudulent acts. These so-called financial experts have such a unified caliber, but they are trying to rationalize and legalize the fraudulent accounts of listed companies. Corresponding to these comments, there are some other stock commentators who say that Polaris has been performing very well since its listing, and it has also brought good returns to many investors. And Polaris is not like those companies purely for the purpose of collecting money in the stock market. They clearly do not have any industrial assets, but they make extremely beautiful accounts. After all, Polaris owns real assets such as shares in Hungyan Film and Television City. This time, if something like this hadn't happened suddenly, the prospects for the Polaris stock market would be very good. Now, the reason why investors have suffered heavy losses is not the Polaris, but the people who caused those external factors. The implication is that the reason why those holding Polaris stocks are locked up is not the responsibility of Polaris at all, but that they suddenly intervened in the investigation of Polaris. Those who are referred to by others are ill-intentioned people who intend to make money through the Polaris. Seeing these news and remarks, Situ Jinying and Wang Shijuan were very angry, and Wang Shijuan said angrily, "How can they say that? Isn't this just to excuse the North Star? This was originally caused by the North Star violation. As a result, they are so quibble." Zhou Hao also sneered. These so-called financial experts, as well as stock commentators, are obviously instigated by others to help the flames in an attempt to confuse this trip. Situ Jinying said without worries, "Zhou Hao, what should I do? You must know that ordinary citizens who buy stocks are easily deceived. I knew they wouldn't be dead." Zhou Hao smiled. However, these methods of theirs are useless at all. Especially they chose these so-called experts to lead them. It is really stupid. Facing the country, the government, these guys are just jumping clowns. Looking at Zhou Hao's confident smile, Wang Shijuan and Situ Jinying knew that he must have a countermeasure. But also, his own man is a world-renowned stock god. In the stock market, no one can beat him yet. Sure enough, as Zhou Hao said, although the remarks that appeared in the media before caused a lot of vacillation among investors, the situation changed the next day. The Securities Commission of the State Council, the China Securities Regulatory Commission, the China Banking Regulatory Commission, the National Development and Reform Commission, the Ministry of Commerce, the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, and other central authorities jointly issued a statement stating that starting from this year, all domestic listed companies will be inspected and rectified. Maintain the order of China's stock market and financial sector. After this statement was broadcast on CCTV, it caused a sensation across the country. It should be understood that due to the slow start, China's securities market system is a bit behind that of European and American countries. And due to insufficient supervision and wide coverage, the disorder of China's securities market is likely to become the target of many speculators at home and abroad, making common shareholders suffer. In view of this, the central government finally decided to rectify the securities market and maintain the order of the securities market. However, during the implementation of this policy, the Polaris became the first sacrifice. In fact, the central government had never thought of rectifying the domestic securities market with such a big fanfare. Because of the domestic economic development, many fields are in a state of development while exploring, especially in finance. Since the history of development is not as long as that of European and American countries, and the start has been several times slower, the central government has always been cautious in its policy in the financial and economic field. It is often to let it develop first, and then address the problem when problems arise. Make adjustments accordingly. For example, the 1996 meeting was due to the unhealthy status of the domestic stock market, which created many loopholes that were easily targeted by speculators. Therefore, the central government implemented a daily limit and low limit system to curb the hype in the securities market. Even so, it is still very rare to make such a big action in the joint action of many powerful ministries like today. In particular, judging from the Polaris incident, the central government's attitude towards this action is very tough. It is not as thunderous and rainy as in the past, and it will stop after walking through the scene. After today's news was broadcast by CCTV and other media, the people across the country were in a sensation, and many discerning people knew that the domestic stock market would immediately set off a new round of turmoil because of the central government's actions. But not many people know that Zhou Hao is the most direct promoter of this storm. My son, do you really need such a big move to deal with a small Polaris? Shinji Manhwa also knew about Zhou Hao's urging the central government to make such a big move. She had previously targeted the Polaris offensive. It is also cooperating with Zhou Hao's actions. It's just that Manhwa Shinji doesn't understand that a group of tens of billions of assets is worth Zhou Hao so much trouble. With the decision of the central government, the turbulence of the domestic stock market is in the hundreds of billions, and the Polaris is only a small role in it. Then Zhou Hao shook his head and smiled. Actually, my ultimate goal is not to target the Polaris or which group, but to help China's stock market tide over the first difficulty in this new century. Difficulty? Kanzuki Shinji frowned. Shinji, you should be aware of it. The technology and internet stocks have been popular for so many years, and their development has slowly turned into a bubble. Zhou Hao said, some companies that do not know the so-called, as long as they are slightly touched by the internet or new technology, will be sought after immediately, a rush to the stock market. Its stock price will quickly rise to several times or even dozens of times the actual value. This phenomenon is too unhealthy. Kanzuki Shinji also nodded. In fact, the Tokugawa family has not taken advantage of the rise of technology and internet stocks in recent years to make profits in the financial market. So Kanzuki Shinji is still very clear about this. I heard Zhou Hao say, and this prosperous state has lasted for such a long time, and it is almost at an end. The potential of the technology network stocks has been squandered early, and the rest will become a bubble. Suddenly hearing Zhou Hao's words, Manhwa Shinji's heart was stunned, and he quickly said, my son, do you mean that the science and internet stocks will collapse soon? In fact, Shinji Kanzuki also knew that the science and internet stocks would definitely collapse. As the saying goes, when the prosperity goes out of control, the collapse of something is doomed. Not only Shinji watching the moon, but many people with clear minds and able to see the current financial situation understand that the bubble of technet stocks will eventually burst. It's just a matter of time. Some economists in the world have long pointed out that today's global technology and internet stocks have actually reached a very dangerous level. If they are not contained, when the technology and internet stocks burst, the global economy will suffer heavy losses. It's just that the vast majority of investors and stockholders around the world are still immersed in the prosperity brought about by the technology network stocks, and they have turned a deaf ear to these ill-fated advice. Before I came back to China, I already let Sister Karu pay attention to this. Zhou Hao said, as long as there are investments or assets in the Tokugawa family that have access to science and technology stocks, they must now withdraw. Everything waits. Let's talk about this coming storm in the past. No wonder. Kanzuki Shinji nodded and said, I saw that many of the companies under his wife had withdrawn from Nasdaq. Some of the companies in Nasdaq that were wholly controlled by us were also sold by his wife. Dropped, it turned out to be like this. Zhou Hao shook the wine glass in his hand, looked at the slightly rippling champagne in the glass and the small crystal bubbles in it, and said, although our Chinese stock market is not directly linked to the international market, the technology and internet stocks are broken. The impact will still spread. Not to mention other things. Many Chinese companies are using the technology network stocks to list on foreign stock markets. And once those stock markets collapse, these companies are inevitable under the linkage effect. The domestic economy will definitely suffer a big impact. At that time, the bull market that China has maintained during this period will immediately turn into a bear market, and stockholders across the country will surely suffer heavy losses, which will even lead to the national economy being blocked. Kansuki Shinji is not an ordinary person either. He is very sensitive to business operations, especially the financial economy. Otherwise, he would not be so highly regarded by Karen Nanami. Listening to Zhou Hao's words, she immediately reacted. My son, I understand that you have asked the Chinese government to rectify the securities market. In fact, to suppress the rise of the Chinese securities market, which has exceeded the healthy range. Through this cool down in advance to deal with the upcoming global stock market crash and minimize China's losses. Zhou Hao nodded and said with a smile, do you know how to extinguish a mountain fire? Seeing Kansuki Shinji shook his head, Zhou Hao continued, the more effective way is to put a certain area of trees is burned to form an isolation zone. This way, when the fire spreads over, it will be slowly extinguished if there is nothing to burn. He did the same thing in the domestic securities market this time. Before the bubble burst in the technology network stocks, he first burst the bubble in the domestic securities market. Even if the domestic stock market crash will cause a certain degree of loss, it is better than the direct impact of this huge wave when the global technology network stocks crashed. If it is directly impacted by this huge wave, the impact will be far more than that. It is the financial sector, and the multifaceted and multi-layered economy will be greatly affected. This is common sense for firefighting, and Shinji Kansuki has also heard of it, but he didn't expect Zhou Hao to use it in the financial field. In fact, no one in the central government is completely aware of this. Zhou Hao said, it's just that their influence is limited and the financial interests are too complicated. They often pull up carrots and bring out the mud, so they can't make up their minds. Kansuki Shinji nodded with deep conviction. This situation is not only China, but also other countries. In the face of huge interest groups, not many people can compete with them. It's just that China is more fortunate because they have Zhou Hao. In terms of financial economy, no one in China is more convincing than Zhou Hao. Moreover, Zhou Hao has a close relationship with the Zhao family and has Zhou Liren's support, so his opinions can be directly heard by God. When Zhou Hao complained about the central government's interests and bluntly said that the technology and internet stocks were about to collapse, not many people in the central government would take Zhou Hao's words as groundless jokes. However, the central government cannot directly tell the public about the imminent stock market disaster, because in this way, stockholders across the country will start a panic selling and investors will withdraw from the market. This is absolutely fatal to the stock market. Of it, before the fire in the science and internet stocks came over, China itself had been burned to the point that there were no bones left. Therefore, under Zhou Hao's suggestion, the central government adopted a more roundabout method, which is to use the rectification of the irregular behavior of listed companies to cool the securities market. In this way, the unhealthy high temperature in the securities market can be curbed, and the public will not be aware of the clues and panic. Another advantage is that Zhou Hao can use this to attack Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei. The investigation against the Polaris is actually the central government's shot at suppressing the securities market. It's just that Zhou Hao still has some regrets, because if he wants to persuade the central government to take this action, he will definitely not get around Dong Yi. As a member of the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee, Dong Yi certainly knew that the Central Committee had made such an important decision. He also thought that Zhou Hao's move was to take the opportunity to attack the Dingxing Group, supported by the Dong family. So Dong Yi prepared the Dingxing Group in advance. As for the Polaris, the Dong family did not help. This was also a concession from the Dong family to Zhou Hao. Earlier, the Dong family instructed Huang Wank to collude with the Wang brothers and embezzled the Polaris, which had already severely offended Zhou Hao. Now Zhou Hao clearly wants to take back the Polaris. If the Dong family still doesn't know how to uphold the negative side, Zhou Hao will definitely go to war against them. You know, Zhou Hao represents not only Zhou Hao alone, but the power of the entire Zhao family. Although the Dong family has risen rapidly, its foundation is not as good as the Zhao family after all. It is precisely because of these considerations that when the Polaris was under investigation by the Securities Regulatory Bureau, the Dong family did not stop or even pretended to be completely unaware. In fact, they completely abandoned Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei and let them become Zhou Hao's vents. To calm Zhou Hao's anger. Is Zhou Hao's anger really calmed down by sacrificing Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei? Of course not. Zhou Hao really cares about the Dong family. It's just that the Dong family is so powerful that if you want to deal with them, you have to take a long-term view and you can't act rashly. And this time, due to the relationship between Dong and Yi, the Dong family had already received the news and was able to prepare early. It was not easy for Zhou Hao to deal with the Dingxing group. Therefore, Zhou Hao can only get away with Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei first, and then take back the Polaris. And the next development did not go beyond Zhou Hao's plan. With the investigation of Polaris by the Securities Regulatory Bureau, the case of Polaris forging false accounts has basically been finalized, and the direct consequence caused is the Polaris. The stock price fell by the limit for several days, and the market value was already lower than half of what it was when it was first listed, until the Securities Regulatory Bureau issued a notice to cancel the listing qualification of Polaris. As for the two brothers Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei, they were arrested on charges of fraudulent accounts, illegal manipulation of stock prices, and fraudulent bank loans by the master Polaris. The two brothers are now the leading media tycoons in China, and the news of their arrest has naturally caused an uproar in the country. In addition, Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei imposed hidden rules on their artists, intimidating and inducing artists to provide a company wine, accompany meals, and even sleep accompany scandals for many rich people. These scandals have also been exposed. For a time, both the Wang brothers and the Polaris were discredited, especially those who were stuck in the stock market, hated the Polaris even more. The brothers Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei were arrested and the Dong family abandoned them again. They were settled in this lawsuit. Also, because the Zhao family greeted the relevant departments in advance, the penalty will definitely not be lighter, but more severe, and the highest penalty in the legal provisions will be used for the sentence. They couldn't escape these 2 or 30 years of prison food. And in prison, I am afraid I will be bullied. Zhou Hao still sighed with this result. Although Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei were not worthy of pity, Zhou Hao was very angry because the Polaris was ruined by them. After all, the Polaris, in Zhou Hao's hands, was not only the leader in the domestic entertainment industry, but its good atmosphere also played a demonstrative role in the domestic entertainment industry. Of course, Zhou Hao will not give up the Polaris. When the Securities Regulatory Commission and the bank liquidated the Polaris and auctioned its assets, Zhou Hao had already acquired all the shares of Polaris through internal means. It was also because Polaris was disqualified for listing, so there were no tradable shares. As a result, Zhou Hao got 100% of Polaris and took back Polaris again. How to make the North Star come back? Zhou Hao is also ready. Su Lin was called back from Hong Kong by him, ready to become the president of North Star, and Zhou Hao has also transferred 40% of the shares to her name. On that day, Su Lin came to Shanghai from Hong Kong. She originally arrived at night, but because the plane took off early, she arrived just after 3 in the afternoon. She didn't tell Zhou Hao. She planned to give Zhou Hao a surprise. It happened that Zhou Hao had just sent Wang Shijuan and Situ Jinying to class, so he met Su Lin in a cafe near Fudan University. Su Lin's outfit is also very simple, so she brought 2 sets of replacement clothes. Anyway, she is not short of money, so she can buy what she needs at that time. I rushed over from Hong Kong all the way. How would you deal with me with a cup of coffee? Su Lin smiled and said to Zhou Hao after sitting down, but there was no hint of blame on his face, but more like a kind of coquettish. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "You are also responsible. I thought you only arrived at night, and I specially prepared a candlelight dinner to greet you. Who knew that you came here early and I was caught off guard? Speaking of this, he stretched out his hand to grab Su Lin's catkin in his palm and asked softly, "How is it? How is your life in Hong Kong? Is it busy?" Su Lin smiled and shook his head, feeling that no matter how hard it was worth it to get Zhou Hao's attention at this time. Just listen to her with a smile. It's not busy at work, because 13 are excellent employees. Basically, ATV matters to them. I just need to sign the documents. Chen Shi-san, Li Zhaoxi, Xian Jiwei, and Liang Jiashu are all rare talents. ATV has them to help Su Lin. Su Lin's burden is really much easier. Over the past year or so, although the Polaris has been invaded by Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei, TVB has also taken advantage of this to launch a counterattack against Asia Television. However, under the leadership of Su Lin, ATV is very united from all over the world, and it just repelled the offensive of TVB. It was not like before. Even if it appeared brilliant, it was only a flash in the pan. Instead, it stood firmly in the Hong Kong TV circle. China has become a more prosperous force than TVB. Zhou Hao said, "Since they are watching ATV, you can freely take care of the Polaris." Su Lin nodded. Zhou Hao originally wanted Su Lin to manage the Polaris. Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei were just paving the way for Su Lin in the Polaris. Thinking of this, Su Lin said with a look of resentment, "The original Polaris was a good company that could completely become the benchmark of the national entertainment industry, but now it has been made like this by Wang Zhongjuan and others. It is really disgusting." "Yeah, but this is also an opportunity. Phoenix can only fly higher after being reborn from the ashes." Zhou Hao smiled. "This time you have to act as the phoenix." Su Lin nodded heavily. Of course, she hoped to help Polaris be reborn from the fire. And Zhao Yuqin has also helped her get in touch with the people who managed the North Star. After they were cleaned out by the Wang brothers, they were still squeezed out because of the influence of the Wang brothers in the domestic film and television industry, and their lives were not good. Now that Zhao Yuqin has found them again, of course they are willing to come back to help Polaris. With the assistance of these old courtiers, Su Lin's confidence has also increased a lot. Su Lin held a silver spoon and gently shook it in the coffee cup. He smiled and said to Zhou Hao, "I saw the news a few days ago that the central government was going to rectify various listed companies. I knew this was your work. Only you, the stock god, can convince the central giants to issue such a policy. Ha ha ha, the collapse of the internet stocks is about to come. You and the central government want to use this action to cool down the overheated stock market in advance. In order to enhance the resistance to the stock market crash caused by the collapse of the technology network stocks. Oh, did you see our intentions?" Zhou Hao was very surprised, because apart from those inside the Central Committee who knew the inside story, no one could tell Zhou Hao and the Central Committee from the surface of this operation. Intention. In addition, Zhou Hao never told Su Lin about these circumstances, and Su Lin was not a specialist in finance. "You are wondering how I could see it." Su Lin smiled and said, "I am not a specialist in this area. Of course it is impossible to see it. Someone told me." "Who?" Zhou Hao frowned. "Someone could see his intentions with the central government. That person's insight into the financial market would be terrifying. If this person is an enemy of himself, it would be a big trouble." Su Lin groaned. "Why are you frowning so tightly? Isn't it because you are afraid that this person will be against you? I'll tell you, this person will never be an enemy of you. Absolutely nothing this is possible. Because this person, Sister Shuiyun, was the one who told me this." Shui Shuiyun. Zhou Hao was stunned, and then he was stunned. He Shuiyun was originally a high-achieving student majoring in economics, and his talents were also very outstanding. Otherwise, he would not be able to help Zhou Hao to host the Galaxy investment. Zhou Hao just didn't expect that after these days of training, He Shuiyun's insight and predictive power of the financial market has become so powerful. I heard Su Lin said again, "Sister Shuiyun has been helping you take care of the Xinghua investment. It has been much harder than me, but she has never complained or regretted. You have no conscience and don't look at it when you come back. Look at her. If it's me, I'll sell your galactic investment and let you unscrupulous guy find a place to cry." Zhou Hao smiled bitterly when he heard the words. "I want to visit her in Hong Kong too. Isn't it because there are too many things here in China?" Then the matter has been resolved. and I will help you watch the Polaris again. Can you spare time to see Sister Shuyan? Su Lin said. Zhou Hao nodded. Yeah, I will come to see her soon. Anyway, in the domestic side, the overall situation is controlled by the central government, so my role is almost the same. However, the most unwilling thing this time is can't deal with Huang Wank. Someone from the Dong family told him early, but this guy escaped fast enough. Originally, Zhou Hao wanted to attack the listed companies controlled by Huangshi Group, but before he started to act, the stock prices of those companies fell on their own, leaving Zhou Hao out of opportunities. Obviously, it was Huang. Vank made preparations in advance to prevent Zhou Hao's attack. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao realized that other customers in the cafe suddenly pointed to himself. Zhou Hao saw that most of these customers were students from Fudan University, and he was relieved now. Because I was famous in Fudan University before, I became the object of envy or hatred by these students. However, Zhou Hao was surprised that in this cafe, he even saw an acquaintance Zhang Ying. Some time ago in Beijing, after meeting Zhou Hao at that charity auction, Zhang Ying wanted to seduce Zhou Hao and use Zhou Hao to become her springboard, so that she could fly onto a branch and become a phoenix. But in the end, she fell into Zhou Hao's calculations. Not only did she fail to win Zhou Hao's favor, but she also lost Zhong Yishan's backup, and she had nothing in the end. However, what Zhou Hao saw now was that Zhang Ying did not look the slightest dejection. She was still so bright and charming, and she was with a young man in his 20s at this time. Look at him. Outfit clearly is a man of gold. Zhang Ying is charming with a smile, far more charming than girls of the same age, which shows that she is very good at attracting men. The man's eyes looked at Zhang Ying, also very drunk, and he had obviously fallen into it. When Zhou Hao saw Zhang Ying also noticed him. The expression on her face changed immediately, and then she showed a look of resentment, especially when she saw Su Lin next to Zhou Hao. The resentment in that eye is even stronger. Do you know that girl? Su Lin smiled and asked Zhou Hao. She seems to hate you very much. Did you deceive other people's feelings and do the bad things of chaos and abandonment? Zhou Hao smiled slightly. If there is no such thing, the woman has no feelings at all. Feelings are nothing but a tool that can be used for her. To say that her greatest feeling is the desire for vanity. Oh, it's rare for you to criticize a girl like this. Su Lin was really puzzled. He wondered if Zhou Hao and Zhang Ying really had any emotional entanglements, but it was obvious from Zhou Hao's appearance. She didn't want to say it, so she didn't ask. But Zhou Hao said, "Look at the man next to her. I'm sure that guy is definitely a new target she caught. Ha ha ha. This woman always thinks about how to get into the upper-class society, to live that extravagant life." Su Lin could see that Zhou Hao's hatred for Zhang Ying was from the bottom of his heart, which was even stronger than the enemies he had faced in the past, and his heart became more certain that Zhou Hao and Zhang Ying had emotional grievances. With Su Lin's keenness, she could guess that Zhou Hao might have been hurt by that girl, otherwise Zhou Hao would not dislike her so much. It's just that Su Lin felt strange again, because when he first met Zhou Hao was just over 16 years old. Could it be that he was deeply hurt by the girl when he was in junior high school or elementary school? But Su Lin didn't ask Zhou Hao, because she understood that whatever happened to Zhou Hao and the girl, it was over. What Su Lin had to do now was to let Zhou Hao know that he was by his side. Zhou Hao, who was paying attention to Zhang Ying, suddenly felt his hand tight, but when he looked back, he saw that Su Lin was holding his hand with gentleness on his face. Zhou Hao's heart suddenly warmed. Yes, Zhang Ying only represents the past of her life, and now she is accompanied by Su Lin and others, enjoying the beauty that other men dream of. At the moment, the gloom in Zhou Hao's heart has also been diminished a lot, but his contempt for Zhang Ying has become even stronger. At this time, Zhou Hao discovered that the young golden master, who was sitting with Zhang Ying, suddenly stood up and walked toward him, still looking menacing. Zhou Hao frowned, and the man had already walked over, pointed at Zhang Ying directly, and said to Zhou Hao, "Hey, you know my girlfriend, right?" "It can be said, what do you do?" Zhou Hao said coldly. The golden master immediately showed his sorrow and said, "You who has changed in mind, such a good girl as Zhang Ying, you can bear to hurt her? Are you still a man?" Judging from the words of the golden master, Zhang Ying must have said something to him, making him feel that Zhou Hao is a grief who always gives up. For most men, seeing the girlfriend's ex-boyfriend is absolutely unhappy. He also heard Zheng Ying say that Zhou Hao is a modern chinshimi, so he wanted to show himself in front of Zheng Ying. So I came over to teach Zhou Hao. Zheng Ying sat there from a distance, watching the situation here coldly. She obviously wanted to use this self-righteous man to discuss Zhou Hao. Others in the cafe were also attracted by the news here, especially those students from Fudan University who paid more attention to Zhou Hao. Because Zheng Ying is also a very famous flower in Fudan University, and she is also a suitor, but unexpectedly, Zhou Hao has tasted such a flower. Here, Zhou Hao said to the man in front of him who was willing to stand up for Zheng Ying, "Sir, I think you have misunderstood it. The relationship between Zheng Ying and I don't have the kind of relationship you imagined. Even ordinary friends know. How did I hurt her? Do you still want to quibble?" The man was furious, reaching out to grab Zhou Hao's collar. Su Lin couldn't see it and quickly yelled, "Hey, what do you want to do? My boyfriend has already said that it has nothing to do with that girl. Why are you so unreasonable?" "How about I'm pretty unreasonable?" The man saw the mature and beautiful Su Lin, and he was jealous of Zhou Hao. And just as this guy was about to make a rough look at Zhou Hao, two big men suddenly appeared behind him. One left and the right grabbed his arm, making him unable to move at all. The man was shocked and shouted at the two big men who clamped him, "Who are you? Do you know who I am?" I saw a slightly thin man came out from the side and said to him with a sneer, "Who are you so amazing? Come and listen. Gowing Long. You know, that's my dad," the man said arrogantly. "Oh, is that Gowing Long who runs a seafood restaurant?" The thin man suddenly realized. This Gowing Long's son sneered coldly. "It's fine if you know, don't let me go." "Hey, even Gowing Long's dare to be arrogant with Lao Tzu." The thin man smiled viciously. "Then I will teach you Lao Tzu today, let you know that in Shanghai, not everyone can run wild. Come here, throw him out for me and beat him fiercely. Just beat him like a pig's head." Gowing Long's son was shocked when he heard this and hurriedly shouted, "Hey, who are you? Even I dare to fight." The thin man smiled and said, "Go back and tell you Lao Tzu that it was Master Pei who beat you." Hearing this thin man's words, the guy's expression changed drastically. Although he was young, he knew that only Pei Xiaochuan could be called Pei Yi in Shanghai. As for Pei Xiaochuan's power, even his dad dared not provoke him. As long as Pei Xiaochuan said a word, his seafood restaurants wouldn't even want to open. After the guy was dragged out by the two big guys, the thin man laughed at Zhou Hao respectfully. "Mr. Zhou, we are Master Pei's people. It is Master Pei who asked us to follow you and be at your disposal anytime." Zhou Hao nodded. He had known that there were people from Pei Xiaochuan following him, and he didn't care much. After all, it was more convenient for these people to come forward to solve some things. However, those students from Fudan University in the cafe saw this scene and looked at Zhou Hao with a little more awe. After all, to them, college students, some things in society are still very unfamiliar, especially those darker things, which seem to them to be far away. Zhou Hao also ignored the gazes of those people, but directly looked at Zheng Ying not far away, and saw that Zheng Ying was also shocked, and then his face was very ugly. "Thank you for helping me take Miss Su home," Zhou Hao said to the thin man. Su Lin was taken aback, and then said, "Zhou Hao." Zhou Hao shook his head slightly. "You have been on the plane for so long, so go back and rest for a while." Seeing Zhou Hao's decision, Su Lin nodded, and the thin man quickly helped Su Lin grab the bag of luggage and made a please gesture to Su Lin. Then Zhou Hao said, "Call that woman over for me." "Yes, Mr. Zhou." Immediately, there was a big guy who passed by Zheng Ying, and his tone made Zheng Ying go to Zhou Hao's bluntly. Looking at the posture of this big guy, if Zheng Ying didn't agree, he would probably carry Zheng Ying hard. In desperation, Zheng Ying had to come over obediently and sat opposite Zhou Hao in a little fear, not daring to look at Zhou Hao. "What's the matter? If you have the courage to encourage that guy to come to me, you don't have the courage to look at me?" Zhou Hao smiled coldly. Zheng Ying heard this. Her face changed. She gritted her teeth, raised her head to look at Xiang Zhou Hao, and then said, "Yes, I asked that guy to teach you, so what? Did you treat me like that? Isn't it wrong?" Seeing Zheng Ying's resentful eyes, Zhou Hao sneered. "You haven't given up your dream of flying on a branch yet. Have you found a new goal?" "So what? What do I want to do, and what does it have to do with you? Zheng Ying said, not to be outdone. You have your own opinions, and I also have my own goals. Why should you interfere with me? Zhou Hao squinted his eyes, and then said, I want to tell you that I can help you realize your dream. What do you think? Zheng Ying was taken aback and sneered. Zhou Hao, you want to play with me again, right? I won't be so stupid. I'll be fooled by you again. Save it. No, I'm serious. I want you to help me deal with someone. Zhou Hao smiled and said, after it's done, I will let you enjoy the glory and wealth for the rest of your life. To whom? Zheng Ying asked subconsciously. There was a cold light from the corner of Zhou Hao's eyes. Huang Wank, do you know him? It's the man I saw at the Beijing party last time. Zheng Ying remembered that at the party where she met Zhou Hao, there was a man in his 30s who was Huang Wank, as Zhou Hao said. At that time, I heard Zhou Hao said that Huang Wank was the young owner of Huangshi Group, and Huangshi Group was one of the largest real estate groups in China with total assets of tens of billions of RMB. As early as at that party, Zheng Ying had seen Huang Wank's cynicism with Zhou Hao, and there seemed to be a deep holiday between the two. Now that Zhou Hao said to deal with Huang Wank, Zheng Ying was even more sure that there must be grievances between the two of them. I heard Zhou Hao say, last time you should have discovered that Huang Wank seemed to be interesting to you. Zheng Ying frowned, a little uncomfortable with Zhou Hao's direct explanation of this level. It is true that Huang Wank saw Zheng Ying for the first time at that party, and his reaction was a little unusual. He was clearly interested in Zheng Ying. After losing Zhou Hao and Zhong Yishan, Zheng Ying also wanted to go to Huang Wank to try if he could climb this high branch. It's just that Huang Wank, as the young owner of the Huangshi Group, is busy with official business. Under normal circumstances, Zheng Ying would never see him at all, so Zheng Ying finally had to give up. Unexpectedly, I ran into Zhou Hao here, and was told by Zhou Hao to let her deal with Huang Wank. I just want you to use the beauty trick to deal with Huang Wank. Zhou Hao sneered at Zheng Ying at this time. Zheng Ying's expression changed, and then she became calm again, because she also knew that the only thing she was worth using Zhou Hao was her beauty. She said, you want me to seduce Huang Wank? Zhou Hao shook his head. No, it is not the best plan to let you seduce Huang Wank directly. You should know the beauty trick used by Wang Yun during the Three Kingdoms period. After hearing Zhou Hao's words, Zheng Ying's expression suddenly changed. Of course, she knew that Wang Yun's beautification scheme was a strategy used by Wang Yun to separate Dong Zhuo's father-son relationship with Lu Bu. Therefore, Zhou Hao's implication was not to let Zheng Ying seduce Huang Wank, but to let Zheng Ying seduce Huang Wank's father Huang Shifu, thereby separating the relationship between their father and son Huang. Zhou Hao, you are so mean. Zheng Ying immediately cursed in shame. Zhou Hao didn't care. He leaned back in his chair a little and smiled slowly. Whatever you say, my purpose is to let you do what I say and complete my plan honestly. You are delusional, Zheng Ying said with a stare. Don't think you can do whatever you want with a few stinky money, Zhou Hao. I tell you, I am not rare. In the face of Zheng Ying's sudden, noble high, Zhou Hao did not care at all, and continued. After the matter is done, I will give you 1 billion yuan as a reward. If you agree, I can now give you 100 million will be counted as a deposit. After my plan is completed, I will give you the remaining 800 million. Zheng Ying, who originally said, I am not rare, outright, couldn't help taking a deep breath after hearing Zhou Hao promised 1 billion people as reward and promised to immediately give herself 200 million as a deposit. 1 billion yuan. Both of my parents are civil servants, and their monthly salary is pretty good for ordinary people, but at 1 billion yuan, neither of them can earn it in 10 lifetimes. Even if it's the 200 million deposit, they can't make a lifetime of hard work. Even if they let go of their courage and desperately go to corruption, they can earn a few million yuan even if they are a junior officer. Have to risk decapitation. 1 billion yuan. It should be enough for you to live a comfortable life for a lifetime. Of course, Zheng Ying's expression changes all fell into Zhou Hao's eyes. He only heard him say, even those queen-level stars, there are very few if you can earn this number. People have to sell their bodies from time to time to please the rich. It's much harder than you. Besides, even if it's the Zhong Yishan you like, his father has only the net worth is about 1 billion, and the 1 billion I gave you, but your own billion, is entirely up to you. Zheng Ying bit her lower lip and said, How is this? Zhong Yishan's father's money is not just money. It is a business that can grow bigger and bigger like a snowball. What she meant was that the billion Zhou Hao gave was not comparable to the 1 billion that the Zhong family gave, because the money Zhou Hao gave was dead money, while the money from the Zhong family was living money and could continue to increase in value. The deep meaning is that Zhou Hao gave less. Zhou Hao couldn't help but laughed. Xingying, don't you think you were shameless? Just now you said you don't care about the money. Xingying flushed. Zhou Hao fixed his eyes on her and said coldly, 1 billion. I will only give this number. If you refuse, that's all. Anyway, there are so many women in the world, and I don't know how much prettier than you are. I don't believe that the price of 1 billion won't attract women who are more beautiful than you. Wait. Zheng Ying quickly stopped. Because Zhou Hao is right. Although Zheng Ying is beautiful, she is not the world's best. The world is so big that there are so many women who are more beautiful than her. 1 billion yuan can make how many such women willingly give up their dignity. And if you own these billions, you will immediately be able to get into the upper-class society, and you will be able to buy those luxury items such as famous brand clothes and jewelry that you like, but you don't have the conditions to buy. You don't need to buy the oil, salt, sauce and vinegar in your life and troubles. If you have this billion, you don't have to be like the seniors in order to find a suitable job, especially in a metropolis with high consumption levels and fierce competition like Shanghai. If you have these billions, so many countries in the world, you can go where you want to go, instead of saving money for months just for a trip to the province. And all I had to do was to walk between 2 men. Even if he wanted to sell his body, his target would be at most 2 men. It was indeed much easier than those female stars. After weighing these things in her heart, Xingying raised her head to look at Xiang Zhou Hao and said slowly, "Okay, I promise." But Zhou Hao smiled and shook his head and said, "Don't promise to be so easy. This job is not easy to complete. No matter what method you use, I must make Huang Wank and his father fall in love with you, and I can abandon even the affection between father and son for you." After hearing this, Xingying also felt that the job she had to do was quite difficult. However, for the billion yuan, even if it is difficult, Zhang Ying must complete it. Thinking about these things in her heart, Zhang Ying suddenly thought, if she can really make Huang Wank and his son so obsessed that they can even abandon their family affection, then how difficult is it for them to give themselves the tens of billions of assets of Huangshe Group? The tens of billions of RMB is far more than the 1 billion promised by Qin Haoren. Moreover, Huang Wank has such a deep grievance with Zhou Hao. If you tell Huang Wank about Zhou Hao's attempt to deal with him, can you win Huang Wank's trust more? Thinking of this, when Zhang Ying looked at Zhou Hao again, there was a hint of bitterness and sarcasm in her eyes, secretly saying that you want to use this young lady. Can't this young lady just use your tactics instead of you? I think you dare not be so smug. Secretly thinking about this and secretly proud, Zhang Ying suddenly heard Zhou Hao say, "Are you thinking, if you fascinate Huang Wank and his son and give you the entire net worth, it will be more than 1 billion yuan I promised? Yuan is better? Why should I be sent by me again? You think so, right?" When Zhou Hao said such words, Xingying was really struck by lightning. How did he know what I was thinking? But he pretended to be angry and said, "What do you mean by this? I don't understand." Zhou Hao shook his head and sneered. "You don't have to pretend to be Xingying. In fact, other people will certainly have such an idea. However, since I can send you to calculate Huang Wank and his son, I must be prepared to prevent your apostasy. Measures." After a pause, Zhou Hao said again, "Moreover, don't even think about being passive after taking my 200 million deposit. The reason why you yearn for the life of the rich is because in addition to having great wealth, the rich also few privileges. Even though the law stipulates that everyone is equal, when a person's wealth has accumulated to a certain level, he will always be treated much better than ordinary people, which gives rise to privileges." Speaking of this, Zhou Hao raised his eyebrows and said, "And I can tell you frankly that the funds that I can mobilize personally are conservatively estimated to be 300 billion US dollars. Even if you turn around, I hope you can rely on Huang Wank and his son. I'm not afraid to deal with me. I can still easily defeat the Huangshe Group. But then, you better not let me find it. Otherwise, I will send you to the lowest level and worst brothel, and let you have it every day wait for those traffickers and pawns, and be a who sleeps and rides 1,000 people. When Zhang Ying heard this, she immediately felt a chill coming up from the soles of her feet. If she were to be like Zhou Hao said, it would really be worse than death. Zhou Hao said, "Don't doubt what I said. Anyway, you can know my background through Huang Wank in the future. It would be better for me to tell you now. My father-in-law is Zhao Rixin and Zhao Lao, who just retired from the Standing Committee. Sir, and my father is the current director of the General Political Department, a member of the Central Military Commission, and General Zhou Liren." Zhang Ying usually pays attention to current affairs news, and naturally also knows Mr. Zhao and Zhou Liren. Before he retired from his post, Mr. Zhao was the only founding veteran of the Republic who still held important positions. His position was unique and his reputation in the army was unmatched. So even after he retired from the Standing Committee and no longer took up any public office, his influence was still very large. When he encountered some important national events, the generals and even the general secretary in the army would ask him for advice. Zhou Liren was even more remarkable. He, who was originally not well known, suddenly stood out, won the post of director of the General Political Department among many strong competitors, and became one of the most important national officials in the Republic. At that time, Zhang Ying also heard some boys who are keen on domestic military news say that before Zhou Liren became the director of the General Political Department, he never appeared in public at all, or even served as the commander or political commissar of any major military region. It is very mysterious in itself that a person without qualification suddenly assumes such a central position. Later, there were rumors that Zhou Liren was originally working in the intelligence system. He was promoted to a high position by the country because of his outstanding talents and significant contributions to the country. In this way, it can explain Zhou Liren's previous obscurity, because the more famous the intelligence work, the more dangerous it is. The old saying goes, "Those who are good at war have no great achievements." The more low-key Zhou Liren was, the more he demonstrated his power. From those boys, Zhang Ying knew the importance of the General Political Department. The military system was originally different from the ordinary administrative system. It was placed in place. Even the top leaders of the government did not dare to provoke the top military leaders. The independence of the military. What's more, the General Political Department can be said to be the heart of the entire military system of the Republic, and it is also in charge of multiple intelligence departments. The weight of the authority of its leader can be seen. Whether it is Mr. Zhao or Zhou Liren, to Zhang Ying, they're the kind of people who are superb and impossible to come into contact with. And it happened that the leaders of this kind of state were all Zhou Hao's family. No matter which country it is, the power of intelligence agencies is very large. Their administrative level may not be high, but they have investigative powers from civilians to provincial and ministerial officials. Just like the Jinui organizations in ancient times, officials across the country are all afraid. In the face of such an organization, Zhang Ying has no ability to resist. To put it bluntly, people can pinch her to death with just a finger, and no one dares to say anything. Seeing Zhang Ying's facial expressions in his eyes, Zhou Hao smiled and said, "How? Do you want to understand? I can grasp your every move at any time. Even the two fathers and sons of Huang Wank, as long as I say with one sound, the National Security Bureau can arrest them on charges of endangering national security, and even without any evidence, they can be imprisoned indefinitely. In fact, Zhou Hao can really do this, but he has to withstand the pressure from the Dong family. Moreover, it was the first time that Zhou Hao used his power to oppress others in such a straightforward manner, like those second generations of power." Listening to what Zhou Hao said, Zhang Ying fought a cold war, because since Zhou Hao was able to capture the tens of billions of Huang Wank and his son, he could naturally deal with her in this way. Thinking of the dark rooms in the intelligence department depicted in movies and TV series, Zhang Ying felt the creeps. "So, you don't want to use Huang Wank to deal with me?" Zhou Hao sneered. "You obediently listen to my instructions. Then even if you are dismantled, I can guarantee your safety. But if you have something with little signs of betraying me, you'd better have the confidence to escape the pursuit of the National Security Bureau." He stared at Zhang Ying and slowly said, "How are you thinking about it? Is it to earn my billions safely, or to risk colluding with Huang Wank? Then, if I followed your instructions to do it, but in the end I still can't let Huang Wank and his son be fooled, then would you still give me money? Zheng Ying asked. Zhou Hao smiled slightly, and then said, at least, the 200 million deposit I gave you will not come back. Zheng Ying breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. At least 200 million can be owned, which is also a lot of money. Zhou Hao stirred the coffee in the cup and said lightly, go back and prepare it first. I will ask someone to give you the information about Huang Wank, Huangshi's husband and his son, and Huangshi Group. You should get familiar with them. By the way, you live in the dormitory of Fudan University, right? My people will look for you then. Then, when will you give me your 200 million? Zheng Ying hesitated for a moment and then asked. Zhou Hao smiled. Leave your account number. I'll let someone transfer it in these few days. Zheng Ying quickly told Zhou Hao of her account, but saw that Zhou Hao didn't remember the thing, so she couldn't help but said, why don't you write it down? It's already recorded here. Zhou Hao nodded his head and said, you don't need to worry. Since I promised you, I won't cheat you. If you find that the money has not arrived I don't have to carry out my plan. Now that Zhou Hao said so, Zheng Ying had to believe him first. Then, she bid farewell to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao had nothing to say to her, and shook her hand to signal her to leave. Zheng Ying quickly got up and walked out of this cafe, feeling a little embarrassed and fleeing, because she felt that Zhou Hao at this time was very terrible, like a demon, trying to push her into the full of raging fire. And when Zheng Ying walked out of this cafe, she happened to see the young man who had just come forward for herself and wanted to teach Zhou Hao. He was thrown out of the alley next to the cafe by two big men. His face was full. The bruises were completely changed, and he couldn't get up on the ground. The two big guys patted the dust on their hands, hummed and sneered, and walked away. The pedestrians who saw this scene did not dare to say anything. Zheng Ying looked at the guy who had fallen to the ground and had clearly fainted, and then took another look at the coffee shop. There was another cold war on her body, and then she hurriedly left. In the cafe, Zhou Hao, who saw Zheng Ying hurriedly leaving through the floor-to-ceiling windows, was expressionless. That Gao Yinglong's son was originally for Zheng Yingkai to provoke Zhou Hao, which led to his current fate, but Zheng Ying didn't even help to call for an ambulance, so he left him and left. Like a piece of rubbish, there is no pity. This is her true face, greedy for vanity, ruthlessness, selfishness. Hum, Zhou Hao muttered to himself. Looking at the son of Gao Yinglong who was knocked unconscious on the ground outside, Zhou Hao suddenly felt that this man resembled himself and was also severely abandoned by Zheng Ying. But after all, he was luckier than himself. After all, he at least saved his life. Unlike himself, he was directly killed by Zheng Ying and Huang Wank. Thinking of Zheng Ying just now agreeing to seduce Huang Wank and his son for the sake of money, Zhou Hao felt a kind of sadness. In his previous life, he would have given affection for such a woman. It was simply stupid. Thinking of Zheng Ying, Zhou Hao thought of the confidant he had met in this life. In contrast, every woman around him was 1,000 times better than Zheng Ying. Looking at his watch, Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying were almost finished. Zhou Hao got up and left the cafe, drove to Fudan University to pick up Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying. This time Zhou Hao drove here by himself, and he drove a black Passat, which is not too ostentatious. Some lecturers or faculty members of Fudan University drove this kind of car, so it was not that much when entering the campus of Fudan University conspicuous. When he came to the campus, Zhou Hao saw students walking out of the surrounding teaching buildings. It was clear that school was over. At this time, Zhou Hao received a call from Situ Jianying, saying that she and Wang Shijuan were two people were waiting for him at the front entrance of the library. So Zhou Hao drove to the library, and he saw two graceful figures standing at the door of the library. It was Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying. It's just that there is a man wearing glasses and a book under his arm, talking to the two women. Looking at the man's age beyond 30 and his manners and demeanors that were completely different from those of ordinary students, Zhou Hao guessed that he should be an honest man in Fudan University. After getting out of the car, Zhou Hao went straight to Wang Shijuan and the others. At the same time, he saw that the students coming out of the library greeted the man beside Wang Shijuan and the two women, and he was even more sure that this was a teacher. At this time, Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying also saw Zhou Hao. Smiles suddenly appeared on their faces and beckoned to Zhou Hao. The male teacher also looked at Zhou Hao because of the reaction of the two women. The smile on his face suddenly narrowed, and his brows wrinkled unconsciously. Shijuan, Jianying, this teacher is, Zhou Hao came to them and was also looking at the man. Wang Shijuan said, Zhou Hao, this is our grade teacher of literary history, whose surname is Jiang. Hello, teacher Jiang. Zhou Hao immediately smiled at this teacher Jiang, looking very kind. It turned out to be a teacher of literary history. Zhou Hao felt stunned. It's no wonder that this man smelled like a literary youth. However, the taste of literary youth that Zhou Hao perceives is not the kind of literary talent, but the look when he looks at people, with the arrogance that literary youth usually have. This teacher Jiang, who teaches history of literature, looks at Zhou Hao with a hint of arrogance. Although it is not obvious, how can Zhou Hao be a character, and no matter how subtle emotional changes can be concealed from him as eyes? Facing the arrogance of this literary youth, Zhou Hao didn't take it seriously. Perhaps this teacher Jiang has a very high achievement in the field of literary history, but it is nothing to Zhou Hao. After rolling in countless storms, who has not seen Zhou Hao? Stronger than Soros and Robertson, isn't he also defeated by him? It's not that Zhou Hao despises these scholars, but just disdains the kind of modest gentleman-like people who are uneducated. Therefore, after a slight nod to teacher Jiang, Zhou Hao would take Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying away. Teacher Jiang, goodbye. Wang Shijuan is a very polite girl, busy saying goodbye to teacher Jiang. Seeing that Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying were about to leave with Zhou Hao, teacher Jiang frowned and said to Wang Shijuan, Shijuan, tomorrow we have to start the research topic summary meeting for this semester. You have already got the relevant information. Are you ready? The principal and the secretary will be there at that time. If you fail to perform well due to insufficient preparation, it will have a great impact on you. Or else, come over to my dormitory tonight, and I will tell you prepare these materials together. Teacher Jiang's name is Jiang Feng. He is just 30 years old this year, but he is already an associate professor in the Chinese department of Fudan University. He is young and promising. At the university, each student has to do a research topic every semester. Students in different departments and disciplines can choose different topics to study and spend half a semester to 1 semester to complete the research work, and finally use the thesis. The format is sorted out and publicly displayed at the summary meeting specially organized by each class. Since the credit system was promoted in domestic colleges and universities, the proportion of credits for research projects has been very large, which has a very large impact on each student's academic work. Of course, the research on this subject is also very beneficial to students. It can make students have a deeper understanding of their own subjects and learn how to find and solve problems, and finally sum up experience. Situ Jianying selected the changes in painting art before and after the Renaissance, and the tutor was an old professor in their art department. The subject Wang Shijuan chose was the development of modern Chinese literature history, and his tutor was this Jiang Feng. Hearing that Jiang Feng made Wang Shijuan come to his dormitory to prepare, Wang Shijuan's simple temperament would not be bad, so he didn't feel anything. But Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying frowned. Jiang Feng also found himself a little abrupt and quickly said, not just Shiju and you, but Li Hong and Wenzhong will come together. Everyone will brainstorm and make their papers more perfect. Tomorrow's summary meeting starts smoothly. Wang Shijuan smiled when he heard the words, Thank you, Mr. Jiang, but my paper is ready, and I have gone through some other points that need attention. There should be no major problems, so I won't trouble you, teacher. Seeing Wang Shijuan saying this, Jiang Feng did not give up, saying, Shijuan, tomorrow's summary meeting is very important. Both the principal and the secretary will come to listen. Your paper is the focus of our class, so why not perfect? You should come and join us and see if there is any improvement. This Jiang Feng made a lot of sense, and Wang Shijuan also attached great importance to his paper on this research topic, so he was a little tempted, and then he looked at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao realized that Jiang Feng clearly didn't want Wang Shijuan to leave with him, so he smiled and said, Mr. Jiang, the paper on this research topic is of course very important, especially the preparation of theoretical materials. But Jiang Feng, you should also understand Shijuan's personality. She will certainly not be sloppy about such an important thing. Since she says she is ready, then we should believe that she is. Moreover, the paper demonstrates this thing. The literary materials are only the second thing. The most important thing is my understanding and expression of my subject. If you just read the paper, You can simply put it on the projection once. Where is the speech needed? Jiang Feng's expression changed, because Zhou Hao also made sense. However, the more Zhou Hao made sense, the more irritated Jiang Feng felt, as if Zhou Hao was a thief trying to Wang Shijuan from him. Suddenly, Jiang Feng remembered the news that went viral in the university these days, saying that Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying, the two famous beauties in Fudan University, already have boyfriends, and they are still the same person. He originally sneered at this rumor, feeling very absurd, thinking that it was those boring people who were jealous of Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying. But now, seeing Zhou Hao, Jiang Feng remembered the rumor and began to feel that the news was not groundless. Especially at this time, he discovered that Situ Jianying and Zhou Hao were holding hands tightly. And although Wang Shijuan had left Zhou Hao a little bit, it was because he was talking to him that he was not intimate with Zhou Hao. At this time, he remembered to ask Zhou Hao's identity, so he asked Wang Shijuan, "Shijuan, this is your friend? It should also be from our school. Which class?" "His name is Zhou Hao," Wang Shijuan said softly. "Yes, it's my boyfriend. Mr. Jiang, hello." Zhou Hao squinted his eyes, greeted Jiang Feng again, and said with a smile, "I am Zhou Hao. Indeed, I am also from Fudan University, a student of the 99th Department of Economics and Management." When Jiang Feng heard Wang Shijuan admit that Zhou Hao was her boyfriend, the muscles in the corners of his mouth suddenly twitched. Especially Situ Jianying is still holding Zhou Hao's hand, which shows that the news that the two females are Zhou Hao is true. How can this be? Jiang Feng roared in his heart. Situ Jianying didn't say anything. He was a faculty member of the Fine Arts Department, and his suitors were like clouds, but because of his personality, Jiang Feng didn't catch a cold with this rugged girl. But Wang Shijuan, he couldn't just let it go. Wang Shijuan is beautiful, gentle, and kind. In the hearts of the boys in the school, he is a goddess, and in Jiang Feng's eyes, he is also a tempting girl. Wang Shijuan not only possesses the shameful face and gentle and kind personality, but also has very good talents. Her literary level is very high. The articles written by them are even appreciated by the old scholars in the Chinese Academy. He has published articles in many domestic literary newspapers, and he seems to be a rising star in domestic literary circles. In Jiang Feng's mind, Wang Shijuan is simply the modern Lin Huiying, a woman who can make many talents fall in love. She is the student he is most proud of and the girl he was inspired by for the first time. He often yearns for a life where the red sleeves add fragrance, and this ideal red sleeve is Wang Shijuan. Although the two of them are teachers and students, the age difference is not too big, so Jiang Feng is quite confident about it. And he is only 30 years old this year, and he is already an associate professor at Fudan University, and he will be able to replace him as a professor in 1 or 2 years, becoming the youngest professor at Fudan University. Coupled with Jiang Feng's good looks and good knowledge, many girls in the Chinese department have a crush on him. Jiang Feng wanted to spend as much time with Wang Shijuan as possible, and eventually he could transform the friendship between teachers and students into a relationship between men and women. But unexpectedly, he shot a Cheng Yaojin in the middle, and Sheng Sheng regarded Jiang Feng's Lin Huiying in his mind. Snatched away. Therefore, Jiang Feng hated Zhou Hao at this time. It's just that his face didn't move, and he said to Zhou Hao faintly, "Since you are Shijuan's boyfriend, you should think about Shijuan. Where do you want to take Shijuan to play? I see. You are not a good student either. You only care about playing and not studying science. But this is just your own business. As Shijuan's teacher, I can't watch Shijuan be ruined by you." He said that he was going to grab Wang Shijuan's hand and said at the same time, "Shijuan, come and follow me. In the future, you will avoid dealing with people who are not doing business." But before he touched Wang Shijuan's hand, Wang Shijuan avoided him first and said to Jiang Feng with a serious face, "Teacher, Zhou Hao did not harm me, and he is not doing business as you said. In my heart, Zhou Hao is the best man in the world. Teacher, you are wrong to say that Zhou Hao." Although he was a teacher he always respected, but Jiang Feng criticized Zhou Hao so much that Wang Shijuan was immediately unwilling. Situ Jianying also sneered, "Teacher, you are only Shijuan's teacher, not Shijuan's parents. You just have to do your responsibilities in class and education, and you are not qualified to take care of Shijuan's private affairs. You need more. If you are nosy, Don't blame me for going to Secretary Li to sue you. Jiang Feng's expression suddenly changed. One was that Situ Jianying was so confronted with him, and the other was that he knew that Situ Jianying and Wang Shijuan were both people with extraordinary backgrounds, and he could really go to Fudan University's top leader, Secretary Li, to complain. Although he is a young talent from Fudan University, it is difficult to guarantee that Secretary Li will not take any punitive measures against him. Seeing Jiang Feng's face change, Situ Jianying became even more contemptuous and snorted, "Huh, you are worthy to say that Zhou Hao is not doing business? Let's find out who Zhou Hao is." The guy. Zhou Hao, Shijuan. Let's go, leave him alone. After all, Zhou Hao and the three left together, leaving Jiang Feng alone in a daze. What? A self-satisfied guy who still wants to dismantle Zhou Hao and Shijuan. In the car, Situ Jianying still scorned Jiang Feng and said angrily. Wang Shijuan behind was puzzled and said, "Affectionate? What is it?" Situ Jianying showed an expression of being defeated by Wang Shijuan, spreading his hands and saying, "Shijuan, you feel really dull. Haven't you discovered that the guy thinks about you badly? Humph. It is really shameless to say what kind of teacher it is to have such an unexpected thought for his students." After a pause, she still smiled evenly. It seems that someone has to teach him a meal and let him know what should and shouldn't. Zhou Hao, who was driving next to him, gave a wry smile and said, "Don't be too self-willed. Somehow they are the associate professors of the school. You usually teach those students, and the school can open one eye to you, but if the school staff is beaten, the school will not tolerate you." Situ Jianying shrugged. "Anyway, they can't find evidence that I did it. So what can I do? It's really vicious. No wonder the boys in the school say you are a witch." Zhou Hao smiled. Situ Jianying hugged Zhou Hao's arm and kissed his ear. "I am just a witch in front of them. I am not as good as a kitten by your side, Shijuan. Are you right?" Wang Shijuan smiled and didn't say a word. Situ Jianying's character was straightforward. He tried all bad tactics to displease people, but to Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan close people was incredibly good. But having said that, the teacher-student relationship is much more than before. Zhou Hao smiled. Needless to say, the relationship between him and Li Ruolin is also a teacher-student relationship. In front of Yin Tong, Zhou Hao was even better than Yang Guo and Zai Longnu. Only shortly after that, Li Ruolin resigned from Yuning Middle School, and Zhou Hao actually broke away from the identity of a student, so no one would say anything when they were dating. I only heard Zhou Hao say. However, pure teacher-student love does not seem to be much, but utilitarian carnal relationships account for the vast majority. For example, for female college students who want to pass the postgraduate entrance examination, they must first obtain the recognition of its tutor. In this way, it is easy to give birth to a relationship of supply and demand. Female college students want to pass the postgraduate entrance examination, and the tutor wants to get the body of a female college student. If both sides can't stand the moral bottom line, it's easy to hit it off. Situ Jianying also agreed with this, nodded and said, "This situation is more common in that kind of art school, such as the most famous Chinese film and Chinese opera. It is very difficult to get admitted, except for their own conditions. In addition, you have to use money to open the way. You have to have a relationship to send the money. What about those who don't have money? What should they do if they want to enroll? So they can only use their own body to follow those who control enrollment. The so-called teacher of qualifications has been exchanged." Listening to Zhou Hao saying this to Situ Jianying, Wang Shijuan felt a little uncomfortable and said uncertainly, "There is no such dark thing, right? Hey, Shijuan, there are so many things you haven't seen. There are some things that are so dark that you can't believe it." Situ Jianying sneered. "I have a friend I met in high school. Her family environment is not very good, but she hoped to be admitted to the Chinese opera and eventually became the lover of a 50-year-old deputy director in the admissions office of the Chinese opera. She waited for him for more than 3 months before entering the Chinese opera. Even if he didn't see this situation with his own eyes, Zhou Hao knew it existed. The influence of the hidden rules has actually extended beyond the performing arts circle and has spread rapidly to major universities, especially art schools. Therefore, people like Jiang Feng are not too bad. At least he did not abuse his private power to intimidate and lure female students. In particular, his external conditions are very good. In many cases, even if he does not use power, he can still attract girl student. That night, Zhou Hao, Wang Shijuan, and Situ Jianying strolled around Shanghai and had a great time. Especially as the country's largest and most prosperous city, large discos, bars, KTV, and other entertainment venues for young consumer groups have already opened up. For these venues, Situ Jianying is the most enthusiastic. With Zhou Hao by her side, she became even more unscrupulous, pulling Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan to the dance floor. Among the colorful lights and exciting music, hundreds of young men and women writhed on the spacious dance floor, and the air was full of youthful publicity. Situ Jianying is naturally very good at this hot singing and dancing, and she dances that tempting close dance next to Zhou Hao. Especially her figure is originally of the devil level. In such a warm environment, it is like a fairy fox charm. Let Zhou Hao be moved by it. Wang Shijuan's introverted and reserved personality is even more inferior to Situ Jianying. He can only dance gently beside him. Fortunately, no real dancing skills are needed in such a place. All he wants is to vent his energy. After jumping for half an hour, the three of them returned to their seats. Of course, Situ Jianying was dripping with sweat. As soon as he sat down, he picked up the beer and poured it down for more than half, and then took a long breath. The already ruddy cheeks became more vivid. Look at you. Do you have to work so hard? People who don't know thought you went to a marathon. Zhou Hao took out a tissue and wiped her sweat on Situ Jianying's forehead. Wang Shijuan also smiled and said, "Yes, I can't do what you did." Because of the much smaller movement range, Wang Shijuan was only breathing a little at this time and didn't feel tired. Situ Jianying really enjoyed Zhou Hao's gentleness. After allowing him to wipe the sweat off his forehead, he smiled and said, "Of course you have to have fun in these places. How can anyone come to this place like Shijuan? I only drink juice. I don't know how to drink. What to drink if you don't drink juice?" Wang Shijuan pouted and said. Zhou Hao also squeezed Situ Jianying's cheek and smiled. "You are not allowed to teach Shijuan. And also, when I am away, should you not come to these places to play with Shijuan?" "Of course not. At most, we are just playing at school parties. Today we came to these places because of your presence here," Situ Jianying said. In fact, even Zhou Hao wouldn't worry too much. Although this kind of place is mixed with 3 religions and 9 schools, and Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying's appearance are so good, they can provoke the coveting of unruly people everywhere. But with Pei Xiaochuan's people watching, no one on the roads of Shanghai dare to do anything to the 2 women. Just like just now, Situ Jianying danced that hot and tempting close-fitting dance on the dance floor, and it immediately attracted the attention of the audience. When the men saw Situ Jianying's appearance, figure, and dancing posture, their saliva would have to stain their clothes. Wet. It's just that when he saw those big guys sent by Pei Xiaochuan who were not far from Zhou Hao, he didn't dare to come forward to provoke him. "Well, have fun tonight. Shijuan has to go to the research topic summary meeting tomorrow. Let's go back and rest early," Zhou Hao said. Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying both nodded and then left with Zhou Hao. But when they got out of the door of this disco, they saw an unexpected guest. Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was standing next to a white Audi A6, wearing a decent gray suit, coupled with his good looks and gentle temperament. Standing on the street like this is really pretty, can attract those little girls and young women. As soon as he saw Zhou Hao and the 3 coming out of the disco, Zhang Feng immediately walked towards him, first looked at Wang Shijuan, then stared at Zhou Hao, and said with a calm face, "I'm right. You really it is to bring Shijuan to these non-disruptive places to play wildly. Sooner or later, such an excellent student as Shijuan will be ruined by you." Disco is really not a serious place, especially in the eyes of Jiang Feng's cultural literacy. Earlier, he learned that Wang Shijuan had a boyfriend, and when he was hit, he drove out for a ride. Unexpectedly, when he passed by here, he happened to see Zhou Hao's Passat parked outside, so he stopped in doubt. See if Wang Shijuan is really here. Facing Jiang Feng's accusation, Zhou Hao was a little upset. Although disco is really not a good place, single girls are really not suitable to go. But from what Jiang Feng said, Zhou Hao seemed to have become a hooligan who deliberately wanted to ruin Wang Shijuan's life. This was a bit too much, especially Jiang Feng's accusation was not really out of a teacher's sense of responsibility. It was because he had thoughts about Wang Shijuan. Rather than accusing Zhou Hao of ruining Wang Shijuan, Jiang Feng is better to say that he is annoying Zhou Hao for stealing Wang Shijuan. This guy is really stalker, Zhou Hao thought to himself. Therefore, Zhou Hao rushed to Jiang Feng very rudely and said, Mr. Jiang, I respect you as Shijuan's teacher, and so be polite to you. But this does not mean you can mess around. I know you like Shijuan, but first, regardless of whether Shijuan likes you or not, do you have the strength to bear the responsibility after being with Shijuan? Suddenly Zhou Hao said that he liked Wang Shijuan. Jiang Feng was very caught off guard, but when he heard Zhou Hao's words behind, he said, What strength? Are you saying that I am not qualified? Why do you say that? Is my condition? Is it worse than you? Don't talk about other things. Just say that the car you are driving now may be considered amazing among students. But is this car your own? I'm afraid it's your dad or some relative. Look at my car. It's better than yours. Needless to say, I got it on my own strength. Why do you compare with me? Why are you? Jiang Feng shouted to Zhou Hao violently. And what he said was actually acknowledging that he was more than just a teacher-student friendship with Wang Shijuan. Since he claims to be rich in knowledge, his personality is naturally full of pride like many literati, and he is most uninspired. Therefore, after Zhou Hao's words, he immediately said what was in his heart. Wang Shijuan was naturally very surprised. Originally, Situ Jinying said that Jiang Feng didn't just think about himself as a teacher-student, but also had an indiscreet about him. Wang Shijuan didn't believe it very much, but now Jiang Feng said it himself. Wang Shijuan only discovered that this is true. Seeing Wang Shijuan's surprised expression, Jiang Feng couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. After all, he was Wang Shijuan's teacher, but now that the matter had reached this point, Jiang Feng could not shrink back, so he gritted his teeth and said to Wang Shijuan, That's right, Shijuan, I like you. Moreover, I am more qualified to like you than Zhou Hao. Shijuan, you are just confused by this guy, and a dude like him, who is not doing business properly, can't give you happiness at all of. Wang Shijuan's perception of Jiang Feng has changed drastically at this time. She originally respected Jiang Feng for his wealth of knowledge and was her own teacher. Now that Jiang Feng said such words, he completely took his respectable image in Wang Shijuan's mind. Shattered. Seeing Wang Shijuan involuntarily squeezing Zhou Hao's arm, she remembered how much Jiang Feng had taken care of herself with her homework before, which turned out to be for another purpose, and her eyes shuddered when she looked at Jiang Feng. Zhou Hao patted Wang Shijuan's hand to show his comfort, and then sneered at Jiang Feng. You said you can't give Shijuan happiness, can you? Why not? Seeing Wang Shijuan and Zhou Hao so close, Jiang Feng was burning with jealousy, and said, I understand Shijuan's hobbies, understand her personality, and know what she likes and hates. We have common interests. I also like literature. Shijuan is with me. It is better than coming to these different places with you. Zhou Hao was non-committal and smiled. Then do you know how much responsibility you have to bear with Shijuan? Not to mention other things. Can you protect Shijuan from harm when you encounter those unruly people? Having said that, Zhou Hao took a look at this disco. At this moment, a group of gangster-looking youths walked out of it, headed by the blonde-dying guy in a hurry. But as soon as he saw it staying in the disco, Wang Shijuan and Situ Jinying outside the door immediately showed joy. Two beauties, I thought you were already gone, so I chased me out in a hurry. The golden retriever laughed haha, and at the same time walked straight towards Zhou Hao and his group. Zhou Hao noticed this golden retriever early in the morning. When he was in the disco, just now, this guy kept staring at Situ Jinying and Wang Shijuan, but he found the guards next to the two women, so he didn't dare to act. At this time, it might be that he had gathered his friends, and courage, so he hurried out. Zhou Hao ignored the golden retriever, but sneered at Jiang Feng. Seeing that, with Shijuan's condition, it is easy to become the coveted target of these guys. You have the strength to protect Shijuan from these wild bees. Is the butterfly entangled? Jiang Feng was taken aback. He knew that the group of Jin Mao was a group of nonsense, and a weak scholar himself might not be able to help them. But when Jiang Feng saw Zhou Hao's ironic look in his eyes, he immediately felt dissatisfied, wondering if I can't compare to you as a brat. So he walked around in front of Zhou Hao, Wang Shijuan, and others to block the golden retriever group, and then said boldly, What do you want to do? Do you still want to molest the girls? You are wise to get out of here, otherwise I call the police. Ha 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 ha. The golden retriever laughed loudly when he heard the words and said, "Where is the idiot? Call the police. You should call the police and see if you can copy me back." Behind, a little gangster smiled. "Fool, know who our boss is? He is the nephew of Deputy Director Gao of the Public Security Bureau. Call the police. How about we report it for you?" You. What if the director of the Public Security Bureau is your uncle? Could it be that he would dare to protect you if you broke the law?" Jiang Feng said. Slap. The golden retriever raised his hand and slapped Jiang Feng. Slap Jiang Feng. Just listen to the golden retriever saying, "Follow your mother." Which I did you see that Lao Tzu broke the law? You want to be a hero to save the beauty? Let's take A and take a photo. Don't worry about it. Let Lao Tzu stay away. With that said, Jin Mao lifted his foot and kicked Jiang Feng's stomach, kicking Jiang Feng to the ground. Apart from the pain, Jiang Feng was more shocked. From childhood to adulthood, he studied honestly according to his parents' arrangements. After graduating from graduate school, he also stayed at Fudan University to teach, just like living in an ivory tower. I have never encountered such a thing in the society. In his opinion, all things in this society should be supervised by law, but unexpectedly, some people treat the law as a child's play and are not afraid at all. Sitting on the ground, Jiang Feng discovered for the first time that this world was not as natural as he had imagined. Zhou Hao stood beside him and said to him at this moment, "Look at it. Can someone like you protect Shijuan's life? If you know that everyone is innocent, Shijuan is like a piece of peerless gem. If it does not have enough strength, it cannot protect her at all." "Hey, what are you talking about?" The golden retriever said to Zhou Hao carelessly at this time. "You too. Don't want to learn from others to be a hero, so please get out of here if you are interested. I just need to take care of the two beauties." Zhou Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Sometimes it's really a tricky situation for the ignorant to be fearless. Following Zhou Hao's words, the golden retriever group suddenly discovered that more and more people gathered at the gate of this disco, and obviously they weren't watching the lively crowds, because those people all stared at the golden retrievers. And the waist is bulging. It is clear that the guy is prepared. Zhou Hao didn't mean to entangle with golden retriever and the others, and said to pay Xiaochuan's subordinates behind him. "I'll leave it to you here. Don't make too much trouble. Just teach him a little lesson." "I see, sir." The man bowed to Zhou Hao in response. "Hey, what are you acting like? Don't think that a group of punks can scare me. My uncle is the director of the Public Security Bureau." Jin Mao felt furry, but still said loudly. Zhou Hao ignored him and walked out of the crowd holding the hands of Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying. Shanghai is the largest city in China, so the officials in it are highly qualified. The deputy director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau is also at the deputy department level, and his power is not small. But even so, Pei Xiaochuan still can't be troubled. If even a deputy department level official is afraid, then Pei Xiaochuan is not qualified to cooperate with the second bureau of the General Political Department. With Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying, Zhou Hao left the harassment behind him, not interested in paying attention to these chores and wasting the good time between himself and the two women. On the way back, Situ Jianying taught Wang Shijuan a lot. Be careful in the future. Don't look at the other person as a teacher and just trust people blindly. I didn't tell you this because I didn't want you to be psychologically burdened. Otherwise, you thought everyone in the world is as kind as you. Okay. Shijuan's kindness is her shining point, and you shouldn't make her look at everything from the perspective of conspiracy theory in the future. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "You are the one who is hurting Shijuan." That night, Zhou Hao and the two girls were naturally unhappy, but Wang Shijuan would have to do a research topic tomorrow, so Zhou Hao didn't want her to be too tired and soon let her go. Instead, it was holding Situ Jianying who went crazy most of the night. Early the next morning, Zhou Hao sent the two girls to Fudan University and also attended Wang Shijuan's class to listen to her speech. The seats in this classroom are very generous anyway, and when Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying sit there, no one will say anything. However, Zhou Hao was surprised that Jiang Feng asked for leave today on the grounds of physical discomfort, so it was another teacher who presided over the conference. Zhou Hao thought to himself, after the incident last night, Jiang Feng might not have the face to appear in front of Wang Shijuan. As expected, the secretary and principal of Fudan University have all come to attend the class. Of course, the leaders of these two schools have come, and some other professors and lecturers will certainly not lag behind, especially the teachers of the Chinese department. Up. Since the school leaders will attend the lecture this time, the students are well prepared and the results of the paper presentation are very good. Of course, the most outstanding one is Wang Shijuan. Once she stood on the stage, she naturally became everyone. The focus of this image alone is a lot of points. Wang Shijuan vividly explained the development of the history of modern Chinese literature, coupled with rigorous essays and detailed materials, so that the school leaders behind them all nodded. In the end, Wang Shijuan ended his speech in a warm applause and stretched out his tongue to make a very cute expression to Zhou Hao, causing the boys in the class to stare at Zhou Hao. After class was over, when Zhou Hao was about to leave with the two girls, someone behind him patted his shoulder. Zhou Hao looked back and saw the school's party secretary and principal. "You are Zhou Hao, right?" The principal smiled and said to Zhou Hao, "We finally waited for you." Suddenly, he was slapped by the principal and party secretary. Zhou Hao also felt a little surprised. Not only Zhou Hao, but also the surrounding school leaders, department leaders, professors, associate professors, and students were stunned. Because the president and the party secretary are the top leaders of Fudan University, let alone ordinary students. In the eyes of other school leaders and department leaders, the president and party secretary are both high-ranking figures. Fudan University is a first-class university in Shanghai and even in the whole country. It is also a vice-ministerial level university directly under the management of the Ministry of Education. Therefore, as the school's leader, the administrative level of the principal and party secretary is at the deputy ministerial level. Even the secretary of the municipal party committee and the mayor of Shanghai will be polite to them. In the school, it is also the professors who are extremely qualified and whose opinions can be used as internal reference directly to Tianting, so that they are qualified not to care about their existence. The principal and the party secretary came to observe Wang Shijuan and his class's research topic summary meeting at the same time. It was because the principal and party secretary wanted to understand the research topics of the students in the school, plus Jiang Feng's previous efforts. So at the end of the summary meeting, after the principal and the party secretary have spoken one after another, everyone thought that these two leaders would go back, but unexpectedly, they would also stop Zhou Hao, who was about to leave with Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying. "Principal Xie, Secretary Li, are you looking for me?" Zhou Hao asked suspiciously. Although he was named in the first year of the Economic Management Department of Fudan University, he had never attended a class before, nor had he met the principal and secretary here. However, Zhou Hao still knew a little about them. The president of Fudan University is named Xie Yuliang. He used to be in charge of the Zhejiang Provincial Department of Education before being transferred to Fudan University 2 years ago. The school's party secretary is Li Wanyan. In addition to being the party secretary of Fudan University, he also serves as the deputy director of the Shanghai Municipal People's Congress. He used to be the deputy secretary of the Shanghai Municipal Party Committee. Only after retiring to the second line, I chose to finish my last journey in officialdom at Fudan University. In the officialdom, both of them can be regarded as highly respected figures, and during their tenure at Fudan University, they have also made a lot of contributions to the development of Fudan University, and they are very respected by the teachers and students of the school. Facing Zhou Hao's doubts, Li Wanyan smiled and said, "Yes, we have heard of you for a long time, but we have never had a chance to see you. I didn't expect to come here to listen to class with Lao Xie today, but I ran into you." "Yes, that's right." Xie Yuliang also laughed. "Come here, let's go to the office to talk. Don't hinder other students in class." Seeing that Xie Yuliang and Li Wanyan were so kind to Zhou Hao, everyone around them took a sigh of relief. Wondering, where is this guy sacred? Can you get such courtesy from those two? Then someone recognized Zhou Hao and couldn't help but exclaimed, "That's Zhou Hao? I heard that Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying liked him. He was Zhou Hao who defeated Soros in Hong Kong more than a year ago." As soon as this person said it, other people also reacted and immediately caused a sensation, and everyone looked at Zhou Hao with piercing eyes. Zhou Hao secretly said something was wrong, so he smiled at Xie Yuliang and Li Wanyan. "Two people, let's go quickly, or we won't be able to go after a while." Xie Yuliang and Li Wanyan were taken aback for a moment. and saw that Zhou Hao had hurriedly left the classroom with Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying, couldn't help but laugh, and went out. Finally, before arousing other students to come and watch, Zhou Hao and several people came to the principal's office. As the office of the school's leader, this office is very spacious. Behind the executive chair is a row of bright windows, which can see most of the scenery of Fudan University. There is a small suite on the other side of the office, with a bed and a cabinet inside, which allows Xie Yuliang to rest. And on this side of the office is separated by an ancient and elegant screen. Inside is a set of carved tables and chairs, on which are placed tea sets, which are obviously dedicated to meeting guests with tea. At this time, Zhou Hao and the others were sitting on this carved chair, while Xie Yuliang skillfully brewed tea for everyone, and the fragrance of tea was overflowing in a short while. Come on, Zhou Hao, taste this pu'er. This is 50 years old tea. Xie Yuliang smiled to Zhou Hao. Li Wanyan next to him was also sipping sips and sips, with a look of relish, and at the end he smiled. Zhou Hao, I can only drink it under your light. Old Xie has always hid this pu'er like a baby. It's easy not to entertain guests. Thank you, Principal. Zhou Hao smiled heartily. He naturally knows how precious the old pu'er tea with a history of 50 years is. In a few years, this tea cake can be exchanged for a Mercedes-Benz. However, Zhou Hao didn't have much research on tea, so even if it was such a precious tea, he just drank the peony. But Xie Yuliang was really grateful for his kindness. Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying didn't know how to drink tea. They only felt that the tea was more fragrant than usual, and the aftertaste was longer after the entrance. As for the deeper mood, they really couldn't taste it. After drinking tea, Zhou Hao smiled and asked the two of them, "The principal, the secretary, and you two are busy on official business. I don't know if I have something to look for specifically. Could it be that I violated any school rules? Punish me. If you really violate the school rules, then we will be happy." Xie Yuliang smiled. "In this case, we have an excuse to keep you in school for a long time. The famous stock god Zhou Hao actually studied in our Fudan University. If it spreads out, our school will probably be more famous than Peking University and Tsinghua University." Zhou Hao smiled humbly. He naturally knew that Xie Yuliang would not really make this matter public, because it was the Zhao family who helped Zhou Hao put the spot into Fudan University, and he had already told that this matter should not be made public. So neither Xie Yuliang nor Li Wanyan would do this. As for the deeper reason, it is because Xie Yuliang and Li Wanyan are both members of the Zhao family, and they also vaguely know that Zhou Hao is a horse of the Zhao family. They are highly regarded by Mr. Zhao, plus Zhou Hao's previous great achievements. Enough for Xie Yuliang and Li Wanyan not to regard Zhou Hao as a young person. It was also because of Zhou Hao that they had paid so much attention to Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying. At this time, I heard Li Wanyan say to Zhou Hao, "You are almost a semester since you became a student in our school, but did you tell me that you have not taken a class? It was hard to see you today. We still can't seize the opportunity." Speaking of this, Zhou Hao was really embarrassed, because there were indeed no students like him. They were just named in Fudan University, but they had not fulfilled any student obligations. If anyone else were to be expelled, he would have been expelled. But in fact, Xie Yuliang and Li Wanyan are very curious about Zhou Hao, especially when he defeated the international speculator group led by George Soros and Julian Robertson in his weak crown, and saved Hong Kong's economy. Such an achievement can definitely be used to shock the world, to describe it. Moreover, both Xie Yuliang are very knowledgeable about economics. As the two leaders of Fudan University, they are naturally not ignorant. They are well aware that the central government's intervention in Hong Kong, which has always been proud of trade freedom, although its purpose was to defend Hong Kong's economy, the controversy and pressure caused by it were still very large. If that war fails, the central government will not only lose Hong Kong's prosperity, but will also deal a huge blow to future economic policies. It was the success of Zhou Hao's battle that made the central government's administrative intervention in the economy more decisive and resolute. It was not afraid of the verbal criticism of some unruly forces in the world, and it effectively grasped the direction of domestic economic development and strengthened it. This has improved the central government's confidence in the international financial sector. All these are attributed to Zhou Hao's victory in that battle. So next, Xie Yuliang and Li Wanyan both enthusiastically discussed the domestic and international economy with Zhou Hao. This time the domestic market made a heavy blow to rectify the order of the domestic financial market. It was really surprising that it was so cruel and involved. Xie Yuliang said. Until today, the domestic market has not stopped the decline. Many listed companies have suffered heavy losses and even went out of liquidation, not to mention those small shareholders. It is simply a sorrow. On the other side, Li Wanyan said, compared with the domestic market, the trend of the international securities market is completely different. The market in various countries has maintained an upward trend, and the entire international market is very active. Zhou Hao, what do you think of the current situation? I am afraid that no one knows the issues involved in this area better than Zhou Hao. Seeing that he smiled, he said, actually, I really agree with the central government's approach this time. Although Xie Yuliang and Li Wanyan were both members of the Zhao family, Zhou Hao would not tell them that he was behind this incident. He said, the seemingly enthusiastic market in the world is actually very dangerous, especially the technology and internet stocks, which have almost reached their limits. Before the central government took this action, the domestic securities market was rising more rapidly. The international market is even more powerful, even crazy. Li Wanyan frowned and said, Zhou Hao, what do you mean is that there are signs of overheating in the domestic and foreign markets? Yes. Zhou Hao nodded heavily. I think the central government's action this time has many benefits. On the one hand, it can really rectify the order of the domestic securities market and improve the chaotic status quo. On the other hand, it is able to cool the overheated domestic market and pull it back from the edge of the cliff. In this way, the international securities market, especially the science and technology stocks, is very likely to collapse. The real purpose of the central government's rectification of the domestic financial market is to cool down the financial market in advance to prevent this international stock market crash will have an impact on the country. Xie Yuliang said in surprise. Zhou Hao nodded heavily. Yes, that's the truth. Li Wanyan groaned. During this period, many domestic listed companies have transferred their funds to foreign securities markets in order to evade the central government's rectification, and most of them have invested in today's best-selling technology stocks. If what you said, Zhou Hao, is true, won't these companies be ruined? They chose it themselves, Zhou Hao said disapprovingly. The companies that transferred a large amount of funds were obviously unclean and afraid of being picked out by the central government, so they tried to leave. For these people, there is no need to go. Sympathy, they should bear the consequences for whatever path they choose. Speaking of this, Zhou Hao tentatively said to Xie Yuliang and Li Wanyan, President and Secretary, don't you also invest in international science and internet stocks? The two shook their heads. Li Wanyan said, no. Although the two of us have a better understanding of these economic aspects, there are too many unstable factors in the stock market. We dare not try it easily, especially now in China. The financial markets outside are turbulent. If we little fish rush in, there will be nothing left in the blink of an eye. The thinking of the two of them is relatively conservative, so even though they are keen to study some economic phenomena at home and abroad, if they are to really spend money to try it, I am afraid it is still a bit difficult. Zhou Hao said with emotion. To put it bluntly, this securities market is actually a hunting ground, and the unchanging truth is that the weak and the strong eat the strong. Weak capital is swallowed by strong capital, and strong capital is eaten away by more powerful capital. No one is absolutely sure that they can be safe in it. You said that incisively. Xie Yuliang smiled to Zhou Hao, but you are an exception. I have not heard of you breaking down in the stock market. That's because I clicked to stop. Zhou Hao smiled lightly. If I really get stuck, I'm not sure I can get out of it all. Xie Yuliang and Li Wanyan naturally thought that Zhou Hao was being humble, and during this discussion with Zhou Hao, the two of them also benefited a lot. They felt that Zhou Hao's understanding of the economy, especially financial securities, was older than his own too. The guy is much more profound. Li Wanyan said at school, no wonder you are not willing to come back to class. According to your level, even if you are enough to teach the students of the Department of Economics and Management, those professors and mentors, I am afraid that none of them can compare to you. Secretary Li, you passed the award. I have no choice but to not come back to class, because there are so many things that I can't get too busy, Zhou Hao said in embarrassment. Of course, neither the principal nor the party secretary intended to punish Zhou Hao for this. The few people chatted very happily, and Zhou Hao took the opportunity to invite them both to have a meal. It is rare to see Zhou Hao, and neither Xie Yuliang nor Li Wanyan refuses. Zhou Hao arranged this meal at an old Shanghai restaurant in Shanghai. Knowing that Xie Yu is good for tea and Li Wanyan is good for calligraphy and painting, Zhou Hao immediately sent 500- or 600-year-old pu'er tea cakes and several authentic products from famous artists. The calligraphy and painting were given to Xie Yuliang and Li Wanyan. These gifts are very precious. Both of them did not accept them at first. It was Zhou Hao who insisted many times. Xie Yuliang and Li Wanyan accepted Zhou Hao's kindness. After all, although the two of them have the highest leadership in Fudan University, but those for Zhou Hao, there is no direct interest, so even if people know it, they can't say anything. And Xie Yuliang and Li Wanyan really liked these gifts from Zhou Hao, so they didn't refuse in the end. This meal, everyone naturally enjoyed the host and guest. Principal and secretary, I'm afraid I won't have much time in school in the future. Shijuan and Jinying are in school, so I have to rely on 2 people to look after them. Zhou Hao smiled at Xie Yuliang and Li Wanyan. After all, they are like them. Girls who are qualified are always susceptible to nuisances by other boys. Especially Jinying, who is self-willed and sometimes does things regardless of the consequences. If something happens, please bear with the principal and secretary. Xie Yuliang smiled and said, what you said is wrong. Young people are always a little bit more lively. Is it better to be as bored like us old guys? Besides, Shijuan and Jinying are both very good. A talented student, Shijuan will not talk about it. I have read her articles. She has a fresh style and clean text. She is also the vice president of the literature club. She will definitely be a new star in our domestic literary world in the future. And Jinying's, he is also very talented in painting. Lao Li has studied calligraphy, and he is most qualified to speak. Yes, the professors of the Department of Fine Arts all say that Jinying's paintings are very personal and thoughtful. Li Wanyan smiled. It is precisely because of her distinctive personality that her paintings have a strong feature. What? These 2 evaluations of Wang Shijuan and Situ Jinying are somewhat moist, but compared to other students with profound backgrounds, Wang Shijuan and Situ Jinying are obedient. So Xie Yuliang and the others also love the 2 girls, plus Zhou Hao's request, of course, will take more care of the 2 women. After the meal was over, Zhou Hao sent Wang Shijuan and Situ Jinying back, but he didn't open until the previous year. The most luxurious Grand Hyatt Hotel in Shanghai, because Su Lin lived here at this time. Originally, after Su Lin arrived in Shanghai, Zhou Hao wanted her to live in the luxurious duplex unit of Wang Shijuan and Situ Jinying. But Su Lin wanted to spend more time alone with Zhou Hao, so she booked a luxurious suite in the Grand Hyatt Jinmao Hotel. Anyway, she will go to Hengdian, Zhujiang to take over the North Star in 2 days, so she stayed in the hotel instead. More convenient. Under the leadership of the waiter, Zhou Hao went straight to Su Lin's suite on the 85th floor. At that time, Su Lin was reading the faxed information from the Polaris, ready to adapt to his takeover work as soon as possible. Zhou Hao's sudden visit surprised her very much. As soon as Zhou Hao entered the door, he saw Su Lin wearing a beige chiffon home suit. The slightly looser clothes revealed a casual and warm taste, which made Su Lin, who has always maintained the image of a strong woman, a touch of kindness and softness. Now that Zhou Hao is here, Su Lin naturally put his work aside. With a burst of fragrance and wind, he plunged into Zhou Hao's arms, kissed him under his cheek, and said, "You are finally willing to come to see me. Huh, don't care about your 2 little girls. Think of me as a very bad person. I should be punished." Zhou Hao squeezed her hip. Su Lin twisted his body to protest, but got closer to Zhou Hao. The 2 of them were already affectionate, but there was no chance of being spared if they met with each other, and they immediately started the ecstasy. The suite that Su Lin chose was spacious and well-equipped. It even had a jacuzzi facing floor-to-ceiling windows, so you could see the spectacular night view of Shanghai outside. After the battle between Zhou Hao and Su Lin, they both soaked in the warm water of this pool, warming each other while enjoying the night view of Shanghai. "You are going to Zhujiang the day after tomorrow. Zhou Hao kissed Su Lin's fragrant shoulders while playing with the plumpness of her chest. Su Lin leaned his head in Zhou Hao's arms and said, "Yes, I'm not working for you yet, and I don't know when you will have time to see me. Don't worry, as long as you make a call, I will fly over to accompany you immediately." Zhou Hao smiled. Su Lin curled her lips and said, "You can lie to me and coax me as much as you like. Anyway, if you see it right, I will believe you." After a pause, she said again, "What about you? How long do you plan to stay here in Shanghai?" "It won't be too long," Zhou Hao said. "I will go to Hong Kong in a few days." Su Lin asked, "Hong Kong? You are going to see Shuiyan, right?" "You really are. You should have gone to see Shuiyan long ago. She hosted the Galaxy investment for you by herself. I know how lonely it is. Of course, Hong Kong and our district will compensate Shuiyan well." Zhou Hao is also very ashamed. "But besides going to see Shuiyan, I still have things to do. In the previous Asian financial turmoil, people like Soros, although we were defeated by us, there are still many people who are staring at Hong Kong. As long as the Hong Kong stock market fluctuates, they will come together to attack. As far as I know, Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley are no less. 10 billion Hong Kong dollars worth of futures contracts are in hand, and there are some speculators with bad intentions. Hell, I haven't made a deal in the stock market for a long time anyway, so let's borrow them to review it this time. All the money is pulled over, lest they don't have a long memory." Listening to what Zhou Hao said, Su Lin did not express any opinions. After all, she is not very familiar with finance. However, looking at Zhou Hao's handsome and determined face when he was serious, Su Lin still felt intoxicated. Zhou Hao was thinking about another thing. He received the news that Huang Bank is now in Hong Kong. Because Huangshe Group has some cooperation projects with large groups in Hong Kong during this period, I took care of it. It happened that Zhou Hao arranged the chess piece Xingying, and now it is a good opportunity to come in handy. In the early morning, the sky was not completely clear, and some dim morning light leaked in from the window. In the dormitory, a figure sat up from the high bed, then gently climbed down the iron ladder beside the bed. "Xingying, what's the matter with you? It's usually not so early." The roommate on the other bed on the same side was affected by the movement and mumbled. It was Xingying who got up early this morning. Xingying was shocked when she heard what her roommate said, but she pretended to be nonchalant and said, "It's okay. I just want to go for a walk." Her roommate turned around and buried himself in the warm blanket and said vaguely, "The sky is not bright. Take a walk, you." After that, the girl in the same dormitory as Xingying continued to sleep, but the other two roommates on the other side did not move much. Xingying breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at these three roommates who were still lying in bed, and said in contempt, "What do you know? This lady will not have to mix with lowly civilians like you soon. I will get rid of it soon. This kind of plain life makes people angry." She washed up quickly and changed into a set of sportswear before she left the dormitory and left the dormitory building, and came to the nearby China Construction Bank teller machine next to the student supermarket. Since it was only 6 o'clock in the morning, there were not many people on the campus, and it seemed deserted. Only the dining hall in the distance was illuminated with white smoke from the chimney, and I had already started preparing breakfast. Xingying came to the front of the teller machine and looked around. After making sure that there were no other people near him, she inserted her bank card into the teller machine. But the hand holding the bank card was a little trembling at this time, because Xingying is very excited, both nervous and excited. According to Zhou Hao's previous statement, the 200 million deposit he promised will be remitted to Xingying's account within these 2 days. Because of being too nervous, Xingying also forgot the password of her bank card for a while, and didn't enter it correctly until the third time, avoiding the risk of being locked and frozen. Then, she decisively pressed the check balance on the screen. Seeing the word, "Please wait," on the screen, Xingying only felt that time had passed so long. She clearly remembered that in her bank card, there was originally 2,000 yuan of living expenses that her parents had just remitted in. That was her living expenses for 2 months. Today's college students generally spend around 500 yuan a month, while Xingying costs 1,000 yuan a month, which is quite a bit compared to other students. But Xingying was not satisfied at all, because she knew her standard of living expenses at Fudan University could only be regarded as not high enough. Those who are really rich and wealthy children travel in luxury cars and wear everything they wear. famous brand, and for those of them, the star hotel outside the university is the dining hall. Looking at the lives of those rich children every day, Xing Ying is envious and jealous, and she often imagines that if she can live such a life, she will not be able to come to this world for nothing. Finally, the screen turned, and the balance in the account was displayed. Xing Yinglu raised her eyebrows and saw that the account balance was followed by a long string of numbers. She held a sigh of relief and stretched out her fingers to count one by one. 100, 10, 1, 1, 1, 1, 10, 1, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 1, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 1, 10, 1, 10, 1, 10, 1, 10, 1, 10, 1, 10, 1, 10, 1, 10, 1, 10, 1, 10, 1, 10, 10, 1, 10, 1, 10, 1, 1 hiss. 202,000 yuan. Xing Ying gasped fiercely and almost fainted when she was excited. However, she immediately forced herself to calm down and looked around vigilantly. After seeing no one else, she quickly pressed the return card button. After taking out the bank card, she held it tightly in her hand for a long time. I dare not relax. She quickly left the teller machine, but returned after walking tens of meters away, put the bank card into the teller machine again, and carefully confirmed that there were 200 million in the account, and finally felt relieved. At this moment, excitement and happiness filled Xing Ying's heart, as if the whole person was lightened up, and she couldn't help tiptoeing on the road, and couldn't help humming her favorite song in her mouth. Ever since she was young, Xing Ying has never tried to be as happy as she is now, as if she had the whole world overnight. Now she is already thinking about buying a sports car in a few days, the one she has liked for a long time, but the Maserati that she has always liked. I was thinking of what kind of expressions would be on the faces of my classmates and roommates when I drove that beautiful Maserati on campus and appeared in front of my classmates and roommates. Xing Ying's smile, I can't stop it. At this moment, she saw a very beautiful sports car coming from a distance, a classic sports car of the Porsche 911 series. Xing Ying was taken aback because she recognized that this sports car belonged to Situ Jianying, a freshman in the fine arts department. Xing Ying had seen it several times before. Situ Jianying is very famous in Fudan University, not only because of her outstanding appearance and charming figure, but also because of her wealth. No one knows what she does at home, but she often drives that valuable Porsche sports car when she enters and exits the campus. And the things she wears are not ordinary commodities, clearly the kind of people who don't have to worry about money. Also famous as Situ Jianying is Wang Shijuan. Xing Ying knew that Wang Shijuan's car was a Beetle, but Wang Shijuan's style was much lower key than Situ Jianying, and he rarely drove by himself. However, even though Wang Shijuan is kind and approachable, the more she is like this, the more Xing Ying hates her. She thinks that Wang Shijuan is clearly a rich lady's daughter, but she also pretends to be like a kind princess, which is really disgusting. It is their boyfriend Zhou Hao who recently made Xing Ying pay more attention to Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying. Although he did not come to the scene in person, Wang Shijuan flew into Zhou Hao's arms and kissed him in the auditorium, and Situ Jianying publicly admitted that Wang Shijuan was Zhou Hao's girlfriend. All of this has been spread in Fudan University. In the past 2 days, Xing Ying also saw Zhou Hao driving from a distance to pick up Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying. This shocked Xing Ying. The two most popular girls in Fudan University turned out to be Zhou Hao's girlfriends. This fact made Xing Ying even more resentful of Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying. Zhou Hao's background and strength, Xing Ying is now very clear. It is not just a billionaire tycoon who controls hundreds of billions of dollars. His father is also the head of the general political department. It should be understood that although the General Political Department is called a ministerial-level unit, it is actually extremely powerful. Its importance is second only to the General Staff Department among the four major departments of the People's Liberation Army. The directors of the General Staff Department and the General Political Department are both generals. Military rank is also an important member of the Military Commission, and the actual power is far greater than that of officials at the ministerial level, and even some officials at the deputy state level cannot match. Therefore, Zhou Hao is a veritable princeling. He is also the son-in-law of the old man Zhao, who is appreciated by the people of the Zhao family, and his energy is unimaginable by ordinary people. Therefore, a woman who can become Zhou Hao, even a mistress, can enjoy an unparalleled material life. Therefore, after seeing Zhou Hao, Zheng Ying immediately left Zhong Yishan, who can only be regarded as an ordinary rich man, and embraced Zhou Hao. Looking at the Porsche sports car that was whizzing by, Zheng Ying's eyes were full of jealousy, and she cursed bitterly. What's Situ Jianying? What Wang Shijuan? On the surface, it's a school flower. It's Zhou Hao's mistress, and she's also a itch. Zheng Ying thought that Zhou Hao was a rich man with hundreds of billions of dollars. As his women, Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying naturally enjoyed the glory and wealth. The 2 billion they currently have is also for Wang Shijuan and the others. It was nothing. As long as they were willing, Zhou Hao could give them 200 million anytime and anywhere. At this time, Zheng Ying saw the Porsche parked downstairs in the girls' dormitory. The people who got out of the car were indeed Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying. Under the shining of the morning sun, the two women have their own styles and look very charming. I didn't return all night, and I came back secretly now. I must have fooled around with Zhou Hao last night. Looking at the backs of Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying, Zheng Ying cursed bitterly. I don't know why. At this moment, Zheng Ying had an impulse and wanted to rush to tell Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying that he and Zhou Hao also had a leg, and he gave himself 200 million. But Zheng Ying finally suppressed this impulse, because she thought that she might hurt Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying by doing this. But if Zhou Hao knew about this, she didn't know how he would deal with herself. Thinking of Zhou Hao's cold eyes when he ordered himself to deal with Huang Wank and his son in the cafe that day, Zheng Ying couldn't help but shudder. Thinking of Zhou Hao's possible means to deal with herself, Zheng Ying completely abandoned the idea of harming Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying. At this moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of Zheng Ying. Zheng Ying looked up and was shocked because the man in front of him was a first-year physical education teacher at Fudan University. However, Zheng Ying knew that this so-called physical education teacher was actually Zhou Hao's. It was this person who handed Huang Wank's information to herself a few days ago, so that she can remember it by heart. What's the matter? Zheng Ying asked with some fear. Mr. wants to see you. Please come with me right away. The physical education teacher said stiffly. Zheng Ying naturally knew who the sir he was talking about was Zhou Hao. With the physical education teacher, Zheng Ying got in his car and went straight out of Fudan University to a famous tea house in Shanghai. Zhou Hao booked a room on the 3rd floor of the tea house. When Zheng Ying arrived, she saw Zhou Hao alone in this room, and the spacious round dining table was filled with various exquisite desserts, which made people salivate. Hold the chopsticks and taste these dim sum with relish. This tea house, Zheng Ying also knows that many Cantonese or Hong Kong people who live here like to come here for morning tea, because there are a few very skilled chefs in this restaurant who are good at cooking Cantonese dim sum. However, the price here is not low. Zheng Ying once visited with her classmates before, but it was only that time. When Zhou Hao saw Zheng Ying, he smiled and said, "Come on, sit down. The dim sum here is delicious, you can try it." So Zheng Ying sat on a chair 3 positions away from Zhou Hao, and somewhat cautiously picked up the dishes and tasted the snacks on the table. The person who appeared to be a physical education teacher greeted Zhou Hao and left in a hurry. Zhou Hao also ignored Zheng Ying. He ate the delicious Cantonese dim sum until the end of the meal, and then said to Zheng Ying over there, "Well, the 200 million has already been paid." "Well, it's already paid." Zheng Ying nodded quickly. "In the past few days, you have read all the information about Huang Wank?" Zhou Hao asked again. Previously, the information about Huang Wank that Zhou Hao asked Zheng Ying to give to Zheng Ying gave a detailed introduction of Huang Wank's interests, hobbies, experiences, etc., and even Huang Vang's girlfriends and lovers he had raised since childhood. Very detailed. Zhang Ying was taken aback when she saw the materials just now. Looking at the materials, she seemed to experience life with Huang Wang. And Zhang Ying also knew that Zhou Hao's ability to obtain these materials must have been found by the intelligence agency of the General Political Department. Faced with Zhou Hao's question, Zhang Ying nodded and said, "I've seen it familiarly, and I probably know what kind of person he is." To put it bluntly, Huang Wang is the kind of food and clothing that has been worry-free since childhood, and then gradually became a rich second generation with his father Huang Shifu's fortune, and then began to take his father's class. Such a person is proficient in wine, wealth, and gas. In his eyes, a woman is a tool that can be used, and the other is an object for venting. But what worries Zhang Ying is that, like Huang Wang, who has a net worth of tens of billions, who hasn't seen a woman. There are many supermodel movie stars he has fostered that are prettier than Zhang Ying. Zhang Ying worried that with her own conditions, it might be difficult for Huang Wang to really fall in love with herself. Zhou Hao, with Huang Wang's conditions, there should be a lot of women who will embrace him, many of whom are prettier than me. Why do you think he will fall into my beauties? What Zhang Ying said was true, but Zhou Hao also had his own reasons. At the Chang'an Club in Beijing that day, Huang Wang met Zhang Ying for the first time in this life, and Zhou Hao knew that he was true to Zhang Ying. Became interested. Although Zhang Ying's appearance is not as beautiful, and it is not as beautiful as Zhao Yuqin and He Shuyun, Zhou Hao feels that in this world, there is real fate, or destiny, especially in this world. After he was able to travel through time and space to be a human again, Zhou Hao became more convinced. In the previous life, Huang Wang hooked up with Zhang Ying and killed Zhou Hao. In this dark, Huang Wang and Zhang Ying have long been bound by fate. So in this life, Huang Wang and Zhang Ying will definitely not be two parallel and unconnected people. Intuitively, Zhou Hao believes that Huang Wang will definitely fall in love with Zhang Ying, and Zhou Hao's intuition has not been missed since his reincarnation. Just listen to Zhou Hao saying to Zhang Ying, "You don't have to worry. I am confident that Huang Wang will like you. And you have to have confidence in yourself. You have not always hoped to be able to climb the high branches of those giants. If you can capture even people like Huang Wang, then you will definitely be able to capture other rich people in the future. You should treat it as a chance to exercise." Zhang Ying didn't like Zhou Hao's straightforward evaluation of herself, especially Zhou Hao's thoughts in her heart. This gave her a sense of insecurity that everything was exposed to others without hiding anything. "I will go to Hong Kong with you in a few days." Zhou Hao continued. "Hong Kong?" Zhang Ying was taken aback. Zhou Hao nodded slightly. "Yes, because Huang Wang is in Hong Kong right now. As for the school, I will ask for leave for you. In fact, it doesn't matter if you don't go to college if you want to." Zhang Ying is non-committal, but she also feels that not to mention that she will have 1 billion assets in the future. Even if she now owns 200 million, she doesn't need to worry about school anymore like ordinary people. After all, most people work hard for their studies, but they just want to get better job opportunities in the future. And Zhang Ying has a huge sum of 200 million yuan, and he doesn't even need to work. Where can he spend his time studying the boring and arduous economics? Moreover, Hong Kong is a world-famous shopping paradise, and it is also a place that every girl yearns for. This time I can have the opportunity to follow Zhou Hao to Hong Kong. What Zhang Ying is thinking about is how to have a blood bottle in the famous stores in Hong Kong. After you go to Hong Kong, you don't spend money lavishly, Zhou Hao said suddenly, because this will make Huang Wang suspicious. In order to let you better control your desire to shop, I will temporarily freeze the account in your account. 2 billion will not be unblocked until the matter is completed. Zhang Ying's face changed drastically, and she couldn't help but scream at Zhou Hao. "You want to regret it? I didn't mean it. I just don't want you to make Huang Wang suspect because you can't control your desire to shop and ultimately make my plan fail," Zhou Hao said coldly. "Besides, I just freeze the previous, not taken away from your hands. As long as this thing is over, the 200 million will still be unfrozen. And if this thing succeeds, I will give you all the remaining 800 million, and then you will not be able to enjoy the same full of glory and wealth." Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Zhang Ying's face looked slightly better, but she was still very upset, because Zhang Ying always felt insecure because she couldn't control the money as she wanted. Although the money has been frozen by me, I will take full responsibility for your living expenses, and I will never be hungry. Zhou Hao said, Okay, you go back and prepare for it. I will let someone pick it up at that time. Yours. Zhang Ying wanted to say something, but Zhou Hao had already shook his hand at her and motioned for her to leave. Zhang Ying had to get up and walk out. Looking at Zhang Ying's back, Zhou Hao's face showed a cold smile. 2 days later, Zhou Hao left Shanghai with Zhang Ying for Hong Kong. Since Zhou Hao was traveling, of course he was in first-class cabin. Actually, this was not Zhou Hao's intention to show off, but he meant to go to Hong Kong. The people below made arrangements for him immediately. In addition to Zhang Ying, Manhwa Shinji is also with Zhou Hao, because Zhou Hao's trip to Hong Kong also needs to do securities operations. Manhwa Shinji is a very good assistant. And this time in the stock market dealing with the Polaris character, Kanazuki Shinji did a good job, and she didn't need to worry about the rest. It was the first time for Zhang Ying to take first class. Although she sat on her seat pretending to be calm, she kept observing the surrounding environment with her eyes. Most of the guests in this first-class cabin are well-dressed. At first glance, you can tell that they are the people with a good life. In the first-class cabin, both seats and meals are much better than those in the economy class, which made Zhang Ying know the rich life. A part of, but at the same time, Zhang Ying also noticed Shinji Manhwa next to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao and Manhwa Shinji sat in a row in front of Zhang Ying, so Zhang Ying could see their movements. It is undeniable that Shinji Kanzuki is also a rare beauty. Especially, she always has a faintly superior temperament, as if she is the kind of person who is used to being a high-ranking person and accustomed to giving orders. Moreover, Shinji Manhwa looked very cold when facing other people, as if she was an unkind cold beauty, but when she faced Zhou Hao, she often showed a soft and charming smile. The difference was obvious. Zhang Ying was puzzled. The women around Zhou Hao were all so beautiful and outstanding, and none of them were inferior to her. Even Zhao Yuqin's dazzling daughter of heaven was Zhou Hao's wife. This man's Yinfu is too jealous. However, what irritated Zhang Ying more was Zhou Hao's attitude towards Shinji Manhwa. Although it did not appear to be very intimate, the kindness was much stronger than that of Zhang Ying. Sure. When Zhang Ying faced Zhou Hao, he could feel that his eyes were cold all the time. But now Zhou Hao looked at Shinji Manhwa, but it was as warm as the afternoon sun. My son, who is that girl? Wouldn't it be your confidant again? At this time, Shinji Manhwa was also asking Zhou Hao about Zhang Ying's situation, because Shinji Manhwa found out when he came to China with Zhou Hao. The woman next to Zhou Hao couldn't count 10 fingers unexpectedly, which made Kanazu Shinji very uncomfortable with Nanami Karu, and there was also a strange anger in her heart. Zhou Hao saw the suspicious gaze of Manhwa Shinji and said calmly, This woman has nothing to do with me. At best it is just a tool. Seeing Zhou Hao's indifferent expression on his face, his eyes calm, he really didn't show any strange feelings for Zhang Ying. Manhwa Shinji breathed a sigh of relief and said, If you dare to mess with flowers anymore, be careful what I'm telling your wife. Sister Sun wouldn't have a small belly like you. Zhou Hao laughed softly. I have a small belly. You are unreasonable to make trouble. Manhwa Shinji hummed. But at the same time Manhwa Shinji was a little confused, because it was rare that Zhou Hao would be so cold to a woman. Kangetsu Shinji also heard Nankai Karu once said that when Nankai Karu was still hostile to Zhou Hao just loved and hated her inexplicably. But Shinji Kansuki had never seen Zhou Hao behave to a woman out of pure coldness. So Manhwa Shinji thought, something must have happened between Zhou Hao and this woman named Zhang Ying. Otherwise Zhou Hao would not have such a cold heart for him for no reason. Only Manhwa Shinji didn't ask, for fear that Zhou Hao would be disgusted. It didn't take long for the plane to arrive in Hong Kong from Shanghai and land at Hong Kong's Chek Lap Kok International Airport. Since Zhou Hao came to Hong Kong this time and did not notify the people here, but handed over to Kanzuki Shinji to arrange, so the person who came to pick up the airport was from the Tokugawa family in Hong Kong, and he fell under the control of Nanami Karu at the Tokugawa family. After that, these people were also under the management of Manhwa Shinji. The one who came to pick him up was a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes. Hearing Kanzuki Shinji said that his name was Chung Jihai, and he was the boss of Hong Kong Manhwa International Company, Limited. And this, Manhwa International, is actually a branch of the Tokugawa family in Hong Kong. Although Cheng Zhihai is an authentic Hong Konger, he is also a servant of the Tokugawa family, under the order of Keiru Nanami. Cheng Zhihai knew Shinji Kanzuki. Although he was only a peripheral member of the Tokugawa family, he also knew the changes in the Tokugawa family some time ago. Japanese officials said that Tokugawa Naomasa died of illness, and after Tokugawa Naomasa died, the Tokugawa family's industry completely fell into the hands of Nanami Keiru. And Nanami Keiru's methods are also very powerful. In the Tokugawa family's industries all over the world, all the die-hard members of the Tokugawa family's direct family members have been purged and replaced with Nanami Keiru's own people. Although the Tokugawa Foundation is still named Tokugawa, it is actually Keiru Nanami. Since Cheng Zhihai invested in Nankai Keiru when he first came to Hong Kong, he was able to save himself during this change of dynasty, and his position in the Tokugawa Foundation has improved a lot. However, Cheng Zhihai was very respectful to the veritable Nanami Keiru's close celebrity, Shinji Kanzuki, and he dared not go beyond anything. As for Zhou Hao, Kanhua Shinji mentioned to Cheng Zhihai on the phone before that Zhou Hao is a very important friend of Keiru Nanami, so you must not neglect. Therefore, when Cheng Zhihai met Zhou Hao, he greeted him in a very low manner, saying that he was servile and kneeling. Zhou Hao didn't pay much attention. The people under Keiru Nanami were almost the same as those under him, so he could use it with ease. So the group left the airport under the leadership of Cheng Zhihai and his assistants, boarded 2 silver Jaguar cars, and walked towards downtown Hong Kong. Since Zheng Ying was also with Zhou Hao, and Zhou Hao did not explain Zheng Ying's identity to Cheng Zhihai and others, Cheng Zhihai and others thought that Zheng Ying was Zhou Hao's friend and had a very good attitude towards her. At this time, Zhou Hao and Kanhua Shinji were sitting in the Jaguar in front, and Zheng Ying was sitting in the back, accompanied by a male assistant of Cheng Zhihai. You are the employees of Manhwa International. That Cheng Zhihai just now is your boss. Zheng Ying asked the male assistant curiously. This person nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, Miss Zheng. We are all employees of Manhwa International. However, Mr. Chung is not the boss of Manhwa International. Although the legal representative of the company is him, he can truly control the company's staff, or Miss Guanyue." Zheng Ying didn't know the origin of Shinji Kanhua, but asked about the scale of Manhwa International. In fact, our Manhwa International is not a big group here in Hong Kong. The man smiled and replied, "Our company mainly deals in import and export trade, with total assets of only 4 or 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. The total assets of 4.5 billion Hong Kong dollars is not considered a big group?" Zheng Ying murmured secretly and thought of Cheng Zhihai's respectful attitude towards Zhou Hao and Kanhua Shinji's graceful treatment of Zhou Hao, and she understood Zhou Hao's strength again. Soon, the car entered the city center of Hong Kong Causeway Bay. Looking at the high-rise buildings outside and the famous shops on both sides of the street, Zheng Ying was very excited. When the car came to Repulse Bay and finally entered a 3-story luxury villa, Zheng Ying's mood was even more excited. At the front, Cheng Zhihai respectfully invited Zhou Hao and Kanhua Shinji into the house. Zheng Ying also walked in under the leadership of the male assistant and saw that the villa was very luxurious and all the electrical appliances in the house were the best. The advanced and all the furniture is imported, and the magnificent decoration made Zheng Ying stunned. She didn't know how high the housing prices in Hong Kong are, especially this kind of extravagant villas whose construction cost is in the hundreds of millions. This villa was used by my wife when she came to Hong Kong last time. After she left, we let people clean it frequently, so it is still well maintained. Cheng Zhihai smiled to Kanhua Shinji and others. "So you, Miss Kanhua, if you can rest assured to live here." Zhou Hao said to Kanhua Shinji, "While you are in Hong Kong, you and Zheng Ying will live here for the first time. I'm going somewhere else, so you don't have to worry about me." Kanhua Shinji curled his lips when he heard this, knowing that Zhou Hao must have gone to meet his lover in Hong Kong. "Why do you say I can live here?" Zheng Ying asked Zhou Hao in surprise. Zhou Hao said faintly, "It's only for the time being. When the plan starts, you will have another place to go. But before that, you should prepare first." Zheng Ying nodded hurriedly. Although it was only temporary, it was a supreme enjoyment to be able to live in this top-notch villa. In particular, Zheng Ying knows that even if she has a net worth of 1 billion yuan, she may not be able to own such a villa in Hong Kong. Of course, She must seize the opportunity to enjoy it. Then Zhou Hao asked Cheng Zhihai, Mr. Cheng, can you lend me a car? Of course there is no problem. Cheng Zhihai said to Zhou Hao, the garage power of this villa has an Aston Martin. Mr. Zhou, please use it as you please. You can call me directly if you need it. Then Cheng Zhihai immediately asked people to bring the car key to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao thanked him and took the key to the garage. This is a black Aston Martin with a slender body and sharp lines. It looks like a black blade when walking on the road. Zhou Hao was very satisfied and drove away immediately. Hong Kong is still prosperous. The streets are full of pedestrians rushing, and the high-rise buildings covering the sky, like gears and crawlers, maintain the operation of this metropolis. Walking in this crowded city, He Shuiyun often feels a kind of depression, and this depression comes more from the miss of Zhou Hao. Wanting to meet Zhou Hao, but not being able to meet. This made He Shuiyun's heart extremely depressed. Especially in the more than a year since Zhou Hao left, He Shuiyun could only rely on that busy work to suppress the miss for Zhou Hao in her heart and divert her attention. Until news came from Zhao Yuqin that Zhou Hao had returned from the United States. He Shuiyun was overjoyed by the news, and he couldn't wait to put everything down and rush to Beijing to see Zhou Hao. However, He Shuiyun knew that Zhao Yuqin had given birth to a son Zhou Zihao for Zhou Hao. At this time, Zhou Hao's return was the day when their family of three reunited. Therefore, He Shuiyun did not want to affect the reunion of their family of three because of her arrival. So she resisted the miss of Zhou Hao and continued to stay here in Hong Kong. She also believed that Zhou Hao would definitely come to Hong Kong to see herself. However, He Shuiyun here in Hong Kong also has a lot of troubles, such as those who are tireless and pursue one after another. Since she divorced Li Jinxing, even though she also severed her relationship with the He family and was abandoned by He Hong's son, those suitors still rushed to He Shuiyun in waves. Although many people know that He Shuiyun has an unusual relationship with Zhou Hao, they are also very jealous of Zhou Hao. After all, Zhou Hao's first battle leading the Hong Kong government to defeat Soros was so shocking that all major consortia in Hong Kong were amazed by him. However, Zhou Hao had no news for more than a year. Many Hong Kong media captured He Shuiyun during this year, and he was not accompanied by Zhou Hao. So those people were bolder again and launched an offensive against He Shuiyun. Although He Shuiyun rejected many suitors both hard and soft, some of them were indeed the kind of persevering guys who never gave up the pursuit of He Shuiyun or entanglement. Just like now, He Shuiyun has finished a day's work and left the headquarters of Galaxy Investment to come to this cheesecake restaurant in Pacific Place. When he wants to have his favorite cheesecake for dinner, he is tall and looks good. The rather handsome young man came over. He Shuiyun, who was sitting in front of one of the dining tables and was about to enjoy the cheesecake, saw him with a helpless look on his face, muttering to himself, "This person is really endless." I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.